Chapter 21 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Virgin Soil, Volume 2 by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance Garnett. Chapter 21. The sky was overcast with low clouds, and although it was not perfectly dark, and in front the cart ruts could be distinguished standing out on the road, to right and left everything was in shadow, and the outlines of separate objects fell together into big confused patches of darkness. It was a dim, treacherous night. The wind blew in gusty, damp squalls, bringing with it the scent of rain and of broad fields of corn. When they had passed the oak bush which served as a landmark, and had to turn off into the by-road, driving was still more difficult. The narrow track was quite lost at times. The coachman drove more slowly. "I hope we're not going to lose our way," observed Nezhdanov, who had been silent till then. "No, we shan't lose our way," answered Markelov. "Two misfortunes don't come in one day." "Why, what was the first misfortune?" "What? Why, we've wasted our day for nothing. Don't you reckon that as anything?" "Yes, of course. That awful Golushkin. We oughtn't to have drunk so much wine. My head aches now, fearfully." "I wasn't speaking of Golushkin. He at any rate gave us some money, so that was at least something gained by our visit." "Surely you don't regret Parklin's having taken us to his, what was it he called them? Pole parrots?" "There's nothing to regret in it. And there's nothing to rejoice at either. I'm not one of those who take interest in such trifles. I was not referring to that misfortune." "What then?" Markelov made no reply. He simply turned a little in his corner, as though he were wrapping himself up. Nezhdanov could not quite make out his face. Only his moustaches stood out in a black transverse line. But ever since the morning he had been conscious of something in Markelov it was better not to touch upon. Some obscure, secret irritation. "Tell me, Sergei Mihalovich," he began after a long pause, "are you in earnest in admiring Mr. Kislyakov's letters that you gave me to read this morning? You know, excuse the crudity of the expression, it's all perfect rubbish." Markelov drew himself up. "In the first place," he began in a wrathful voice, "I don't at all share your opinion about those letters. I think them very remarkable, and conscientious. And secondly, Kislyakov toils and slaves, and what's more, he believes. He believes in our cause, he believes in revolution. I must tell you one thing, Alexei Dmitrievich, I noticed that you are very lukewarm in our cause. You don't believe in it." "What makes you think that?" Nezhdanov articulated slowly. "What? Why, every word you say, your whole behaviour. Today at Golushkin's, who was it said he didn't see what elements we could depend on? You. Who asked us to point to any? You. And when that friend of yours, that grinning ape and buffoon, Mr. Parklin, began declaring, with eyes upturned to heaven, that not one of us was capable of sacrifice, who was it backed him up? Who was it nodded his head in approval? Wasn't that you? Say what you please of yourself, and think of yourself what you know. That's your affair. But I know of people who are capable of renouncing everything that makes life sweet, even the bliss of love, to be true to their convictions, not to betray them. Oh, today you are not capable of that, of course." "Today? And why today?" "Come, no humbug, for God's sake, you happy Don Juan, you myrtle-crowned lover," shouted Markelov, totally oblivious of the coachman, who, though he did not turn round on the box, could hear everything perfectly distinctly. It is true, the coachman was at that instant far more interested in the road than in any wrangling on the part of the gentlemen sitting behind him, and he cautiously and rather timorously urged on the centre horse, who shook his head and backed, letting the coach slide down a sort of rocky prominence, which certainly ought not to have been there at all. "Excuse me, I don't quite understand you," said Nezhdanov. Markelov gave a forced vindictive chuckle. "You don't understand me. Ha, ha, ha! I know all about it, my fine gentleman. I know whom you had a love scene with yesterday. I know who it is you've fascinated with your good looks and your fine talk. I know who lets you into her room after 10 o'clock at night." "Master," the coachman suddenly addressed Markelov, "take the reins. I'll get down and have a look. I think we've got off the road. There seems a sort of ravine here or something." The coach was, in fact, all on one side. Markelov clutched the reins handed him by the coachman and went on as loudly as ever. "I don't blame you, Alexei Dmitrich. You profited, of course. You were right. I only say I don't wonder at your lukewarmness over our cause. You'd something else, I say again, in your heart. And I say, too, for my own part, what man can guess beforehand what will take girls' hearts, or understand what it is they want?" "I understand you now," Neshtanov began. "I understand your mortification. Guess who has spied on us and lost no time in telling you." "It's not merit in this case," Markelov went on, affecting not to hear Neshtanov, and intentionally dwelling on and prolonging each word. "Not any extraordinary qualities of mind or body. No. It's simply the cursed luck of all illegitimate children, of all bastards." The last phrase Markelov uttered abruptly and rapidly, and at once was still as death. Neshtanov felt himself grow pale all over in the darkness, and spasms passed over his face. He could scarcely restrain himself from flying at Markelov, seizing him by the throat. "This insult must be washed out in blood, in blood." "I've found the road," cried the coachman, making his appearance at the right front wheel. "I made a little mistake, kept too much to the left. It's no matter now. We'll be there in no time. There's not a mile before us. Be pleased to sit still." He clambered onto the box, took the reins from Markelov, turned the shaft horse's head. The coach, after 2 violent jolts, rolled along more easily and evenly. The darkness seemed to part and to lift. There was a smell of smoke. In front rose a sort of hillock. Then a light twinkled and vanished. Another glimmered. A dog barked. "Our huts," said the coachman. "Ah, get along, my pretty pussies." The lights came more and more often to meet them. "After that insult," Neshtanov began at last, "you will readily understand, Sergei Mialovich, that I cannot spend a night under your roof. I am therefore, unpleasant as it is to me, forced to ask you to lend me your coach when you reach home, so that I may return to the town. Tomorrow I will find means of getting home, and then you shall receive from me the communication you doubtless expect." Markelov did not at once reply. "Neshtanov," he said all at once in a low but despairing voice. "Neshtanov, for God's sake come into my house, if only to let me beg on my knees for your forgiveness. Neshtanov, forget, Alexei, forget my senseless words. Oh, if anyone could feel how miserable I am." Markelov struck himself on the breast with his fist, and it seemed to give forth a hollow groan. "Alexei, be magnanimous. Give me your hand. Don't refuse to forgive me." Neshtanov held out his hand, irresolutely. Still he held it out. Markelov squeezed it so that he almost cried out. The coachman stopped at the steps of Markelov's house. "Listen, Alexei," Markelov was saying to him a quarter of an hour after in his room. "Dear brother," he kept addressing him by this familiar, endearing term, and in this affectionate familiarity to the man in whom he had discovered a successful rival, to whom he had only just offered a deadly insult, whom he had been ready to kill, to tear to pieces, there was the expression of irrevocable renunciation, and humble, bitter supplication, and a sort of claim, too. Neshtanov recognized this claim by beginning to address Markelov in the same familiar way. "Listen, Alexei, I said just now I had refused the happiness of love, renounced it so as to be wholly at the service of my convictions. That was nonsense, bragging. I have never been offered anything of that sort. I have had nothing to renounce. I was born without gifts, and so I have remained. And perhaps it was right it should be so. Since I can't attain to that, I have to do something else. Since you can combine both, can love and be loved, and at the same time serve the cause, well, you're a fine fellow. I envy you, but it's not so with me. I can't. You are happy. You are happy. I can't." Markelov said all this in a subdued voice, sitting on a low chair, his head bent and his arms hanging loose at his sides. Neshtanov stood before him, plunged in a sort of dreamy attention, and though Markelov called him happy, he neither looked nor felt happy. "I was deceived in my youth," Markelov went on. "She was an exquisite girl, and yet she jilted me. And for whom? For a German, for an adjutant. While Marianna—" He stopped. For the first time he had uttered her name, and it seemed to burn his lips. "Marianna did not deceive me. She told me plainly that she didn't care for me. And how should she care for me? Well, she has given herself to you. Well, what of that? Was she not free? Oh, stay, stay, cried Neshdanov. What is it you're saying? Given herself? I don't know what your sister has written to you, but I swear to you. I don't say physically, but morally she has given herself, in heart, in soul, interposed Markelov, who was obviously comforted for some reason or other by Neshdanov's exclamation. And she has done well. As for my sister, of course she had no intention of wounding. At least she didn't care about it one way or another, but she must hate you, and Mariana too. She was not lying. But there, enough of her. Yes, thought Neshdanov to himself, she hates us. Everything is for the best, Markelov continued without changing his position. Now the last ways of retreat are cut off for me, now there is nothing to hinder me. Never mind Golushkin's being a blockhead, that's of no consequence, and Kislyakov's letters, they're absurd perhaps, but we must look to the principal thing. According to him everything's ready everywhere. You don't believe that, perhaps? Neshdanov made no answer. You are right, perhaps. But you know if we wait for the moment when everything, absolutely everything is ready, we shall never begin. If one weighs all the consequences beforehand, it's certain there will be some evil ones. For instance, when our predecessors organized the emancipation of the peasants, could they foresee that one result of this emancipation would be the rise of a whole class of money-lending landowners, who would lend the peasant a quarter of mouldy rye for 6 roubles, and extort from him, here Markelov crooked one finger, first the full 6 roubles in labour, and besides that, Markelov crooked another finger, a whole quarter of good rye, and then, Markelov crooked a third, interest on the top of that? In fact, they squeeze the peasant to the last drop. Our emancipators couldn't have foreseen that, you must admit. And yet even if they had foreseen it, they'd have done right to free the peasants, and not to weigh all the consequences. And so I have made up my mind. Neshdanov looked questioningly, in perplexity, at Markelov, but the latter looked away into the corner. His brows were contracted and hid his eyes. He bit his lips and gnawed his moustache. Yes, I have made up my mind, he repeated, bringing his dark hairy fist down on his knee. I'm an obstinate man, you know. I'm not half a Little Russian for nothing. Then he got up, and staggering as though his legs were failing him, he went into his bedroom, and brought out from there a small portrait of Mariana framed under glass. Take it, he said in a mournful but steady voice. I did it once. I draw very badly, but look, I think it's like. The sketch, a pencil drawing taken in profile, was really like. Take it, brother, it's my last bequest. Together with this portrait I give up to you all my rights. I never had any. But you know, Alexei, everything. I give you everything, Alexei. And her, dear brother. She's a good... Markelov paused. The heaving of his breast was visible. Take it. You're not angry with me, Alexei? Then take it. I have nothing now. I don't want that. Neshdanov took the portrait, but a strange sensation oppressed his heart. It seemed to him that he had no right to accept this gift, that if Markelov had known what was in his, Neshdanov's, heart, he would not, perhaps, have given him the portrait. He held in his hand the little round piece of paper carefully set in its black frame with a mount of gold paper, and he did not know what to do with it. Here is a man's whole life in my hand, was the thought that occurred to him. He realized what a sacrifice Markelov was making, but why? Why was it to him? Should he give back the portrait? No, that would be a still crueler affront. And after all, wasn't that face dear to him? Didn't he love her? Neshdanov with some inward misgiving turned his eyes upon Markelov. Wasn't he looking at him, trying to read his thoughts? But Markelov was again staring into the corner and gnawing his moustache. The old servant came into the room with a candle in his hand. Markelov started. "It's time for bed, dear Alexei," he cried. "Morning brings better counsel. I will give you horses, you will drive home, and goodbye, brother." "And goodbye to you too, old fellow," he added suddenly, turning to the servant and slapping him on the shoulder. "Think of me kindly." The old man was so astounded that he all but dropped the candle, and his eyes, bent on his master, expressed something other, and more, than his habitual dejection. Neshdanov went to his room. He was miserable. His head was still aching from the wine he had drunk, there were noises in his ears, and lights dazzling before his eyes, even though he shut them. Golushkin, the clerk Vasya, Fomushka, Fimushka, kept revolving before him. In the distance Mariana's image seemed distrustful, would not come near. Everything he had said or done himself struck him as such lying and affectation, such superfluous and humbugging nonsense. And the thing that ought to be done, the aim that ought to be striven for, was not to be found anywhere, unattainable under lock and bar, buried in the bottomless pit. And he was beset with the unceasing desire to get up, go to Markelov, and say to him, "Take back your present, take it back." "Oh, what a loathsome thing life is," he cried at last. The next morning he went off early. Markelov was already on the steps, surrounded by peasants. Whether he had called them together or they had come of themselves, Neshdanov could not make out. Markelov said good-bye to him, very briefly and dryly. But he seemed to be about to make some important communication to the peasants. The old servant was hanging about the steps with his unvarying expression. The coach quickly passed through the town, and moved at a furious pace directly the open country was reached. The horses were the same, but the coachman, either because Neshdanov was living in a grand house, or for some other reason, was reckoning on something handsome, for vodka. And we all know that when a coachman has had vodka, or is confidently expecting it, the horses trot their best. It was June weather, though fresh. Lofty clouds were gambolling over the sky. There was a strong, steady breeze. The road, after the previous day's rain, was not dusty. The willows rustled, gleamed and rippled. Everything was moving, fluttering. The peewit's cry came whistling from the distant slopes, across the green ravines, just as though the cry had wings and was flying on them. The crows were glossing themselves in the sun. Something like black fleas was moving across the straight line of the bare horizon. It was the peasants ploughing their fallow land a second time. But Neshdanov let it all pass by unseen. He did not even notice that he was driving into Sipyagin's property. He was overcome by his brooding thoughts. He started, though, when he saw the roof of the house, the upper story, Mariana's window. "Yes," he said to himself, and there was a glow of warmth about his heart. "He was right. She's a good girl, and I love her." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He hurriedly changed his clothes and went to give Kolya his lesson. Sipyagin, whom he met in the dining room, bowed to him with chilly politeness, and, muttering through his teeth, "Had a pleasant visit?" went on to his study. The statesman had already decided in his diplomatic mind that directly the vacation was over he would promptly pack this tutor off to Petersburg, as he was positively too red, and meanwhile he would keep an eye on him. "Je n'ai pas eu la main heureuse cette fois-ci," he thought to himself. "However, j'aurais pu tomber pire." Valentina Mihalovna's sentiments towards Neshdanov were far more energetic and defined. She could not endure him now. He, this little scrub of a boy, had affronted her. Mariana had not been mistaken. It was she, Valentina Mihalovna, who had been spying on her and Neshdanov in the corridor. The distinguished lady was not above such a proceeding. In the course of the 2 days his absence had lasted, though she had said nothing to her thoughtless niece, she had repeatedly given her to understand that she was aware of everything, that she would have been indignant had she not been half contemptuous, half compassionate. Her face was filled with restrained, inward contempt, her eyebrows were raised with something of irony and, at the same time, of pity whenever she looked at or spoke to Mariana. Her superb eyes rested with tender perplexity, with mournful disgust, on the self-willed girl who, after all her fancies and eccentricities, had come to kissing, in dark rooms, with the paltry little undergraduate. Poor Mariana, her stern, proud lips knew nothing as yet of any man's kisses. Valentina Mihalovna had, however, given her husband no hint of the discovery she had made. She contented herself by accompanying a few words addressed to Mariana in his presence by a significant smile, in no way relevant to their apparent meaning. Valentina Mihalovna felt positively rather remorseful for having written the letter to her brother, but all things considered she preferred to repent and have done it than be spared her penitence at the price of the letter not having been written. Of Mariana, Neshdanov had a glimpse in the dining-room at lunch. He thought her looking thin and yellow. She was not at all pretty that day, but the rapid glance she flung at him the instant he came into the room went straight to his heart. On the other hand, Valentina Mihalovna looked at him as though she were continually repeating inwardly, "I congratulate you. Well done. Very smart." And at the same time she wanted to discover from his face whether Markelov had shown him the letter or not. She decided at last that he had shown it. Sipyagin, hearing that Neshdanov had been to the factory of which Solomin was the manager, began cross-questioning him about that manufacturing enterprise which presents so many striking points of interest. But being shortly convinced from the young man's answers that he had really seen nothing there, he relapsed into majestic silence, with the air of reproaching himself for having expected any valuable information from such an undeveloped person. As they left the dining-room, Mariana managed to whisper to Neshdanov, "Wait for me in the old birch copse, Alexei. I will come directly I can get away." Neshdanov thought, "She too calls me Alexei, just as he did." And how sweet that familiarity was to him, though rather terrible too. And how strange, and how incredible, if she had suddenly begun addressing him as Mr. Neshdanov again, if she had been more distant to him. He felt that that would be misery to him. Whether he was in love with her he could not be sure yet, but that she was precious to him and near and necessary, yes, above all necessary, that he felt to the very depths of his being. The copse to which Mariana had sent him consisted of some hundreds of old birch trees, mostly of the weeping variety. The wind had not dropped. The long bundles of twigs nodded and tossed like loosened tresses in the breeze. The clouds, as before, flew fast and high up in the sky, and when one of them floated across the sun, everything grew, not dark, but of one uniform tint. Then it floated past, and suddenly glaring patches of light were waving everywhere again, in tangled medley riot, mingled with patches of shade. The rustle and movement were the same, but a kind of festive delight was added. With just such joyous violence passion makes its way into a heart distraught and darkened by trouble. And just such was the heart Neshdanov carried within his breast. He leaned against the trunk of a birch tree and began waiting. He did not really know what he was feeling, and indeed he did not want to know. He felt at once more disturbed and more light of heart than at Markelov's. He longed before all things to see her, to speak to her. The chain which so suddenly binds two living creatures together had him fast just then. Neshdanov bethought himself of the rope flung to the quay when the ship is ready to be made fast. Now it is twisted tight about a post, and the ship is at rest. In harbour, God be thanked. Suddenly he trembled. There was a glimpse of a woman's dress on the path in the distance. It was she. But whether she was coming towards him or going away from him, he could not be sure, until he saw that the patches of light and shadow glided from below upwards over her figure. So she was approaching. They would have moved from above downwards if she had been walking away. A few instants more and she was standing near him, before him, with a bright face of greeting, a tender light in her eyes, a faint but gay smile on her lips. He snatched her outstretched hands, but at first could not utter a word. She too said nothing. She had walked very quickly and was a little out of breath. But it could be seen she was immensely overjoyed that he was overjoyed to see her. She was the first to speak. "Well," she began, "tell me quickly what you've decided on." Neshdanov was surprised. "Decided? Why, were we to have decided on anything just now?" "Oh, you know what I mean. Tell me what you talked about. Whom did you see? Have you made friends with Solomin? Tell me everything, everything. Stay a minute. Let's go over there, further. I know a place that's not so visible." She drew him after her. He followed her obediently right through the tall, scanty, dry grass. She led him to the place she meant. There lay a great birch tree that had fallen in a storm. They sat down on the trunk. "Come, tell me," she repeated, but she went on herself at once. "Ah, how glad I am to see you, dear. I thought these 2 days would never pass. You know, Alexei, I'm certain now that Valentina Mihalovna overheard us." "She wrote to Markelov about it," said Neshdanov. "To Markelov?" Mariana did not speak for a minute, and gradually crimsoned all over, not from shame, but from another stronger passion. "Wicked, malicious woman," she murmured slowly. "She had no right to do that. Well, never mind. Tell me everything." Neshdanov began talking. Mariana listened to him with a sort of stony attention, and only interrupted him when she noticed that he was hurrying things over, slurring over incidents. All the details of his visits were not, however, of equal interest to her. She laughed over Fomushka and Fimushka, but they did not interest her. Their life was too remote from her. "It's just as if you were telling me about Nebuchadnezzar," was her comment. But what Markelov said, what Golushkin even thought, though she soon realized what sort of a creature he was, and above all, what were Solomin's ideas and what he was like, these were the points she wanted to hear about and took to heart. When? When? That was the question that was continually in her head and on her lips when Neshtanov was talking, while he seemed to avoid everything which could give a positive answer to that question. He began to notice himself that he laid stress precisely on those incidents which were of least interest to Mariana, and he was constantly returning to them. Humorous descriptions made her impatient. A sceptical or dejected tone wounded her. He had constantly to come to the cause, the question. Then, on that subject, no amount of talk wearied her. Neshtanov was reminded of a summer he had spent with some old friends in the country before he was a student, when he used to tell stories to the children, and they, too, did not appreciate descriptions nor expressions of personal, individual sensation. They, too, had demanded action, facts. Mariana was not a child, but in the directness and simplicity of her feelings she was like one. Neshtanov praised Markelov with warmth and sincerity, and spoke with special appreciation of Solomin. Speaking almost in enthusiastic terms about him, he asked himself what precisely was it gave him such a high opinion of that man. He had uttered nothing specially brilliant. Some of his sayings seemed indeed directly opposed to his, Neshtanov's, convictions. "He's a well-balanced character," was his conclusion. "That's it. Businesslike, cool, as Fimushka said, a solid fellow. Calm, strong force. He knows what he wants, and has confidence in himself, and arouses confidence in others. There's no excitement, and balance, balance. That's the great thing, just what I haven't got." Neshtanov was silent, absorbed in reflection. Suddenly he felt a caressing hand on his shoulder. He raised his head. Mariana was looking at him with anxious, tender eyes. "My dear, what is it?" she asked. He took her hand from his shoulder and for the first time kissed that strong little hand. Mariana gave a slight smile as though wondering how such a polite attention could occur to him. Then she in her turn grew thoughtful. "Did Markelov show you Valentina Mialovna's letter?" she asked at last. "Yes." "Well, how was he?" He's the noblest, most unselfish fellow. Neshtanov was on the point of telling Mariana about the portrait, but he checked himself and only repeated, "The noblest fellow." "Oh, yes, yes." Mariana again fell to musing, and suddenly turning around towards Neshtanov on the trunk which served them both for a seat, she said with vivid interest, "Well then, what did you decide?" Neshtanov shrugged his shoulders. "Why, I've told you. Nothing. As yet. We shall have to wait a little longer." "Wait longer? What for?" "Final instructions." Of course that's a fib, Neshtanov thought. "From whom?" "From, you know, Vasily Nikolaevich. And oh yes, we must wait too till Ostrodumov comes back." Mariana looked inquiringly at Neshtanov. "Tell me, did you ever see Vasily Nikolaevich?" "I have seen him twice. Just a glimpse, that was all." "What is he? A remarkable man?" "How shall I tell you? He's the head now and controls everything. We couldn't do without discipline in our work. Obedience is essential. And that's all rot," was his inward comment. "What's he like to look at?" "Oh, stumpy, heavy, dark. High cheekbones, like a Kalmyk. A coarse face. Only he has very keen, bright eyes." "And how does he talk?" "He does not talk so much as command." "Why was he made head?" "Oh, he's a man of character. He wouldn't stick at anything. If necessary, he'd kill anyone. And so he's feared." "And what's Solomin like?" inquired Mariana after a short pause. "Solomin's not handsome either. Only he has a nice, simple, honest face. You see faces like that among divinity students, the good ones." Neshtanov described Solomin in detail. Mariana gazed a long, long time at Neshdanov. Then she said as though to herself, "You have a good face too. I think life would be sweet with you, Alexei." That saying touched Neshdanov. He took her hand again and was lifting it to his lips. "Defer your civilities," said Mariana, smiling. She always smiled when her hand was kissed. "You don't know. I have a sin to confess to you." "What have you done?" "Why, in your absence I went into your room, and there on your table I saw a manuscript book of verses." Neshdanov started. He remembered that he had forgotten the book and left it on the table in his room. "And I must confess, I couldn't overcome my curiosity, and I read it. They are your verses, aren't they?" "Yes. And do you know, Mariana, the best possible proof of how devoted I am to you and how I trust you is that I'm hardly angry with you." "Hardly? Then however little you are angry. By the way, you call me Mariana. That's right. I can't call you Neshdanov, I must call you Alexei. And the poem beginning, 'My dear one, when I come to die,' is that yours too?" "Yes, yes, but please leave off. Don't torment me." Mariana shook her head. "It's very melancholy, that poem. I hope you wrote it before you knew me. But it's real poetry so far as I can judge. It seems to me you might have been an author, only I know for certain that you have a better, higher vocation than literature. It was all very well to be busy with that, before, when nothing else was possible." Neshdanov bent a rapid glance upon her. "You think so? Yes, I agree with you. Better failure in this than success in the other." Mariana rose impulsively. "Yes, my dearest, you are right," she cried, and her whole face was radiant, glowing with the fire and light of rapture, with the softening of generous emotion. "You are right, Alexei, but perhaps we shall not fail at once. We shall succeed, you will see. We shall be useful, our life shall not be spent in vain. We will go and live among the people. Do you know any trade? No? Well, never mind, we will work, we will devote to them, our brothers, all we know. I will cook and sew and wash if need be. You shall see, you shall see. And there'll be no merit in it, but happiness, happiness." Mariana broke off, but her eyes, fixed eagerly on the distant horizon, not that which spread out before her, but another unseen, unknown horizon perceived by her. Her eyes glowed. Neshdanov bent down before her. "Oh, Mariana," he whispered, "I'm not worthy of you." She suddenly shook herself. "It's time to go home, high time," she said, "or they'll be looking for us again directly. Though Valentina Mialovna, I think, has given me up. In her eyes I'm ruined." Mariana uttered this word with such a bright and happy face that Neshdanov could not help smiling too as he looked at her, and repeated, "Ruined." "But she's terribly offended," Mariana went on, "that you're not at her feet. But that's all of no consequence, there's something I must talk of. You see, it will be impossible for me to stay here. I shall have to run away." "Run away?" repeated Neshdanov. "Yes, run away. You're not going to stay, are you? We will go together. We must work together. You'll come with me, won't you?" "To the ends of the earth," cried Neshdanov, and there was a sudden ring of emotion and a kind of impetuous gratitude in his voice. "To the ends of the earth." At that instant he would certainly have gone with her wherever she wished, without looking back. Mariana understood him and gave a short blissful sigh. "Then take my hand, Alexei, only don't kiss it, and hold it tight like a comrade, like a friend. There, so." They walked together to the house, pensive, blissful. The young grass caressed their feet, the young leaves stirred about them. Patches of light and shade flitted swiftly over their garments, and they both smiled at the restless frolic of the light, and the merry bluster of the wind, and the fresh glitter of the leaves, and at their own youth and one another. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dawn was already beginning in the sky on the night after Golushkin's dinner, when Solomin, after about 4 miles of brisk walking, knocked at the gate in the high fence surrounding the factory. The watchman let him in at once, and followed by 3 sheep-dogs vigorously wagging their shaggy tails, he led him with respectful solicitude to his little lodge. He was obviously delighted at his chief's successful return home. "How is it you're here tonight, Vasily Fedotich? We didn't expect you till tomorrow." "Oh, it's all right, Gavrila. It's nice walking at night." Excellent, though rather exceptional, relations existed between Solomin and his work-people. They respected him as a superior and behaved with him as an equal, as one of themselves. Only in their eyes he was a wonderful scholar. "What Vasily Fedotich says," they used to repeat, "is always right, for there's no sort of study he hasn't been through, and there isn't an Anglisher he's not a match for." Some distinguished English manufacturer had once, as a fact, visited the factory, and either because Solomin spoke English to him, or that he really was impressed by his knowledge of his business, he kept clapping him on the shoulder and laughing and inviting him to come to Liverpool to see him. And he declared to the workpeople in his broken Russian, "Oh, she's very good man, yours here. Oh, very good," at which the workpeople in their turn laughed heartily, but with some pride, feeling, "So our man's all that, one of us." And he really was one of them and theirs. Early the next morning Solomin's favourite, Pavel, came into his room, waked him, poured him water to wash with, told him some piece of news, and asked him some question. Then they had some tea together hurriedly, and Solomin, pulling on his greasy grey working pea-jacket, went into the factory, and his life began to turn round again, like a huge flywheel. But a fresh break was in store for it. 5 days after Solomin's return to his work, a handsome little phaeton, with 4 splendid horses harnessed abreast, drove into the factory yard, and a groom in pale pea-green livery was conducted by Pavel to the lodge, and solemnly handed Solomin a letter, sealed with an armorial crest, from His Excellency Boris Andreevich Sipiagin. In this letter, which was redolent not of scent, oh no, but of a sort of peculiarly distinguished and disgusting English odour, and was written in the third person, not by a secretary, but by His Excellency himself, the enlightened owner of the Arjano estate first apologized for addressing a person with whom he was not personally acquainted, but of whom he, Sipiagin, had heard such flattering accounts. Then he ventured to invite Mr. Solomin to his country seat, as his advice might be of the utmost service to him, Sipiagin, in an industrial undertaking of some magnitude. And in the hope of Mr. Solomin's kindly consenting to do so, he, Sipiagin, was sending his carriage for him. In case it should be impossible for Mr. Solomin to get away that day, he, Sipiagin, most earnestly begged Mr. Solomin to appoint him any other day convenient to him, and he, Sipiagin, would gladly place the same carriage at his, Mr. Solomin's, disposal. There followed the usual civilities, and at the end of the letter was a postscript in the first person. "I hope you will not refuse to dine with me quite simply, not in evening dress." The words "quite simply" were underlined. Together with this letter the pea-green footman, with a certain show of embarrassment, gave Solomin a simple note, simply stuck up without a seal, from Neshdanov, which contained only a few words. "Please come, you are greatly needed here and may be of great service. I need hardly say, not to Mr. Sipiagin." On reading Sipiagin's letter, Solomin thought, "Quite simply? How else should I go? I never had an evening suit in my life. And why the devil should I go trailing out there? It's simple waste of time." But after a glance at Neshdanov's note, he scratched his head and walked to the window, irresolute. "What answer are you graciously pleased to send?" the pea-green footman questioned sedately. Solomin stood a moment longer at the window, and at last, shaking back his hair and passing his hand over his forehead, he said, "I will come. Let me have time to dress." The footman with well-bred discretion withdrew, and Solomin sent for Pavel, had some talk with him, ran over once more to the factory, and putting on a black coat with a very long waist, made him by a provincial tailor, and a rather rusty top hat, which at once gave a wooden expression to his face, he seated himself in the phaeton, then suddenly remembered he had taken no gloves, and called the ubiquitous Pavel, who brought him a pair of white chamois leather gloves, recently washed, every finger of which had stretched at the tip and looked like a finger biscuit. Solomin stuffed the gloves into his pocket, and said they could drive on. Then the footman, with a sudden, quite unnecessary swiftness, leapt on to the box, the well-trained coachman gave a shrill whistle, and the horses went off at a trot. While they were gradually carrying Solomin to Sipiagin's estate, that statesman was sitting in his drawing-room with a half-cut political pamphlet on his knee, talking about him to his wife. He confided to her that he had really written to him with the object of trying whether he couldn't entice him away from the merchant's factory to his own, as it was in a very bad way indeed, and radical reforms were needed. The idea that Solomon would refuse to come, or even fix another day, Cipiagan could not entertain for an instant, though he had himself offered Solomon a choice of days in his letter. "But ours are paper mills, not cotton spinning, you know," observed Valentina Mihalovna. "It's all the same, my love. There's machinery in the one, and machinery in the other, and he's a mechanician. But perhaps he's a specialist, you know." "My love, in the first place, there are no specialists in Russia, and secondly, I repeat, he's a mechanician." Valentina Mihalovna smiled. "Take care, my dear, you've been unlucky once already with young men. Mind you don't make a second mistake." "You mean Neshdanov? But I consider I attained my object anyway. He's an excellent teacher for Kolya. And besides, you know, non bis in idem. Pardon my pedantry, please. That means facts don't repeat themselves." "You think not? But I think everything in the world repeats itself, especially what's in the nature of things, and especially with young people." "Que voulez-vous dire?" asked Cipiagin, flinging the pamphlet on the table with a graceful gesture. "Ouvrez les yeux et vous verrez," Madame Cipiagin answered him. Speaking French, of course, to one another they said vous. Commented Cipiagin. "Are you alluding to the student fellow?" "To Monsieur le student, yes." Has he got—" He moved his hand about his forehead. "Anything afoot here? Eh?" "Open your eyes." "Mariana." "Eh?" The second A was decidedly more nasal than the first. "Open your eyes, I tell you." Cipiagin frowned. "Well, we will go into all that later on. Just now I only wanted to say one thing. This fellow will probably be rather uncomfortable. Of course that's natural enough, he's not used to society. So we shall have to be rather friendly with him, so as not to alarm him. I don't mean that for you. You're a perfect treasure, and you can captivate anyone in no time if you choose to. J'en sais quelque chose, madame. I mention it in regard to other people. For instance, our friend there." He pointed to a fashionable grey hat lying on a whatnot. The hat belonged to Mr. Kolomietsev, who happened to be at Arjano early that morning. "Il est très cassant, you know. He has such an intense contempt for the people, a thing of which I deeply disapprove. I've noticed in him, too, for some time past, a certain irritability and quarrelsomeness. In his little affair in that quarter—" Cipiagin nodded his head in some undefined direction, but his wife understood him. "Not getting on well, eh?" "Open your eyes, I tell you again." Cipiagin got up. "Eh?" This "eh" was of an utterly different character and in a different tone, much lower. "You don't say so. I may open them too wide. They'd better be careful." "That's for you to say. But as to your new young man, if he only comes today, you needn't worry yourself. Every precaution shall be taken." And after all, it turned out that no precaution was at all needed. Solomon was not in the least uncomfortable or alarmed. When the servant announced his arrival, Cipiagin at once got up, called out loudly so that it could be heard in the hall. "Ask him up, of course, ask him up." Went to the drawing-room door and stood right in front of it. Solomon was scarcely through the doorway when Cipiagin, whom he almost knocked up against, held out both hands to him, and smiling affably and nodding his head, said cordially, "This is indeed good, on your part. How grateful I am," and led him up to Valentina Mihalovna. "This is my good wife," he said, softly pressing his hand against Solomon's back, and as it were impelling him towards Valentina Mihalovna. "Here, my dear, is our leading mechanician and manufacturer, Vasily Fedosievich Solomon." Madame Cipiagin rose, and with a beautiful upward quiver of her exquisite eyelashes, first smiled to him, simply, as to a friend, then held out her little hand, palm uppermost, her elbow pressed against her waist, and her head bent in the direction of her hand, in the attitude of a suppliant. Solomon let both husband and wife play off their little tricks upon him, shook hands with both, and took a seat at the first invitation to do so. Cipiagin began to fuss about him. Wouldn't he take something? But Solomon replied that he did not want anything, wasn't in the least fatigued with the journey, and was completely at his disposal. "You mean I may ask you to visit the factory?" cried Zipiagin, as though quite overcome, and not daring to believe in such condescension on the part of his guest. "At once," answered Solomin. "Ah, how good you are! Shall I order the carriage, or perhaps you would prefer to walk? Why, it's not far from here, I suppose, your factory? Half a mile, not more. Then why order the carriage? Ah, that's delightful then. Boy, my hat, my stick at once. And you, little missus, bestir yourself and have a good dinner ready for us. My hat." Zipiagin was far more perturbed than his visitor. Repeating once more, "But where's my hat?" he, the great dignitary, bustled out of the room like a frolicsome schoolboy. While he was talking to Solomin, Valentina Mihalovna was looking stealthily but intently at this new young man. He was sitting calmly in his easy chair, with his bare hands, he had not after all put on the gloves, lying on his knees, and calmly, though with curiosity, looking about at the furniture and the pictures. "How is it?" she thought. "He is a plebeian, an unmistakable plebeian, but how naturally he behaves." Solomin did certainly behave very naturally, and not as some do, who are simple indeed, but with a sort of intensity, as though to say, "Look at me, understand what sort of a man I am," but like a man whose feelings and ideas are strong without being complex. Madame Zipiagin wanted to enter into conversation with him, but, to her amazement, could not at once find anything suitable to say. "Good heavens," she thought, "can I be impressed by this workman?" "Boris Andreich ought to be very grateful to you," she said at last, "for consenting to devote part of your valuable time to him." "It's not so valuable as all that, madam," answered Solomin, "and I'm not come to you for very long." "Voilà où l'ours a montré sa patte," she thought in French. But at that instant her husband appeared in the open doorway, with his hat on and his stick in his hand. Turning half round, he cried with a free and easy air, "Vasily Fedosievich, ready to start?" Solomin got up, bowed to Valentina Mihalovna, and walked out behind Zipiagin. "Follow me this way, Vasily Fedosievich," Zipiagin called, just as though he were going through a forest and Solomin needed a guide. "This way. There are steps here, Vasily Fedosievich." "When you are pleased to call me by my father's name," Solomin observed deliberately. "I'm not Fedosievich, but Fedotich." Zipiagin looked back at him over his shoulder, almost in a fright. "Ah, I beg your pardon, indeed, Vasily Fedotich." "Not at all, no occasion." They went into the courtyard. They happened to meet Kalomietsev. "Where are you off to?" he inquired, looking askance at Solomin. "To the factory? C'est là l'individu en question?" Zipiagin opened his eyes wide and slightly shook his head by way of warning. "Yes, to the factory, to show my sins and transgressions to this gentleman, the mechanician. Let me introduce you, Mr. Kalomietsev, our neighbour here, Mr. Solomin." Kalomietsev nodded his head twice, hardly perceptibly, not at all in Solomin's direction, without looking at him. But he looked at Kalomietsev, and there was a gleam of something in his half-closed eyes. "May I join you?" asked Kalomietsev. "You know I like instruction." "Of course you may." They went out of the courtyard into the road, and had not gone 20 steps when they saw the parish priest in a cassock, hitched up into the belt, making his way home to the so-called Pope's Quarter. Kalomietsev promptly left his two companions, and with long resolute strides approached the priest, who was not at all expecting this and was rather disconcerted, asked his blessing, deposited a sounding kiss on his moist red hand, and turning to Solomin, flung him a challenging glance. He obviously knew a fact or two about him, and wanted to show off and to display his contempt for this learned rascal. "C'est une manifestation, mon cher," Zipiagin muttered through his teeth. Kalomietsev gave a snort. "Oui, mon cher, une manifestation nécessaire par le temps qui court." They went into the factory. They were met by a little Russian with an immense beard and false teeth, who had succeeded the former superintendent, the German, when Zipiagin finally dismissed him. This little Russian was a temporary substitute. He obviously knew nothing of the business, and could do nothing but sigh and incessantly repeat, "Maybe," and "just so." The inspection of the establishment began. Some of the factory hands knew Solomin by sight and bowed to him, and to one of them he even said, "Hullo, Grigori, you here?" He soon saw that the business was badly managed. Money had been laid out profusely but injudiciously. The machines turned out to be of poor quality. Many were unnecessary and useless. Many that were needed were lacking. Sipiagin kept constantly looking at Solomon's face to guess his opinion, put some timid questions, wished to know if he were pleased at any rate with the system. "The system's all right," answered Solomon, "but can it give any return? I doubt it." Not Sipiagin only, but even Kolomietsev felt that Solomon was, as it were, at home in the factory, that everything in it was thoroughly familiar to him and understood to the smallest detail, that here he was the master. He laid his hand on a machine as a driver lays his hand on a horse's neck. He poked his fingers into a wheel and it stopped moving or began going round. He scooped up in his hand out of the vat a little of the pulp of which the paper was made, and at once it revealed all its defects. Solomon said little, and did not even look at the little Russian at all. In silence, too, he walked out of the factory. Sipiagin and Kolomietsev followed him. Sipiagin did not tell anyone to accompany him. He positively stamped and gnashed his teeth. He was very much disturbed. "I see by your face," he said, addressing Solomon, "that you're not pleased with my factory, and I know myself that it's in an unsatisfactory state and unprofitable. However, please don't scruple to speak out. What are really its most important shortcomings, and what is to be done to improve it?" "Paper-making's not in my line," answered Solomon, "but one thing I can tell you, industrial undertakings aren't the thing for gentlemen." "You regard such pursuits as degrading for gentlemen?" interposed Kolomietsev. Solomon smiled his broad smile. "Oh no, what an idea! What is there degrading about it? And even if there were, the gentry aren't squeamish as to that, you know." "Eh? What's that?" "I only meant," Solomon resumed tranquilly, "that gentlemen aren't used to that sort of business. Commercial foresight is needed for that. Everything has to be put on a different footing. You need training for it. The gentry don't understand that. We see them right and left founding cloth factories, wool factories, and all sorts, but in the long run all these factories fall into the hands of merchants. It's a pity, for the merchant's just as much of a bloodsucker, but there's no help for it." "To listen to you," cried Kolomietsev, "one would suppose financial questions were beyond our nobility." "Oh, quite the contrary. The gentry are first-rate hands at that. For getting concessions for railroads, founding banks, begging some tax exemption for themselves, or anything of that sort, none are a match for the gentry. They accumulate great capitals. I hinted at that just now, when you were pleased to take offence at it. But I was thinking of regular industrial enterprises. I say regular, because founding private taverns and petty truck shops and lending the peasants wheat or money at 100 and 150%, as so many of our land-owning gentry are doing now, operations like that I can't regard as genuine commercial business." Kolomietsev made no reply. He belonged to just that new species of money-lending landowner whom Markelov had referred to in his last talk with Nesdanov, and he was the more inhuman in his extortions that he had never had any personal dealings with the peasants. He did not admit them into his perfumed European study, but did business with them through an agent. As he listened to Solomon's deliberate, as it were, impartial speech, he was raging inwardly, but he was silent this time, and only the working of the muscles of his face betrayed what was passing within him. "But, Vasily Fedotich, allow me," began Sipiagin. "All that you were expressing was a perfectly just criticism in former days, when the nobility enjoyed totally different privileges, and were altogether in another position. But nowadays, after all the beneficial reforms, in our industrial age, why cannot the nobility turn their energies and abilities into such enterprises? Why should they be unable to understand what is understood by the simple, often unlettered merchant? They don't suffer from lack of education, and one may even claim with confidence that they are in some sense the representatives of enlightenment and progress." Boris Andreevich spoke very well. His fluency would have had great effect in Petersburg, in his department, or even in higher quarters, but on Solomon it produced no impression whatever. "The gentry cannot manage these things," he repeated. "And why not? Why?" Kolomietsev almost shouted. "Because they will always remain mere officials." "Officials!" Kolomietsev laughed malignantly. "You don't quite realize what you are saying, I fancy, Mr. Solomon." Solomon still smiled as before. "What makes you fancy that, Mr. Kolomentsev?" Kolomietsev positively shuddered at such a mutilation of his surname. "No, I always fully realize what I am saying." "Then explain what you meant by your last expression." "Certainly. In my idea, every official is an outsider, and has always been so, and the gentry have now become outsiders." Kolomietsev laughed still more. "I beg your pardon, my dear sir. That I can't make head or tail of." "So much the worse for you. Make a great effort. Perhaps you will understand it." "Sir!" "Gentlemen, gentlemen," Zipiagin interposed hurriedly with an air of searching earnestly about him for someone. If you please. Kalomietsev, je vous prie de vous calmer. And dinner will be ready soon, to be sure. Pray, gentlemen, follow me." "Valentina Mialovna," whined Kalomietsev, running into her boudoir 5 minutes later. "It's really beyond everything, what your husband is doing. One nihilist installed here among you already, and now he's bringing in another. And this one's the worst." "How so?" "Upon my word, he's advocating the deuce knows what. And besides, observe one thing. He has been talking to your husband for a whole hour, and never once, not once, did he say 'Your Excellency.' Le vagabond." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before dinner, Zipiagin called his wife aside into the library. He wanted to have a talk with her alone. He seemed worried. He told her that the factory was distinctly coming to grief, that this man Solomin struck him as a very capable fellow, though a trifle abrupt, and that they must continue to be au petit soin with him. "Ah, if we could only persuade him to come, what a good thing it would be," he repeated twice. Zipiagin was much irritated at Kalomietsev's presence. The devil brought him. He sees nihilists on every side, and thinks of nothing but suppressing them. He's welcome to suppress them at home. He positively can't hold his tongue. Valentina Mialovna observed that she would be delighted to be au petit soin with this new guest, only he seemed not to care for these petits soins, and not to notice them. Not that he was rude, but very cool in a sort of way, which was extremely remarkable in a man du commun. "Never mind, do your best," Zipiagin besought her. Valentina Mialovna promised to do her best, and she did do her best. She began by talking en tête-à-tête to Kalomietsev. There is no knowing what she said to him, but he came to table with the air of a man who has undertaken to be discreet and submissive, whatever he may have to listen to. This opportune resignation gave his whole bearing a shade of slight melancholy. But what dignity! Oh, what dignity there was in every one of his movements! Valentina Mialovna introduced Solomin to all the family circle. He looked at Mariana with most attention, and made him sit beside her, on her right hand, at dinner. Kalomietsev was seated on her left. As he unfolded his napkin, he pursed up his face with a smile that seemed to say, "Come, now, let us go through our little farce." Zipiagin sat facing him, and with some anxiety kept an eye on him. By Madame Zipiagin's rearrangement of the seats at table, Neshdanov was placed not beside Mariana, but between Anna Zaharovna and Zipiagin. Mariana found her card, for the dinner was a ceremonious affair, on the dinner napkin between Kalomietsev and Kolya. The dinner was served in great style. There was even a menu. A decorated card lay beside each knife and fork. Immediately after the soup, Zipiagin turned the conversation again on his factory, and on manufacturing industry in Russia generally. Solomin, after his habit, answered very briefly. As soon as he began to speak, Mariana's eyes were fastened upon him. Kalomietsev, as he sat beside her, had begun by addressing various compliments to her, seeing that he had been specially begged not to provoke an argument, but she was not listening to him, and indeed he uttered these civilities in a half-hearted fashion to satisfy his conscience. He realized that there was some barrier between the young girl and him that he could not get over. As for Neshdanov, something still worse had come into existence between him and the head of the house. For Zipiagin, Neshdanov had become simply a piece of furniture or an empty space, which he it seemed utterly, failed to remark. These new relations had taken shape so quickly and unmistakably that when Neshdanov during dinner uttered a few words in reply to an observation of his neighbour, Anna Zaharovna, Zipiagin looked round wonderingly as though asking himself, "Where does that sound come from?" Obviously Zipiagin possessed some of the characteristics that distinguish Russians of the very highest position. After the fish, Valentina Mialovna, who for her part had been lavishing all her arts and graces on her right, that is, on Solomin, remarked in English to her husband across the table that our guest drinks no wine, perhaps he would like beer. Sipiagin called loudly for ale, while Solomin, turning quietly to Valentina Mihalovna, said, "You don't know, madam, I expect, that I spent over 2 years in England and can understand and speak English. I tell you this in case you might want to speak of something private before me." Valentina Mihalovna laughed and began to assure him this precaution was quite unnecessary, since he would hear nothing but good of himself. Inwardly she thought Solomin's action rather queer, but delicate in its own way. At this point Kalomietsev broke out at last. "So you have been in England," he began, "and probably you studied the manners and customs there. Allow me to inquire, did you think they were worth imitating?" "Some yes, some no." "That's short and not clear," observed Kalomietsev, trying not to notice the signs Sipiagin was making to him. "But you were speaking this morning about the nobles. You have doubtless had an opportunity of studying what's called in England the landed gentry on the spot?" "No, I had no such opportunity. I moved in a totally different sphere, but I formed a notion of these gentlemen for myself." "Well, do you imagine that such a landed gentry is impossible among us, and that in any case we ought not to wish for it?" "In the first place, I certainly do imagine it to be impossible, and secondly, I think it's not worth while wishing for it either." "Why so, my dear sir?" said Kalomietsev. The last 3 words were by way of soothing Sipiagin, who was very uneasy and could not sit still in his chair. "Because in 20 or 30 years your landed gentry will cease to exist anyway." "But really, why so, my dear sir?" "Because by that time the land will have come into the hands of owners, without distinction of rank. Merchants? Probably merchants, mostly. How will that be?" "Why, by their buying it. The land, I mean." "Of the nobles?" "Yes, the nobles." Kalomietsev gave a condescending smirk. "You said the very same thing before, I remember, of mills and factories, and now you say it of the whole of the land." "Yes, I say the same now of the whole of the land." "And you will be very glad of it, I suppose?" "Not at all, as I have explained to you already, the people will be no better off for it." Kalomietsev faintly raised one hand. "What solicitude for the people's welfare, only fancy!" "Vasily Fedotich," cried Sipiagin at the top of his voice, "they have brought you some beer. Voyons, Simeon," he added in an undertone. But Kalomietsev would not be quiet. "You have not, I see," he began again, addressing Solomin, "an over-flattering opinion of the merchants, but they belong by extraction to the people, don't they?" "And so?" "I suppose that everything relating to the people or derived from the people would be good in your eyes." "Oh no, sir, you are mistaken in supposing that. Our people are open to reproach in many ways, though they're not always in the wrong. The merchant among us so far is a brigand. He uses his own private property for brigandage. What's he to do? He's exploited and he exploits. As for the people..." "The people?" queried Kalomietsev in high falsetto. "The people are asleep." "And you would wake them?" "That wouldn't be amiss." "Aha! Aha! So that's what..." Excuse me," Sipiagin pronounced imperiously. He realized that the instant had come to draw the line, so to speak, to close the discussion. And he drew the line. He closed the discussion. With a wave of his right hand from the wrist, while his elbow remained propped on the table, he delivered a long and detailed speech. On one side he commended the Conservatives, on the other approved of the Liberals, awarding some preference to the latter, reckoning himself among their number. He extolled the people, but referred to some of their weak points, expressed complete confidence in the government, but asked himself whether all subordinate officials were fully carrying out its benevolent designs. He recognized the service and the dignity of literature, but declared that without the utmost caution it was inadmissible. He looked towards the east, first rejoiced, then was dubious; looked towards the west, first was apathetic, then suddenly waked up. Finally he proposed a toast in honour of the Trinity: religion, agriculture, and industry. "Under the aegis of power," Kalomietsev added severely. "Under the aegis of wise and indulgent authority," Sipiagin amended. The toast was drunk in silence. The empty space to the left of Sipiagin, known as Neshdanov, did, it is true, give vent to some sound of disapprobation, but evoking no notice, it relapsed into silence, and the dinner reached a satisfactory conclusion, undisturbed by any controversy. Valentina Mihalovna, with the most charming smile, handed Solomin a cup of coffee. He drank it, and was already looking for his hat. But softly taken by the arm by Sipiagin, was promptly drawn away into his study, and received first a most excellent cigar, and then a proposal that he should enter his, Sipiagin's, factory, on the most advantageous terms. "You shall be absolute master, Vasily Fedotich, absolute master." The cigar Solomin accepted, the proposal he refused. He positively stuck to his refusal, however much Sipiagin insisted. "Don't say no straight off, dear Vasily Fedotich. Say at least that you'll think it over till tomorrow." "But that would make no difference. I can't accept your offer." "Till tomorrow, Vasily Fedotich. What harm will it do to defer your decision?" Solomin admitted that it would certainly do him no harm. He left the study, however, and again went in search of his hat. But Neshdanov, who had not till that instant succeeded in exchanging a single word with him, drew near and hurriedly whispered, "For mercy's sake, don't go away, or it will be impossible for us to have a talk." Solomin left his hat alone, the more readily as Sipiagin, observing his irresolute movements up and down the drawing-room, cried, "You'll stay the night with us, of course." "I am at your disposal," answered Solomin. The grateful glance flung at him by Mariana, she was standing at the drawing-room window, set him musing. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mariana had pictured Solomin to herself as utterly different before his visit. At first sight he had struck her as somehow undefined, lacking in individuality. She had seen plenty of fair-haired, sinewy, thin men like that, she told herself. But the more she watched him, the more she listened to what he said, the stronger grew her feeling of confidence in him. Confidence was just what it was. This calm, heavy, not to say clumsy man was not only incapable of lying or bragging, one might rely on him like a stone wall. He would not betray one. More than that, he would understand one and support one. Mariana even fancied that this was not only her feeling, that Solomin was producing the same effect on everyone present. To what he said she attached no special significance. All this talk of merchants and factories had little interest for her. But the way he talked, the way he looked and smiled as he talked, she liked immensely. A truthful man, that was the great thing, that was what touched her. It is a well-known fact, though by no means easy to understand, that Russians are the greatest liars on the face of the earth, and yet there is nothing they respect like truth, nothing attracts them so much. Besides, Solomin was of a quite especial stamp in Mariana's eyes. On him rested the halo of a man recommended by Vasily Nikolaevich himself to his followers. During dinner Mariana had several times exchanged glances with Neshdanov in reference to him, and in the end she suddenly caught herself in an involuntary comparison of the two men, and not to Neshdanov's advantage. Neshdanov's features were undoubtedly far handsomer and more pleasing than Solomin's, but his face expressed a medley of distracting emotions: vexation, embarrassment, impatience, even despondency. He seemed sitting on thorns, tried to speak, and broke off, laughing nervously. Solomin, on the other hand, produced the impression of being, very likely, a little bored, but anyway quite at home, and of being, in what he did or felt, at all times utterly independent of what other people might do or feel. Decidedly, we must ask advice of this man, was Mariana's thought. He will be sure to give us some good advice. It was she who had sent Neshdanov to him after dinner. The evening passed rather drearily. Luckily dinner was not over till late, and there was not much time to get through before night. Kolomietsev was politely sulky and said nothing. "What's the matter?" Madame Sipiagin asked him half-jeeringly. "Have you lost something?" "That's just it," answered Kolomietsev. "They tell a story of one of our commanders of the guards that he used to complain that his soldiers had lost their socks. Find me that sock. And I say, find me the word sir. That word sir has gone astray, and all proper respect and reverence for rank have gone with it." Madame Sipiagin declared to Kolomietsev that she was not prepared to assist him in his quest of it. Emboldened by the success of his speech at dinner, Sipiagin delivered a couple of other harangues, letting drop as he did so a few statesmanlike reflections on indispensable measures. He dropped also a few sayings, des mots, more weighty than witty, he had specially prepared for Petersburg. One of these sayings he even said over twice, prefixing the phrase, "if I may be permitted so to express myself." It was a criticism of one of the ministers of the day, of whom he said that he had a fickle and frivolous intellect, bent on visionary aims. On the other hand, Sipiagin, not forgetting that he had to deal with a Russian, one of the people, did not fail to knock off a few sayings intended to prove that he was himself not merely Russian in blood, but a real Russian bear, every inch of him, and in close touch with the very inmost essence of the national life. Thus, for example, upon Kolomietsev observing that the rain might delay getting in the hay, he promptly rejoined, "Let the hay be black, for then the buckwheat'll be white." He used such proverbial terms as, "A store masterless is a child fatherless." "Try on 10 times, for once you cut out." "Where there is corn you can always find a bushel." "If the leaves on the birch are big as farthings by St. Yegor's Day, there'll be corn in the barn by the feast of Our Lady of Kazan." It must be admitted that he sometimes got them wrong, and would say, for instance, "Let the carpenter stick to his last," or "Fine houses make full bellies." But the society in which these mistakes befell did not for the most part even suspect that Notre Bon Russe had blundered. And indeed, thanks to Prince Kovrishkin, it is pretty well inured to such Russian malapropisms. And all these saws and sayings Sipiagin would enunciate in a peculiar hale and hearty, almost thick voice, d'une voix rustique. Such idioms, dropped in due place and season at Petersburg, set influential ladies of the highest position exclaiming, "Comme il connaît bien les mœurs de notre peuple," while equally influential dignitaries of equally high position would add, "les mœurs et les besoins." Valentina Mialovna did her very best with Solomin, but the obvious failure of her efforts disheartened her, and as she passed Kolomietsev she could not resist murmuring in an undertone, "Mon Dieu, que je me sens fatiguée," to which the latter responded with an ironical bow, "Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin." At last, after the usual flicker-up of politeness and affability, displayed on all the faces of a bored assembly at the moment of breaking up, after abrupt handshaking, smiles and amiable simpers, the weary guests and weary hosts separated. Solomin, who was conducted to almost the best bedchamber on the second floor, with English toilet accessories and a bathroom attached, made his way to Neshdanov. The latter began by thanking him warmly for consenting to stay the night. "I know, it's a sacrifice for you." "Oh, nonsense," Solomin responded in his deliberate tones. "Much of a sacrifice. Besides, I can't say no to you." "Why so?" "Oh, because I like you." Neshdanov was delighted and astounded, while Solomin pressed his hand. Then he seated himself astride on a chair, lighted a cigar, and with both elbows on the chair back, he observed, "Come, tell me what's the matter." Neshdanov too seated himself astride on a chair facing Solomin, but he did not light a cigar. "What's the matter, you ask?" "The matter is that I want to run away from here." "That is, you want to leave this house? Well, what of it? Good luck to you." "Not to leave, but to run away." "Why? Do they detain you?" "You? Perhaps you've received some salary in advance. If so, you need only say the word. I should be delighted." "You don't understand me, my dear Solomin. I said, run away, not leave, because I'm not going away from here alone." Solomin raised his head. "With whom?" "With that girl you saw here today." "That girl, she has a nice face. You love one another, eh? Or is it simply you have made up your minds to go away together from a house where you are both unhappy?" "We love one another." "Ah." Solomin was silent for a while. "Is she a relation of the people here?" "Yes, but she fully shares our convictions and is ready to go forward." Solomin smiled. "And are you ready, Neshdanov?" Neshdanov frowned slightly. "Why that question? I will prove my readiness in action." "I have no doubts of you, Neshdanov. I only asked because I imagine there is no one ready besides you." "What of Markelov?" "Yes, to be sure, there is Markelov, but he, I expect, was born ready. At that instant someone gave a light, rapid tap at the door, and without waiting for an answer, opened it. It was Mariana. She went up at once to Solomon. "I am sure," she began, "you will not be surprised at seeing me here at such an hour. He," Mariana indicated Neshtanov, "has told you everything, of course. Give me your hand, and believe me, it is an honest girl standing before you." "Yes, I know that," Solomon responded seriously. He had risen from his seat when Mariana appeared. "I was looking at you at dinner time and thinking, what honest eyes that young lady has. Neshtanov has been telling me certainly of your plan. But why do you mean to run away exactly?" "Why? The cause I have at heart. Don't be surprised. Neshtanov has kept nothing from me. That work is bound to begin in a few days. And am I to remain in this aristocratic house, where everything is deceit and lying? People I love will be exposed to danger, and am I—" Solomon stopped her by a motion of his hand. "Don't upset yourself. Sit down, and I'll sit down. You sit down too, Neshtanov. Let me tell you, if you have no other reason, then there's no need for you to run away from here as yet. That work isn't going to begin as soon as you suppose. A little more prudent consideration is needed in that matter. It's no good blundering forward at random. Believe me." Mariana sat down and wrapped herself up in a big plaid, which she flung over her shoulders. "But I can't stay here any longer. I'm insulted by everyone here. Only today that imbecile Anna Zaharovna said before Kolya, alluding to my father, that the apple never falls far from the apple tree. Kolya even was surprised and asked what that meant. Not to speak of Valentina Mihalovna." Solomon stopped her again, and this time with a smile. Mariana realized that he was laughing at her a little, but his smile could never have offended anyone. "What do you mean, dear lady? I don't know who that Anna Zaharovna may be, nor what apple tree you are talking about, but come now, some fool of a woman says something foolish to you, and can't you put up with it? How are you going to get through life? The whole world rests on fools. No, that's not a reason. Is there anything else?" "I am convinced," Neshtanov interposed in a thick voice, "that Mr. Sipiagin will turn me out of the house of himself in a day or two. He has certainly been told tales. He treats me in the most contemptuous fashion." Solomon turned to Neshtanov. "Then what would you run away for if you'll be turned away in any case?" Neshtanov did not at once find a reply. "I was telling you before," he began. "He used that expression," put in Mariana, "because I'm going with him." Solomon looked at her and shook his head good-humouredly. "Yes, yes, my dear young lady, but I tell you again, if you are meaning to leave this house just because you suppose the revolution is going to break out directly—" "That's what we wrote for you to come for," Mariana interrupted, "to find out for certain what position things are in." "In that case," pursued Solomon, "I repeat, you can stop at home, a good bit longer. If you mean to run away because you love each other and you can't be united otherwise, then—" "Well, what then?" "Then it only remains for me to wish you, as the old-fashioned saying is, love and good counsel, and if need be and can be, to give you any help in my power. Because, my dear young lady, you, and him too, I've loved from first sight as if you were my own brother and sister." Mariana and Neshtanov both went up to him on the right and the left, and each clasped one of his hands. "Only tell us what to do," said Mariana. "Supposing the revolution is still far off, there are preparatory steps to be taken, work to be done, impossible in this house, in these surroundings, to which we should go so eagerly together. You point them out to us, you only tell us where we are to go. Send us. You will send us, won't you?" "Where?" "To the peasants. Where should we go, if not to the people?" "Into the forest," thought Neshtanov. Parklin's saying recurred to his mind. Solomon looked intently at Mariana. "You want to get to know the people?" "Yes. That is, we don't only want to get to know the people, but to influence, to work for them." "Very good. I promise you, you shall get to know them. I will give you a chance of influencing them and working for them. And you, Neshtanov, are ready to go, for her, and for them." "Of course I am ready," he declared hurriedly. Juggernaut, another saying of Parklin's, recurred to him. Here it comes rolling along, the huge chariot, and I hear the crash and rumble of its wheels. Very good, Solomon repeated thoughtfully. But when do you intend to run away? Why not tomorrow? Cried Mariana. Very good. But where? Shh! Gently, whispered Neshtanov. Someone is coming along the corridor. They were all silent for a space. Where do you intend to go? Solomon asked again, dropping his voice. We don't know, answered Mariana. Solomon turned his eyes upon Neshtanov. The latter merely shook his head negatively. Solomon stretched out his hand and carefully snuffed the candle. I tell you what, my children, he said at last, come to my factory. It's nasty there, but very safe. I will hide you. I have a little room there. No one will find you out. You need only get there. And we won't give you up. You will say, there are a lot of people at the factory. That's a very good thing. Where there are a lot of people, it's easy to hide. Will that do, eh? We can only thank you, said Neshtanov, while Mariana, who had at first been taken aback by the idea of the factory, added quickly, Of course, of course. How good you are. But you won't leave us there long, I suppose. You will send us on? That will depend on you. But in case you meant to get married, it would be very convenient for you at the factory. Close by I've a neighbour there. He's a cousin of mine, a parish priest, by name Zosim, very amenable. He would marry you with all the pleasure in life. Mariana smiled to herself, while Neshtanov once more pressed Solomon's hand, and after a moment's pause inquired, But I say, won't your employer, the owner of the factory, have anything to say about it? Won't he make it unpleasant for you? Solomon looked askance at Neshtanov. Don't worry about me, that's quite a waste of time. As long as the factory goes all right, it's all one to my employer. Neither you nor your dear young lady have any unpleasantness to fear from him. And the workmen will be no danger to you. Only let me know beforehand. About what time am I to expect you? Neshtanov and Mariana looked at one another. The day after tomorrow, early in the morning, or the day after that, Neshtanov said at last. We can't put it off any longer. It's as likely as not they'll turn me out of the house tomorrow. All right, assented Solomon, and he got up from his chair. I will look out for you every morning. And indeed I shan't be away from home all the week. Every step shall be taken in due course. Mariana drew near him. She was on her way to the door. Goodbye, dear, kind Vasily Fedotich. That is your name, isn't it? Yes. Goodbye, at least till we meet, and thanks. Thank you. Goodbye. Good night, dear child. And goodbye, Neshtanov, till tomorrow, she added. Mariana went out quickly. Both the young men remained for some time without moving, and both were silent. Neshtanov, Solomon began at last, and he broke off. Neshtanov, he began again, tell me about this girl. What can you tell me? What has her life been up till now? Who is she, and how does she come to be here? Neshtanov told Solomon briefly what he knew. Neshtanov, he began again at last, you ought to take care of that girl, for if anything were to happen, you would be very much to blame. Goodbye. He went away, and Neshtanov stood still for a while in the middle of the room. Then muttering, it's better not to think, he flung himself face downwards on the bed. When Mariana got back to her room, she found on the table a small note which ran as follows. I am sorry for you. You are going to your ruin. Think what you are doing. Into what abyss are you flinging yourself with your eyes shut? For whom and for what? V. There was a peculiar delicate fresh scent in the room. It was clear that Valentina Mihalovna had only just gone out of it. Mariana took a pen and, writing underneath, Don't pity me. God knows which of us two is most in need of pity. I only know I would not be in your place. M. She left the note on the table. She had no doubt that her answer would fall into Valentina Mihalovna's hands. The next morning, Solomon, after seeing Neshtanov and absolutely declining to undertake the management of Sipyagin's factory, set off homewards. He mused all the way home, a thing which very seldom occurred with him. The motion of the carriage usually lulled him into a light sleep. He thought of Mariana and also of Neshtanov. He fancied that if he had been in love, he, Solomon, he would have had quite a different face. that he would have talked and looked quite differently. But, he reflected, since that has never happened to me, I can't tell, of course, what I should look like if it did. He remembered an Irish girl whom he had once seen in a shop behind the counter. He remembered what wonderful, almost black hair she had, her blue eyes and thick lashes, and how she had looked sadly and wistfully at him, and how long afterwards he had walked up and down the street before her windows, how excited he had been, and how he had kept asking himself, should he make her acquaintance or not. He was then staying in London. His employer had sent him there with a sum of money to make purchases for him. Solomon had been on the point of stopping on in London, of sending the money back to his employer, so strong was the impression made on him by the lovely Polly. He had found out her name, one of the other shopgirls had addressed her by it. He had mastered himself, however, and went back to his employer. Polly had been far more beautiful than Mariana, but this girl had the same sad, wistful look in her eyes, and she was a Russian. "But what am I thinking about?" said Solomon half aloud, "bothering my head about other men's sweethearts." And he gave a shake to the collar of his coat as though wishing to shake off all unnecessary ideas. And just then he drove up to the factory and caught a glimpse of the figure of the faithful Pavel in the doorway of his little lodge. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Solomon's refusal greatly offended Sipyagin, so much so that he suddenly arrived at the opinion that this homebred Stevenson was not such a remarkable mechanician after all, and that, though he might very likely not be a complete sham, he certainly gave himself airs like a regular plebeian. All these Russians, when they imagine they know a thing, are beyond everything. Au fond, Kalomietsev is right. Under the influence of such irritated and malignant sensations, the statesman, en herbe, was even more unsympathetic and distant when he looked at Neshtanov. He informed Kolya that he need not work with his tutor today, that he must form a habit of self-reliance. He did not, however, give the tutor himself his dismissal, as the latter had expected, but continued to ignore him. But Valentina Mihalovna did not ignore Mariana. A terrible scene took place between them. At about 2 o'clock they happened somehow to be suddenly left alone together in the drawing-room. Each of them was immediately aware that the moment of the inevitable conflict had come, and so, after a momentary hesitation, they gradually approached each other. Valentina Mihalovna was faintly smiling, Mariana's lips were compressed. They were both pale. As she moved across the room, Valentina Mihalovna looked to right and to left and picked a leaf of geranium. Mariana's eyes were fixed directly upon the smiling face approaching her. Madame Sipyagin was the first to stop, and drumming with her fingertips on the back of the chair, "Mariana Vikentyevna," she said in a careless voice, "we have, I think, entered upon a correspondence with one another. Living under one roof as we do, that is rather odd, and you are aware that I am not fond of oddities of any sort." "It was not I that began that correspondence, Valentina Mihalovna." "No, you are right. I am to blame for the oddity this time, but I could find no other means to arouse in you a feeling of, how shall I say, a feeling of... Speak out, Valentina Mihalovna, don't mince matters, don't be afraid of offending me. A feeling of propriety." Valentina Mihalovna paused. Nothing but the light tap of her fingers on the chair back could be heard in the room. "How do you consider I have been careless of propriety?" asked Mariana. Valentina Mihalovna shrugged her shoulders. "Ma chère, vous n'êtes plus un enfant, and you understand me perfectly. Can you suppose your behaviour could remain a secret to me, to Anna Zaharovna, to the whole household, in fact? Besides, you have not taken much pains to keep it a secret. You have simply acted in bravado. Boris Andreitch alone has, perhaps, not observed it. He is absorbed in other matters of more interest and importance. But except for him, your conduct is known to all. All." Mariana grew steadily paler and paler. "I would ask you, Valentina Mihalovna, to be more definite in your expressions. With what precisely are you displeased?" "L'insolente," thought Madame Sipyagin. She still restrained herself, however. "You wish to know what I am displeased about, Mariana? Certainly. I am displeased at your prolonged interviews with a young man who by birth, by education, and by social position is far beneath you. I am displeased. No, that word is not strong enough. I am revolted by your midnight visits to that young man's room, and that under my roof. Do you suppose that that is quite as it should be, and that I am to be silent, and as it were screen your flightiness? As a woman of irreproachable virtue, oui, mademoiselle, je l'ai été, je le suis, et le serai toujours. I cannot help feeling indignant. Valentina Mihalovna flung herself into an armchair as though crushed by the weight of her indignation. Mariana smiled for the first time. I do not doubt your virtue, past, present, and future, she began, and I say so quite sincerely. But your indignation is needless. I have brought no disgrace on your roof. The young man to whom you allude, yes, I certainly have come to love him. You love Monsieur Neshtanov? Yes, I love him. Valentina Mihalovna sat up in her chair. Good heavens, Mariana! Why, he's a student of no birth, no family. Why, he's younger than you are. There was a certain spiteful pleasure in the utterance of these words. What can come of it? And what can you, with your intellect, find in him? He's simply a shallow boy. That was not always your opinion of him, Valentina Mihalovna. Oh, mercy on us, my dear, let me alone. Pas tant d'esprit que ça, je vous prie. It is you we are discussing, you and your future. Fancy, what sort of a match is it for you? I must confess, Valentina Mihalovna, I had not thought of it in that light. Eh? What? What am I to understand by that? You have followed the dictates of your heart, we are to suppose. But all that is bound to end in marriage, isn't it? I don't know. I have not thought about that. You have not thought about that? Why, you must be mad. Mariana turned slightly away. Let us make an end of this conversation, Valentina Mihalovna. It can lead to nothing. We shall never understand one another. Valentina Mihalovna got up impulsively. I ought not to make an end of this conversation. It is too important. I have to answer for you to... Valentina Mihalovna had meant to say to God, but she faltered and said to the whole world. I cannot be silent when I hear such senselessness. And why cannot I understand you? The insufferable conceit of these young people. No, I understand you very well. I can see that you are infected with these new ideas which will inevitably lead you to your ruin, but then it will be too late. Perhaps, but you may rest assured of one thing. Even in my ruin I shall never hold out a finger to you for aid. Conceit again, this awful conceit. Come, listen to me, Mariana, listen to me, she went on, suddenly changing her tone. She was on the point of drawing Mariana to her, but Mariana stepped back a pace. Écoute-moi, je vous en conjure. After all, you know that I am not so old and not so stupid that it's impossible for us to understand each other. Je ne suis pas une encroûtée. I was even regarded as a Republican in my young days, just as you are. Listen to me. I will not affect what I don't feel. I have never felt a mother's tenderness for you, and it's not in your character to complain of that. But I have recognized, and I do recognize, that I have duties in regard to you, and I have always tried to perform them. Perhaps the match I dreamt of for you, and for which Boris Andreitch and I, both of us, would have been ready to make any sacrifices. That suitor did not fully answer to your ideas. But from the bottom of my heart... Mariana looked at Valentina Mihalovna, at the wonderful eyes, at the pink, faintly touched-up lips, at the white hands, with the slightly parted fingers adorned with rings, which the elegant lady was pressing so expressively to the bodice of her silk gown, and suddenly she cut her short. A match, do you say, Valentina Mihalovna? Do you mean by a match that heartless, vulgar friend of yours, Mr. Kolomietsev? Valentina Mihalovna took her fingers from her bodice. Yes, Mariana Vikentievna, I mean Mr. Kolomietsev, that cultivated, excellent young man who will certainly make a wife happy, and whom no one but a mad woman could refuse. No one but a mad woman. What's to be done, ma tante? It would seem I am one. But what fault, what serious fault, do you find with him? Oh, none at all. I despise him, that's all. Valentina Mihalovna shook her head from side to side impatiently, and again sank into an armchair. "Let him be. Retournons à nos moutons." "And so you love Mr. Neshtanov?" "Yes." "And you intend to continue your interviews with him?" "Yes, I intend to." "Well, and if I forbid you to?" "I shan't listen to you." Valentina Mihalovna bounded up in her chair. "Oh, you won't listen to me? Oh, indeed! And that's said to me by the girl I have loaded with benefits, whom I have cared for in my own house. That is what's said to me, is said to me." "By the daughter of a disgraced father," Marianne put in gloomily. "Go on, don't mince matters." "Ce n'est pas moi qui vous le fais dire, mademoiselle." "But anyway, there's nothing to be proud of in that." "A girl who lives at my expense." "Don't taunt me with that, Valentina Mihalovna. It would cost you more to keep a French governess for Kolya. You know I give him French lessons." Valentina Mihalovna raised a hand holding a cambric handkerchief, scented with ylang ylang, and embroidered with a huge white monogram in one corner, and tried to make some retort, but Mariana went on vehemently. "You would have every right 1,000 times over, every right to speak if, instead of all you have just been reckoning up, instead of all these pretended benefits and sacrifices, you were in a position to say, 'The girl I have loved.' But you are too honest to tell such a lie as that." Mariana was shaking as if she were in a fever. "You have always hated me. At this very moment, at the bottom of your heart, as you said just now, you are glad, yes, glad that I am justifying your constant predictions, that I am covering myself with scandal, with disgrace. All that you mind is that part of the disgrace may fall on your aristocratic, virtuous household." "You are insulting me," faltered Valentina Mihalovna. "Kindly leave the room." But Mariana could not control herself. "Your household, you say, all your household, and Anna Zararovna and all know of my conduct. And they are all horrified and indignant. But do you suppose I ask anything of you, or them, or any of these people? Do you suppose I prize their good opinion? Do you think the living at your expense, as you call it, has been sweet? I would prefer any poverty to this luxury. Don't you see that between your household and me there's a perfect gulf, a gulf that nothing can conceal? Can you, you're a clever woman too, fail to realize that? And if you feel hatred for me, can't you understand the feeling I must have for you, which I don't particularize, simply because it is too obvious?" "Sortez, sortez, vous dis-je," repeated Valentina Mihalovna, and she stamped with her pretty, slender little foot. Mariana took a step in the direction of the door. "I will rid you of my presence directly. But do you know what, Valentina Mihalovna? They say that even in Rachel's mouth in Racine's Bajazet, that sortez was not effective, and you are far behind her. And something more, what was it you said? Je suis une honnête femme, je l'ai été, et le serai toujours. Only fancy, I am convinced I'm a great deal honester than you. Goodbye." Mariana went out hurriedly, while Valentina Mihalovna leapt up from her chair. She wanted to shriek, she wanted to cry, but what to shriek she did not know, and tears did not come at her bidding. She had to be content with fanning herself with her handkerchief, but the scent with which it was saturated affected her nerves still more. She felt unhappy, insulted. She was conscious of a grain of truth in what she had just heard. But how could anyone judge her so unjustly? "Can I be such a spiteful creature?" she thought, and she looked at herself in the looking-glass, which happened to be straight before her between two windows. The looking-glass reflected a charming face, somewhat discomposed, with patches of red coming out upon it, but still a fascinating face, exquisite, soft, velvety eyes. I spiteful, she thought again, with eyes like those? But at that instant her husband came in, and she hid her face in her handkerchief again. "What is wrong with you?" he inquired anxiously. "What is it, Valia?" He had invented that pet name, though he never allowed himself to use it except in absolute tête-à-tête, by preference in the country. At first she was reticent, declared there was nothing wrong, but ended by turning round in her chair in a very graceful and touching way, and flinging her arms round his shoulders (he was standing bending over her), hiding her face in the open front of his waistcoat, and telling him everything. Without any hypocrisy or hidden motive, she tried, if not to excuse, at least to some extent to justify Mariana. She threw all the blame on her youth, her passionate temperament, and the defects of her early education. She also, to some extent, and also with no double motive, blamed herself. With my daughter this would never have happened. I should have looked after her very differently. Cipiagin heard her out with indulgence, sympathy, and severity. He kept his stooping posture, since she did not take her arms from his shoulders, and did not remove her head. He called her an angel, kissed her on the forehead, announced that he saw now the course of action dictated to him by his position, the position of the head of the house, and withdrew with the gait of a man of humane but energetic character, who has to make up his mind to perform an unpleasant but inevitable duty. About 8 o'clock, after dinner, Neshdanov was sitting in his room, writing to his friend Silin. Dear Vladimir, I am writing to you at the moment of a vital change in my existence. I have been dismissed from this house. I am going away. But that would be nothing. I am going from here not alone. The girl I have written to you about accompanies me. We are bound together by the similarity of our fate in life, the identity of our views and efforts, by our mutual feeling too. We love each other. At least I believe I am not capable of feeling the passion of love in any other form than that in which it presents itself to me now. But I should be lying to you if I said I had no secret feeling of terror, even a sort of strange sinking at heart. The future is all dark, and we are pushing forward together into this darkness. I need not explain to you what it is we are going into, and what work we have chosen. Mariana and I are not in search of happiness. We don't want to enjoy ourselves, but to struggle on together, side by side, supporting each other. Our aim is clear to us, but what ways will lead up to it we do not know. Shall we find, if not sympathy and help, at least freedom to work? Mariana is a splendid, honest girl. If it is decreed that we perish, I shall not reproach myself for having led her to ruin, for there is no other life possible to her now. But Vladimir, my heart is heavy. I am tortured by doubt, not of my feeling for her, of course, but I don't know. Anyhow, it's too late to turn back. Stretch out a hand to us both from afar, and wish us patience, power of self-sacrifice, and love. More love. And ye, unknown of us, but loved by us with all our being, every drop of our heart's blood, Russian people, receive us not too coldly, and teach us what we are to expect from you. Farewell, Vladimir, farewell. After writing these few lines, Neshdanov set off to the village. The next night the dawn was hardly breaking in the sky when he stood on the outskirts of the birch wood, at no great distance from Cipiagin's garden. A little behind him, a little peasant's cart, harnessed to a pair of unbridled horses, could be seen behind the tangled green of a broad hazel bush. In the cart, under the seat of plaited cord, a little grey-headed old peasant lay asleep on a bundle of hay, with a patched overcoat over his head. Neshdanov kept incessantly looking towards the road, towards the clump of willows at the garden's edge. The grey stillness of night still hung over everything. The tiny stars drove feebly to outshine each other, lost in the waste depths of the sky. Along the rounded lower edges of the stretching clouds ran a pale flush from the east. Thence too came the first chill breath of early morning. Suddenly Neshdanov started and was all alert. Somewhere near at hand there was first the shrill creak, then the thump of a gate. A little feminine figure wrapped in a shawl, with a bundle in its bare hand, stepped with a deliberate movement out of the still shadows of the willows, onto the soft dust of the road, and crossing it in a slanting direction, apparently on tiptoe, turned towards the copse. Neshdanov rushed up to it. "Mariana," he whispered. "It's I," came a soft reply from under the overhanging shawl. "This way, follow me," responded Neshdanov, clutching her awkwardly by the bare hand that held the bundle. She shrank up as if she felt chilled by the frost. He led her to the cart and waked up the peasant. The latter jumped up quickly, clambered promptly into the driver's seat, slipped his arms into the greatcoat, and caught up the cords that served for reins. The horses shook themselves. He cautiously encouraged them in a voice still hoarse from his heavy sleep. Neshdanov made Mariana sit down on the cord seat of the cart, first spreading his cloak on it. He wrapped her feet in a rug. The hay at the bottom of the cart was damp, placed himself beside her, and bending over the peasant, said softly, "Drive on, you know where." The peasant gave a tug to the reins, the horses came out of the thicket, snorting and shaking themselves, and rattling and jolting on its narrow old wheels, the cart rolled along the road. Neshtanov put one arm round Mariana's waist to support her. She lifted the shawl a little with her cold fingers, and turning and facing him with a smile, she said, "How deliciously fresh it is, Alyosha!" "Yes," answered the peasant, "there'll be a heavy dew." There was already such a heavy dew that the axles of the cartwheels, as they caught in the tops of the tall weeds along the roadside, shook off whole showers of delicate drops of water, and the green of the grass looked bluish-grey. Again Mariana shivered from the cold. How fresh," she repeated in a light-hearted voice. "And freedom, Alyosha, freedom!" End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2 by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Solomon ran out to the gates of the factory as soon as they flew to tell him that a gentleman and a lady had arrived in a little cart, and were asking for him. Without saying good morning to his visitors, simply nodding his head several times to them, he at once told the peasant to drive into the yard, and directing him straight up to his little lodge, he helped Mariana out of the cart. Neshtanov leapt out after her. Solomon led them both along a little, long, dark passage, and up a narrow, winding little staircase, in the back part of the lodge, to the second story. There he opened a low door, and they all three went into a small, fairly clean room with 2 windows. "Welcome," said Solomon, with his never-failing smile, which seemed broader and brighter than ever today. "Here are your quarters, this room, and see here another next to it. Not much to look at, but that's no matter. One can live in them, and there'll be no one here to spy on you. Here under the window you have what the landlord calls a flower garden, but I should call it a kitchen garden. It lies right up against the wall, and hedges to right and left. A quiet little nook it is. Well, welcome a second time, dear young lady, and you too, Neshtanov, welcome." He shook hands with them both. They stood motionless, not taking off their wraps, and with silent, half-bewildered, half-delighted emotion they looked straight before them. "Well, what now?" Solomon began again. "Take off your things. What baggage have you got?" Mariana showed the bundle which she was still holding in her hand. "This is all I have." "And my trunk and bag are still in the cart, but I'll go and get them directly." "Stand still, stand still." Solomon opened the door. "Pavel," he shouted into the darkness of the staircase, "run out, mate. There are some things in the cart. Bring them up." "Directly," they heard the voice of the ubiquitous Pavel. Solomon turned to Mariana, who had flung off her shawl and was beginning to unbutton her cloak. "And did everything go off successfully?" he inquired. "Everything. No one saw us. I left a letter for Mr. Sipiagin. I didn't take any dresses or clothes with me, Vasily Fedotich, because as you are going to send us..." Mariana, for some reason, could not make up her mind to add, "to the people." "Well, anyway, they'd have been of no use. But I have money to buy what is necessary." "We'll arrange all that later. And here," said Solomon, pointing to Pavel, who came in with Neshtanov's things, "I commend to you my best friend here. You can rely on him fully, as you would on me. Did you speak to Tatiana about the samovar?" he added in an undertone. "It'll be here directly," answered Pavel, "and the cream and everything." "Tatiana is his wife," Solomon went on, "and she is just as trustworthy as he is. Until you, well, are a bit used to it, she will wait on you, my dear young lady." Mariana flung her cloak on a little leather sofa that stood in the corner. "Call me Mariana, Vasily Fedotich. I don't want to be a young lady. And I don't want anyone to wait on me. I didn't come here to have servants. Don't look at my dress. I had, over there, nothing else. All that must be changed." The dress, of fine cinnamon-coloured cloth, was very simple, but cut by a Petersburg dressmaker, it fell in elegant folds about Mariana's waist and shoulders, and had altogether a fashionable air. "Well, not a servant, but a help, perhaps, in the American fashion. And you must have tea, anyway. It's early days yet, and you must both be tired. I am going off now to see after things in the factory. We shall meet again later. Tell Pavel or Tatiana whatever you want." Mariana held out both hands quickly to him. "How can we thank you, Vasily Fedotich? She looked at him quite moved. Solomon softly stroked one of her hands. "I should say it's not worth thanking for, but that wouldn't be true. I'd better say that your thanks give me immense pleasure. So we're quits. Goodbye for the present. Pavel, come along." Mariana and Neshtanov were left alone. She rushed up to him, and looking at him with just the same expression as she had looked at Solomon, only with even more delight, more emotion and gladness. "Oh, my dear," she said, "we are beginning a new life. At last, at last. You wouldn't believe how charming and delightful this poor little lodging, where we are only to spend a few days, seems to me, compared with that loathsome mansion. Tell me, are you glad, dear?" Neshtanov took her hands and pressed them to his heart. "I am happy, Mariana, that I am beginning this new life with you. You will be my guiding star, dear, my support, my strength." "Dearest Alyosha, but stay, I want to wash a little and make myself tidy. I'll go to my own room, and you stay here. 1 minute." Mariana went off into the other room, shut herself in, and in a minute later half opened the door, put her head in, and said, "And oh, isn't Solomon nice?" Then she shut the door again, and the key clicked in the lock. Neshtanov went up to the window and looked out into the little garden. One old, very old apple tree for some reason riveted his attention especially. He shook himself, stretched, began opening his trunk, and took nothing out of it. He fell to musing. In a quarter of an hour Mariana returned with a beaming, freshly washed face, all gaiety and alertness, and a few instants later Pavel's wife, Tatiana, appeared with the samovar, the tea-tray, rolls and cream. In striking contrast to her gypsy-like husband, she was a typical Russian woman, stout with a flaxen head, with a big knob of hair tightly twisted around a horn comb, and no cap, with thick but pleasant features, and very good-natured grey eyes. She was dressed in a tidy, though faded, chintz gown. Her hands were clean and well-shaped, though large. She bowed tranquilly, and with a firm, precise intonation, without any sort of affectation, she articulated, "A very good health to you," and set to work to lay the samovar and the tea things. Mariana went up to her. "Let me help you, Tatiana, only give me a napkin." "No need, miss, we're used to it. Vasily Fedotich has talked to me. If anything's wanted, kindly ask for it. We will do what we can with all the pleasure in life." "Tatiana, please don't call me miss. I'm dressed like a lady, but still I'm quite..." The steady gaze of Tatiana's keen eyes disconcerted Mariana. She broke off. "And what then is it you will be?" Tatiana asked in her composed voice. "I am certainly, if you like. I am a lady by birth, only I want to get rid of all that, and to become like all simple women." "Ah, so that's it. Well, now I understand. You're one of them, I suppose, that want to be simplified. There are a good few of them about nowadays." "What did you say, Tatiana? To be simplified?" "Yes, that's the word that's come up among us now. To be on a level with simple folks, it means simplification. To be sure, it is a good work, to teach the peasants good sense. Only it's a difficult job. Oi, oi, difficult. God give you good speed." "Simplification," repeated Mariana. "Do you hear, Alyosha? You and I are simplified creatures now." Neshtanov laughed and even repeated, "Simplified creatures." "And what will he be to you, your good man or your brother?" asked Tatiana, carefully washing the cups with her large deft hands, as she looked with a kindly smile from Neshtanov to Mariana. "No," answered Mariana, "he's not my husband and not my brother." Tatiana raised her head. "Then I suppose you are living in free grace. Nowadays that too is pretty often to be met with. It used to be more the way among the dissenters, but nowadays it's found among other folks too. Where there's God's blessing, one may live in peace. And there's no need of the priest for that. In our factory there are some live like that too. Not the worst chaps either." "What nice things you say, Tatiana. In free grace. I like that very much. I'll tell you what I want to ask of you, Tatiana. I want to make myself, or to buy, a dress like yours, or rather commoner perhaps, and shoes and stockings and a kerchief, everything just as you have. I have money enough to get them." "To be sure, miss, we can manage all that." "There, I won't. Don't be cross. I won't call you miss. Only what am I to call you?" "Mariana." "And what are you named from your father?" why do you want my father's name? Call me simply Mariana, the same as I call you Tatiana." "That's the same and not the same. You'd better tell me." "Very well, then. My father's name was Vikent. And what was your father's?" "Mine was Osip." "Well, then, I shall call you Tatiana Osipovna." "And I'll call you Mariana Vikentievna. That will be capital." "Won't you drink a cup of tea with us, Tatiana Osipovna?" "At this first acquaintance I might, Mariana Vikentievna. I'll treat myself to a small cup, though Yegorich will scold." "Who's Yegorich?" "Pavel, my husband." "Sit down, Tatiana Osipovna." "Indeed I will, Mariana Vikentievna." Tatiana seated herself on a chair and began to sip her tea through a piece of sugar. She continually turned the lump of sugar round in her fingers, screwing up her eye on the side on which she was nibbling the sugar. Mariana got into conversation with her. Tatiana answered without obsequiousness, and asked her questions and told her various things of her own accord. Solomine she almost worshipped, but her husband she put only second to Vasily Fedotich. She was sick of factory life, though. "You've neither the town here nor the country. If it weren't for Vasily Fedotich, I wouldn't stay another hour." Mariana listened attentively to her talk. Neshtanov, sitting a little on one side, watched his girlfriend, and was not surprised at her interest. For Mariana it was all a novelty, but it seemed to him that he had seen hundreds of similar Tatianas, and he had talked to them hundreds of times. "Do you know, Tatiana Osipovna," said Mariana at last, "you think we want to teach the people. No, we want to serve them." "How serve them?" "Teach them, that's the best service you can do them. Take me, for example. When I was married to Yegorich, neither read nor write could I. But now I've learned, thanks to Vasily Fedotich. He didn't teach me himself, but he paid an old man to. And he taught me. You see, I'm young still, for all I'm a woman grown." Mariana was silent for a little. "I should like, Tatiana Osipovna," she began again, "to learn some trade. We must have a talk about that. I sew very badly. If I were to learn to cook, I might become a cook." Tatiana pondered. "Why be a cook? Cooks are in rich men's houses, or merchants. Poor people do their own cooking. And to cook for a union, for workmen, well, that's quite the last thing." "But I might live in a rich man's house, though, and make friends with poor people. Or how am I to get to know them? I shan't always have such luck as with you." Tatiana turned her empty cup upside down in the saucer. "It's a difficult business," she observed at last with a sigh. "It can't be settled offhand. I'll show you all I know, but I'm not clever at much. We must talk it over with Yegorich. He's such a man. He reads books of all sorts, and he can see through anything in the twinkling of an eye." Here she glanced at Mariana, who was rolling up a cigarette. "And there's something I would say to you, Mariana Vikentievna, if you'll excuse me. But if you really want to be simplified, you'll have to give that up." She pointed to the cigarette. "For in such callings as a cook's, for instance, that would never pass. And everyone would see at once that you're a young lady. Yes." Mariana flung the cigarette out of the window. "I won't smoke. It's easy to get out of the way of it. Women of the people don't smoke, so I ought not to smoke." "That's a true word you've said, Mariana Vikentievna. The male sex treat themselves to it even among us. But the female? No." "Ah, and here's Vasily Fedotich himself coming up. That's his step. You ask him. He'll settle everything for you in the best way." She was right. Solomon's voice was heard at the door. "May I come in?" Come in," called Mariana. "That's an English habit of mine," said Solomon as he came in. "Well, how do you feel? You aren't dull yet? I see you're having tea here with Tatiana. You listen to her, she's a sensible person. But my employer has turned up to see me today, when he's not wanted at all, and he'll stay to dinner. There's no help for it. He's the master." "What sort of man is he?" asked Neshtanov, coming out of his corner. "Oh, he's all right. He has his eyes about him. One of the newer generation. Very affable and wears cuffs, but pries into everything not a bit less than the old sort. He'd skin a flint with his own hands and say, 'Turn a bit to this side if you'll be so good. There's still a living spot here. I must give it a scouring.' Well, with me he's as soft as silk. I'm necessary to him. Only I've come to tell you that I'm not likely to manage to see you today. They will bring you your dinner. And don't show yourselves in the yard. What do you think, Mariana? Will the Sipiagins search for you? Will they make a hunt?" "I think they won't," answered Mariana. "But I am sure they will," said Neshtanov. "Well, anyway," pursued Solomon, "you must be careful at first. Later on you can do as you like." "Yes, only there's one thing," observed Neshtanov. "Markelov must know of my whereabouts. He must be told." "Why?" "It can't be helped. For the cause. He has always to know where I am. It's a promise. But he won't blab." "Very well, we'll send Pavel." "And will there be a dress ready for me?" asked Neshtanov. "Your get-up, you mean? To be sure, to be sure. It's quite a masquerade. Not an expensive one, thank goodness. Goodbye. You must have a rest. Tatiana, come along." Mariana and Neshtanov were again left alone. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First they clasped each other's hands again. Then Mariana cried, "Come, I'll help you arrange your room," and she began unpacking his things from the trunk and the bag. Neshtanov would have helped her, but she declared she was going to do it all alone. "Because I must get used to making myself useful." And she did in fact hang up his coat on nails which she found in the table drawer, and knocked into the wall, unaided, with the back of a brush for want of a hammer. The linen she laid in a little old chest which stood between the windows. "What's this?" she asked suddenly. "A revolver? Is it loaded? What do you want with it?" "It's not loaded, but give it here though. You ask what I want with it? How is one to get on without a revolver in our calling?" She laughed and went on with her task, shaking out each thing separately and beating it with her hand. She even set 2 pairs of boots under the sofa, while the few books, a bundle of papers, and the little manuscript book of verses she arranged in triumph on a 3-legged corner table, saying it was to be the writing and work table, while the other round table she called the dinner and tea table. Then, taking the book of verses in both hands, she raised it to a level with her face, and looking over its edge at Neshtanov, she said with a smile, "We'll read all this through together sometime when we're not busy, won't we? Eh?" "Give me that book. I'll burn it," cried Neshtanov. "It's worth nothing better." "Why did you bring it with you, if so?" "No, no, I'm not going to give it you to be burnt. Though they say authors always make that threat, but they never do burn their things. But anyway, I'd better carry it off." Neshtanov tried to protest, but Mariana ran into the next room with the manuscript book and returned without it. She sat down close to Neshtanov and instantly got up again. "You haven't been in my room yet. Would you like to see it? It's as nice as yours. Come, I'll show you." Neshtanov got up too and followed Mariana. Her room, as she called it, was a little smaller than his room, but the furniture in it seemed rather newer and cleaner. In the window stood a glass vase of flowers, and in the corner a little iron bedstead. "See how sweet of Solomon," cried Mariana, "only one mustn't let oneself be too much spoilt. We shan't often meet with such quarters. And what I think is, what would be nice would be to arrange things so that whatever place we have to go we could both go together, without parting. It will be difficult," she added after a short pause. "Well, we'll think of it. Anyway, I suppose you won't go back to Petersburg." "What should I do in Petersburg? Go to the university and give lessons? That would be of no use now." "We'll see what Solomon says," observed Mariana. "He'll best decide how and what to do." They went back to the first room and again sat down beside each other. They spoke with praise of Solomon, Tatiana and Pavel. They mentioned Sipiagin, and said how their old life seemed suddenly so far away from them, it seemed lost in a cloud. Then they pressed each other's hands again and exchanged glances of delight. Then they talked of what sort of people they ought to try to do propaganda among, and how they must behave not to be suspected. Neshtanov maintained that the less they thought about that, the more simply they behaved, the better. "Of course," cried Mariana. "Why, we want to be simplified, as Tatiana says." "I didn't mean in that sense," Neshtanov was beginning. "I meant to say that we ought not to be constrained." Suddenly Mariana laughed. "I remembered, Alyosha, how I called us both simplified creatures." Neshtanov smiled too, repeated "simplified," and then sank into thought. Mariana, too, was thoughtful. "Alyosha," she said. "What?" "I think we both feel a little awkward. Young people, des nouveaux mariés, she explained, the first day of their honeymoon must feel something of the sort. They are happy, they are very content, and a little awkward. Neshdanov smiled, a forced smile. You know very well, Mariana, that we are not a young couple in that sense. Mariana got up and stood directly facing Neshdanov. That depends on you. How? Alyosha, you know that when you tell me as an honest man, and I shall believe you, for you really are an honest man, when you tell me that you love me with that love, well, that love that gives one a right to another person's life, when you tell me that, I am yours. Neshdanov blushed and turned a little away. When I tell you that? Yes, then. But you see yourself, you do not tell me so now. Oh yes, Alyosha, you certainly are an honest man. There, let us talk of matters of more importance. But you know I love you, Mariana. I don't doubt that, and I shall wait. There, I've not quite put your writing table to rights yet. Here's something still wrapped up, something stiff. Neshdanov jumped up from his chair. Let that be, Mariana. Please, leave that alone. Mariana turned her head over her shoulder to look at him and raised her eyebrows in amazement. Is it a mystery? A secret? You have a secret? Yes, yes, said Neshdanov, and greatly disconcerted, he added by way of explanation. It's a portrait. This word fell from him unconsciously. In the paper Mariana held in her hands there was wrapped up in reality her portrait, given to Neshdanov by Markelov. A portrait, she articulated, dwelling on each syllable. A woman's? She gave him the little parcel, but he took it awkwardly. It almost slipped out of his hands and fell open. Why, it's my portrait, cried Mariana quickly. Well, I've a right to take my own portrait. She took it from Neshdanov. Did you sketch this? No, not I. Who then? Markelov? You've guessed. It was he. How did you come by it? He gave it me. When? Neshdanov told her how and when it had been given. Whilst he was speaking, Mariana glanced first at him and then at the portrait, and the same thought flashed through the heads of both. If he were in this room, he would have the right to ask. But neither Mariana nor Neshdanov uttered this thought aloud, possibly because each of them was conscious of the thought in the other. Mariana softly wrapped the portrait in the paper again and laid it on the table. He's a good man, she murmured. Where is he now? Where? At home. I'm going to see him tomorrow or next day to get books and pamphlets. He meant to give them to me, but I suppose he forgot it when I was leaving. And do you think, Alyosha, that in giving you the portrait he renounced everything? Absolutely everything? I thought so. And you hope to find him at home? Of course. Ah. Mariana lowered her eyes and dropped her hands. And here's Tatiana bringing us our dinner, she cried suddenly. What a splendid woman she is! Tatiana appeared with knives and forks, table napkins and plates and dishes. While she was laying the table, she told them what had been passing in the factory. The master came from Moscow by rail, and he set to running from floor to floor like one possessed. To be sure, he knows nothing about things. He only does like that for show, to keep up appearances. But Vasily Fedotich treats him like a babe in arms. The master thought he'd say something nasty to him, so Vasily Fedotich suppressed him at once. I'll throw it all up directly, says he. So our gentleman pretty soon changed his tune. Now they're dining together, and the master brought a companion with him. And he does naught else but admire everything. And a moneyed man he must be, this companion, to judge from the way he holds his tongue and shakes his head. And he's stout, too, very stout. A regular Moscow swell. Ah, it's a true saying. It's downhill to Moscow from all parts of Russia. Everything rolls down to her. How you do notice everything, cried Mariana. Yes, I'm pretty observant, replied Tatiana. Come, your dinner's ready, and may it do you good. I'll sit here a little bit and watch you. Mariana and Neshdanov sat down to dinner. Tatiana leaned against the window-sill and rested her cheek in her hand. I watch you, she repeated, and what poor young tender things you both are. It's so pleasant to see you that it quite makes my heart ache. Ah, my dears, you're taking up a burden beyond your strength. It's such as you that the inspectors of the Tsar are ever eager to clap in custody." "Nonsense, my good soul, don't frighten us," observed Neshdanov. "You know the saying, if you choose to be a mushroom, you must go in the basket with the rest." I know, but the baskets nowadays are so narrow and hard to creep out of." "Have you any children?" Mariana asked, to change the conversation. "Yes, a son. He begins to go to school. I had a little girl too, but she's no more, poor darling. She met with an accident, fell under a wheel. And if only it had killed her at once. But no, she lingered in suffering a long while. Since then I've grown tender-hearted. Before then I was as hard as a tree." "Why, what of your man Pavel Yegorich? Didn't you love him?" That was a different matter, the feeling of a girl. And how about you now? Do you love your man?" "Yes." "Very much?" "Yes." "Yes?" Tatiana looked at Neshdanov, then at Mariana, and said no more. It was again Mariana's lot to change the conversation. She told Tatiana she had given up smoking. The latter approved of her resolution. Then Mariana asked her again about clothes, and reminded her she had promised to show her how to cook. "Oh, and one thing more. Could you get me some stout, coarse yarn? I'm going to knit myself some stockings, plain ones." Tatiana answered that everything should be done in due course, and clearing the table, she went out of the room with her calm, resolute gait. "Well, what shall we do now?" Mariana said, turning to Neshdanov, and without letting him answer. "What do you say? Since our real work only begins tomorrow, shall we devote this evening to literature? Let's read your poems. I shall be a severe critic." For a long while Neshdanov would not consent. He ended, however, by giving in, and began to read out of his manuscript book. Mariana sat close beside him, and watched his face while he was reading. She had spoken truly. She turned out to be a severe critic. Few of the verses pleased her. She preferred the purely lyrical, short ones that were, as she expressed it, non-didactic. Neshdanov did not read quite well. He had not the courage to attempt elocution, and at the same time was unwilling to fall into quite a colourless tone. The result was neither one thing nor the other. Mariana suddenly interrupted him with the question, did he know of a wonderful poem of Dobrolubov's beginning, "Let me die, small cause for grief," and thereupon read it to him, also not very well, in a rather childish manner. "And let me die, small cause for grief, one thought alone frets my sick mind, that death may chance to play an unkind jest with me. I dread lest over my cold corpse the scalding tears should flow, and lest some one with stupid zeal lay flowers upon my bier. Lest flocking round in unfeigned grief my friends walk after it to the grave, lest as I lie under the earth I may become one loved and prized. Lest all so eagerly desired, and so in vain by me, in life may smile on me consolingly above the stone that marks my grave." Neshdanov observed that it was bitter and painful to the last degree, and then added that he, Neshdanov, could never have written such a poem, because he had no reason to be afraid of tears over his grave. There would be none. "There will be if I outlive you," Mariana articulated slowly. And raising her eyes to the ceiling, after a brief silence, in an undertone as though speaking to herself, she queried, "How ever did he draw a portrait of me? From memory?" Neshdanov turned quickly to her. "Yes, from memory." Mariana was amazed at his answering. It seemed to her that she had merely thought the question. "It is astonishing," she went on in the same subdued voice. "Why, he has no talent for drawing. What was I going to say?" she resumed aloud. "Oh, about Dobrolubov's poem. One ought to write poems like Pushkin's, or such as that one of Dobrolubov's. This is not poetry, though it's something as good." "And poems like mine," said Neshdanov, "ought not to be written at all, eh?" "Poems like yours please your friends not because they are very fine, but because you are a fine person and they are like you." Neshdanov smiled. "You have buried them, and me with them." Mariana gave him a slap on his hand and told him he was too bad. Soon after she announced that she was tired and was going to bed. "By the way, do you know," she added, shaking her short, thick curls, "I've got 137 roubles. What have you?" 98. "Oh, but we're rich, for simplified creatures." Well, good-bye till tomorrow." She went out, but a few instants later her door was slightly opened, and through the narrow crack he heard first, "Good-bye," then more softly, "Good-bye," and the key clicked in the lock. Neshdanov sank onto the sofa and covered his eyes with his hand. Then he got up quickly, went up to the door and knocked. "What is it?" came from within. "Not till tomorrow, Mariana, but tomorrow." "Tomorrow," responded a gentle voice. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The next day, early in the morning, Neshdanov again knocked at Mariana's door. "It's I," he said in answer to her. "Who's there? Can you come out to me?" "Wait a minute. Directly." She came out and uttered a cry of astonishment. For the first minute she did not recognize him. He had on a long, full-skirted coat of threadbare, yellowish nankin, with tiny buttons and a high waist. He had combed his hair in the Russian style, with a straight parting in the middle. His neck was wrapped in a blue kerchief. In his hand he held a cap with a broken peak. On his feet were unpolished high boots of calf leather. "Good gracious!" cried Mariana. "How horrid you look!" And thereupon she gave him a rapid embrace and a still more rapid kiss. "But why are you dressed like that? You look like a poor sort of shopkeeper, or a peddler, or a discharged house serf. Why that coat with skirts, and not simply a peasant's smock?" "That's just it," began Neshdanov, who in his get-up did really resemble a peddler, and he was conscious of this himself, and was full of vexation and embarrassment at heart. He was so much embarrassed that he kept striking himself on the breast with the outspread fingers of both hands, as though he were brushing himself. "In a smock I should have been recognized at once," so Pavel declared, "and this costume, in his words, looked as though I'd never had any other dress cut for me in my life. Not very flattering to my vanity, I may remark in parenthesis." "Do you really mean to go out at once? To begin?" Mariana inquired with keen interest. "Yes, I shall try, though, in reality—" "Happy fellow," interrupted Mariana. "This Pavel is really a wonderful man," Neshdanov went on. "He knows everything, directly he sets eyes on you. And then all of a sudden he purses up his face as though he were outside it all, and wouldn't meddle in anything. He serves the cause himself, and makes fun of it all the while. He brought me the pamphlets from Markelov. He knows him and speaks of him as Sergei Mihalovich. But for Solomin he'd go through fire and water." "And so would Tatiana," observed Mariana. "Why is it people are so devoted to him?" Neshdanov did not answer. "What sort of pamphlets did Pavel bring you?" asked Mariana. "Oh, the usual things. The Tale of Four Brothers, and others too, the ordinary well-known things. However, those are the best." Mariana looked round anxiously. "But what of Tatiana? She promised to come so early." "Here she is," said Tatiana, coming into the room with a small bundle in her hand. She was standing at the door and had heard Mariana's exclamation. "You need not be in a hurry, it's not such a treat as all that." Mariana fairly flew to meet her. "You have brought it!" Tatiana patted the bundle. "Everything's here, fully prepared. You've only got to put the things on, and go out in your finery for folks to admire you. Ah, come along, Tatiana Osipovna, dear." Mariana drew her into her room. Left alone, Neshdanov paced twice up and down with a peculiar stealthy gait. He imagined for some reason that was just how small shopkeepers walked. He sniffed cautiously at his own sleeve and the lining of his cap, and frowned. He looked at himself in a little looking-glass hanging on the wall near the window, and shook his head. He certainly looked very unattractive. All the better, though, he thought. Then he took up a few pamphlets, stuffed them in his skirt pocket, and murmured a few words to himself in the accent of a small shopkeeper. "I fancy that's like it," he thought again. "But after all, what need of acting? My get-up will answer for me." And at that point Neshdanov recollected a German convict, who had had to run away right across Russia, and he spoke Russian badly too. But thanks to a merchant's cap edged with cat's skin, which he had bought in a provincial town, he was taken everywhere for a merchant, and had successfully made his way over the frontier. At that instant Solomin came in. "Aha, brother Alexei," he cried, "you're studying your part. Excuse me, brother, in that disguise one can't address you respectfully." "Oh, please do. I'd meant to ask you to call me so." "Only it's awfully early yet. But there, I suppose you want to get used to it. Well then, all right. But you'll have to wait a bit. The master's not gone yet. He's asleep." "I'll go out later on," answered Neshtanov. "I'm going to walk about the neighbourhood till I get instructions of some sort." "That's right. Only I tell you what, brother Alexei, may I call you Alexei then?" "Lexei, if you like," said Neshtanov, smiling. "No, we mustn't overdo it. Listen, good counsel is better than money, as they say. I see you have pamphlets there. You can give them to whom you please, only not in the factory." "Why not?" "Because in the first place it would be risky for you. Secondly, I have pledged myself to the owner that there shall be nothing of the sort going on. After all, the factory's his, you know. And thirdly, we have something started there, schools and so on. And, well, you might ruin all that. Act as you please, as best you may. I will not hinder you, but don't touch my factory hands." "Caution never comes amiss, eh?" Neshtanov remarked with a malignant half-smile. Solomin smiled his own broad smile. "Just so, brother Alexei. It never comes amiss. But who is this I see? Where are we?" These last exclamations referred to Mariana, who appeared in the doorway of her room in a sprigged chintz gown that had seen many washings, with a yellow kerchief on her shoulders and a red one on her head. Tatiana was peeping out from behind her back, in simple and kindly admiration of her. Mariana looked both fresher and younger in her simple costume. It suited her far better than the long, full-skirted coat suited Neshtanov. "Vasily Fedotich, please don't laugh," Mariana entreated, and she flushed the colour of a poppy. "What a pretty pair!" Tatiana was exclaiming, meanwhile clapping her hands. "Only you, my dear laddie, don't be angry, you're nice, very nice, but beside my little lass here you cut no figure at all." "And really she's exquisite," thought Neshtanov. "Oh, how I love her!" "And look-ye," went on Tatiana, "she's changed rings with me. She's given me her gold one and taken my silver one." "Girls of the people don't wear gold rings," said Mariana. Tatiana sighed. "I'll take care of it for you, dearie, never fear." "Well, sit down, both of you," began Solomin, who had been all the time watching Mariana with his head a little bent. "In old days you remember folks always used to sit down together for a bit when they were setting off on their road. And you've both a long, hard road before you." Mariana, still rosy red, sat down. Neshtanov too sat down. Solomin sat down. And last of all Tatiana too sat down on a thick log of wood standing on end. Solomin looked at all of them in turn. "Step back a bit, and look at it. How nicely here we all do sit," he said, slightly screwing up his eyes. And all of a sudden he burst out laughing, but so nicely that, far from feeling offended, they were all delighted. But Neshtanov suddenly got up. "I'm off," he said, "this minute, though this is all very delightful, only a trifle like a farce, with dressing up in it. Don't be uneasy," he turned to Solomin, "I won't touch your factory hands. I will do a little talking about the suburbs and come back, and I'll tell you all my adventures, Mariana, if only there's anything to tell. Give me your hand for good luck." "A cup of tea'd be as well first," observed Tatiana. "No, tea drinking indeed. If I want anything I'll go to a tavern or simply a gin shop." Tatiana shook her head. "Those taverns swarm along our high roads nowadays like fleas in a sheepskin. The villages are all so big. Why, Balmasovo. Goodbye till we meet. May I leave good luck with you," Neshtanov added, correcting himself and entering into his part as a small shopkeeper. But before he had reached the door, Pavel poked his head in from the corridor under his very nose, and handing him a long thin staff, peeled, with a strip of bark running round it like a screw, he said, "Please take it, Alexei Dmitrich. Lean on it as you walk, and the further you hold the stick away from you, the better effect it will have." Neshtanov took the staff without speaking and went off. Pavel followed him. Tatiana was about to go away too. Mariana got up and stopped her. "Wait a little, Tatiana Osipovna. I want you." "But I'll be back in a minute with the samovar. Your comrade went off without any tea. He was in such a desperate hurry. But why should you deny yourself? Later on things will be clearer." Tatiana went out. Solomon too rose. Mariana was standing with her back to him, and when she did at last turn round to him, seeing that for a very long time he had not uttered a single word, she caught in his face, in his eyes which were fastened upon her, an expression she had never seen in him before, an expression of inquiry, of anxiety, almost of curiosity. She was disconcerted and blushed again, and Solomon seemed ashamed of what she had caught sight of in his face, and he began talking louder than usual. "Well, well, Mariana, here you've made a beginning." "A fine beginning, Vasily Fedotich. How can one call it a beginning? I feel somehow very stupid all of a sudden. Alexei was right. We are really acting a sort of farce." Solomon sat down again on his chair. "But Mariana, let me say, how did you picture it to yourself, the beginning? It's not a matter of building barricades with a flag over them and shouting hurrah for the Republic, and that's not a woman's work either. But you now today will start training some Luceria in something good, and it'll be a hard task for you, as Luceria won't be over quick of understanding, and she'll be shy of you, and will fancy too that what you're trying to teach her won't be of the least use to her. And in a fortnight or 3 weeks you'll be struggling with some other Luceria, and meanwhile you'll be washing a child, or teaching him his ABC, or giving medicine to a sick man. That will be your beginning." "But the Sisters of Mercy do all that, you know, Vasily Fedotich. What need, then, of all this?" Mariana pointed to herself and round about her with a vague gesture. "I dreamt of something else." "You wanted to sacrifice yourself?" Mariana's eyes glistened. "Yes, yes, yes. And Neshtanov?" Mariana shrugged her shoulders. "What of Neshtanov? We will go forward together, or I will go alone." Solomon looked intently at Mariana. "Do you know what, Mariana? You will excuse the unpleasantness of the expression, but to my idea, combing the mangy head of a dirty urchin is a sacrifice, and a great sacrifice, of which not many people are capable." "But I would not refuse to do that, Vasily Fedotich." "I know you wouldn't. Yes, you are capable of that, and that's what you will be doing for a time, and afterwards, maybe, something else too." "But to do that I must learn from Tatiana." "By all means. Get her to show you. You will scour pots and pluck chickens, and so, who knows, maybe you will save your country." "You are laughing at me, Vasily Fedotich." Solomon shook his head slowly. "Oh, my sweet Mariana, believe me, I am not laughing at you, and my words are the simple truth. You now, all of you, Russian women, are more capable and loftier too than we men." Mariana raised her downcast eyes. "I should like to justify your expectations, Solomon. And then? I'm ready to die." Solomon got up. "No, live. Live. That's the great thing. By the way, don't you want to find out what is taking place in your home right now as regards your flight? Won't they take steps of some sort? We need only drop a word to Pavel. He'll reconnoitre in no time." Mariana was surprised. "What an extraordinary man he is!" "Yes, he's rather a wonderful fellow. For instance, when you want to celebrate your marriage with Alexei, he'll arrange that too with Zosim. You remember I told you there was a priest. But I suppose there's no need of him for a while. No?" "No." "No, then." Solomon went up to the door that separated the two rooms, Neshtanov's and Mariana's, and bent down over the lock. "What are you looking at there?" asked Mariana. "Does it lock?" "Yes," whispered Mariana. Solomon turned to her. She did not raise her eyes. "Then there's no need to find out what are Sipyagin's intentions," he observed cheerfully. "No need, eh?" Solomon was about to go away. "Vasily Fedotich." "What is it?" "Tell me, please, why is it you, who are always so silent, are so talkative with me? You don't know how much it pleases me." "Why is it?" Solomon took both her little soft hands in his big rough ones. Why? Well, it must be because I like you so much. Goodbye." He went out. Mariana stood a little, looked after him, thought a little, and went off to Tatiana, who had not yet brought in the samovar, and with whom she did, it is true, drink tea, but she also scoured pots and plucked chickens, and even combed out the tangled mane of a small boy. About dinner-time she returned to her little apartments. She had not long to wait for Neshdanov. He returned, weary and covered with dust, and almost fell on the sofa. She at once sat down beside him. "Well? Well? Tell me." "You remember those 2 lines," he answered in a weak voice. "It would all have been so comic if it had not been so sad. Do you remember?" "Of course I do." "Well, those lines apply precisely to my first expedition. But no, there was positively more of the comic in it. In the first place, I'm convinced that nothing's easier than to play a part. No one dreamt of suspecting me. But there was one thing I had not thought of. One wants to make up some sort of story beforehand. They keep asking one, where you're from and what you're doing, and you have nothing ready. However, even that's hardly necessary. One's only to propose a dram of vodka at the gin shop and lie away as one pleases." "And you? Did tell lies?" asked Mariana. "I lied, the best I could. The second point is, absolutely all the people I talked to are discontented. And no one even cares to know how to remedy this discontent. But at propaganda I seem to be a very poor hand. 2 pamphlets I simply left secretly in a room. 1 I thrust into a cart. What'll come of them, the Lord only knows. I offered pamphlets to 4 men. 1 asked was it a religious book, and did not take it. Another said he could not read, and took it for his children as there was a woodcut on the cover. A third began by agreeing with me. To be sure, to be sure. Then all of a sudden fell to swearing at me in the most unexpected way, and he too did not take one. The 4th at last took one, and thanked me very much for it, but I fancy he couldn't make head or tail of what I said to him. Besides that, a dog bit my leg. A peasant woman brandished a fire shovel at me from the door of her hut, shouting, 'Oh, you beast, you Moscow loafers, will nothing drown you?' And a soldier on furlough, too, kept shouting after me, 'Wait a minute, we'll put a bullet through you, my friend,' and he'd got drunk on my money. Anything more? Anything more? I've rubbed a blister on my heel, one of my boots is awfully big, and now I'm hungry and my head's splitting from the vodka." "Have you drunk much, then?" "No, not much, only to set the example, but I've been in 5 gin shops. But I can't stand that filth, vodka, a bit. And how our peasant can drink it passes my understanding. If one must drink vodka to be simplified, I'd rather be excused." "And so no one suspected you?" "No one. An innkeeper, a stout pale man with whitish eyes, was the only person who looked at me suspiciously. I heard him tell his wife to keep an eye on that red-haired chap with the squint. I never knew till then that I squinted. He's a sharper. Do you see how ponderously he drinks?" What ponderously means in that context I didn't understand, but it could hardly be a compliment. Something after the style of Gogol's Moviton in The Revising Inspector. Do you remember? Perhaps because I tried to pour my vodka under the table on the sly. Oh, it's hard for an aesthetic creature to be brought into contact with real life. "Better luck next time," Mariana consoled Neshdanov. "But I'm glad that you look at your first attempt from a humorous point of view. You weren't bored, really." "No, I wasn't bored. In fact, I was amused. But I know for a certainty I shall begin to think over it now, and I shall feel so sick and so sad." "No, no. I won't let you think. I'm going to tell you what I've been doing. Dinner will be brought us in directly. By the way, I must tell you I've scoured out most thoroughly the pot Tatiana's cooked the soup in. And I shall tell you everything over every spoonful." And so she did. Neshdanov listened to her chat and looked at her, so that several times she stopped to let him tell her why he was looking at her like that. But he was silent. After dinner she offered to read aloud to him some of Spielhagen. But before she had finished the first page, he got up impulsively, and going up to her, fell at her feet. She stood up. He flung both his arms round her knees, and began to utter passionate words, disconnected and despairing words. He would like to die, he knew he would soon die. She did not stir, did not resist. She calmly submitted to his abrupt embrace, calmly, even caressingly looked down at him. She laid both hands on his head, that was shaking convulsively in the folds of her dress. But her very calmness had a more powerful effect on him than if she had repulsed him. He got up, murmured, "Forgive me, Mariana, for what has passed today and yesterday. Tell me again that you are ready to wait till I am worthy of your love, and forgive me." "I have given you my word, and I can't change." "Thank you. Goodbye." Neshtanov went out. Mariana locked herself in her room. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A fortnight later, in the same place, this is what Neshtanov was writing to his friend Céline, as he bent over his little three-legged table, on which a tallow candle gave a dim and niggardly light. It was long after midnight. On the sofa and on the floor lay mud-stained garments, hurriedly flung off. A fine, incessant rain was pattering on the window panes, and a strong, warm wind breathed in great sighs about the roof. "Dear Vladimir, I am writing to you without putting an address, and this letter will even be sent by a messenger to a distant posting station, because my presence here is a secret. And to tell it you might mean the ruin not of myself alone. It will be enough for you to know that I have been living at a large factory, together with Mariana, for the last fortnight. We ran away from the Sipiagins the very day I wrote to you last. We were given a home here by a friend. I will call him Vasily. He is the chief person here, a splendid fellow. Our stay in this factory is only temporary. We are here till the time comes for action. Though to judge by what has happened so far, this time is hardly ever likely to come. Vladimir, my heart is heavy, heavy. First of all, I must tell you that though Mariana and I have run away together, we are so far as brother and sister. She loves me, and has told me she will be mine if I feel I have the right to ask it of her. Vladimir, I don't feel I have the right. She believes in me, in my honesty. I'm not going to deceive her. I know I have never loved anyone, and never shall love, that's pretty certain, anyone more than her. But for all that, how can I unite her fate forever to mine? A living being, to a corpse. Well, not a corpse, to a half-dead creature. Where would one's conscience be? You will say, if there were a strong passion, conscience would have nothing to say. That's the very point, that I am a corpse. An honest, well-meaning corpse, if you like. Please don't cry out that I always exaggerate. All I am telling you is the truth. The truth. Mariana is a very concentrated nature, and now she is all absorbed in her activity, in which she believes. While I... Well, enough of love and personal happiness and everything of that sort. For the last fortnight now I have been going to the people, and alack, anything more absurd you cannot imagine. Of course there the fault lies in me, and not in the work itself. Granted, I'm not a Slavophil. I'm not one of those who find their panacea in the people, in contact with them. I don't lay the people on my aching stomach like a flannel bandage. I want to have an influence on them myself. But how? How accomplish that? It appears when I am with the people that I am always only stooping to them and listening, and when it does happen that I say anything, it's below contempt. I feel myself I'm no good. It's like a bad actor in the wrong part. Conscientiousness is quite out of place in this, and so is scepticism, and even a sort of pitiful humour directed against myself. It's all not worth a brass farthing. It's positively sickening to remember, sickening to look at the rags I drag about on me, at this masquerade, as Vasily expresses it. They maintain one ought first to study the people's talk, learn their character and habits. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish! One must believe in what one says, and then one may say what one likes. I once chanced to hear something like a sermon from a sectarian prophet. There's no saying what rot he talked. It was a sort of hodgepodge of ecclesiastical and bookish language, with simple peasant idioms, and that not Russian, but White Russian of some sort. And you know he kept pounding away at the same thing like a plover calling. The Spirit has descended, the Spirit has descended. But then his eyes were ablaze, his voice firm and hoarse, his fists clenched, he was like iron all over. The listeners did not understand, but they revered him, and they followed him. While I start speaking like a criminal, I'm begging pardon all the while. I ought to go to the sectarians, really. Their art is not great, but there's the place to get faith. Faith. Mariana there has faith. She's at work from early morning, busy with Tatiana, a peasant woman here, good-natured and not a fool. By the way, she says of us that we want simplification, and calls us simplified folks. Well, Mariana busies herself with this woman and never sits down a minute. She's a regular ant. She's delighted that her hands are getting red and rough, and looks forward to some day, if necessary, the scaffold. While awaiting the scaffold, she has even tried giving up shoes. She went somewhere barefoot and came back barefoot. I heard her afterwards washing her feet a long while. I see she walks cautiously on them, they're sore from not being used to it. But she looks as joyful, as radiant as though she had found a treasure, as though the sun were shining on her. Yes, Mariana's first-rate. And when I try to talk to her of my feelings, to begin with, I feel somehow ashamed, as though I were laying hands on what's not mine. And then that look, oh, that awful, devoted, unresisting look. Take me, it seems to say. But remember, and what need of all this? Isn't there something better, higher upon earth? That is, in other words, put on your stinking overcoat and go out to the people. And so you see I go out to the people. Oh, how I curse at such times my nervousness, delicacy, sensitiveness, squeamishness, all I have inherited from my aristocratic father. What right had he to shove me into life, supplying me with organs utterly unfit for the surroundings in which I must move? To hatch a chicken and shove it into the water, an artist in the mud, a democrat, a lover of the people, whom the mere smell of that loathsome vodka, the green wine, turns ill and nearly sick. See what I've worked myself up to, abusing my father, and indeed I became a democrat of myself. He'd no hand in that. Yes, Vladimir, I'm in a bad way. I have begun to be haunted by some grey, ugly thoughts. Can it be, you will ask me, that I have not even during this fortnight come across anything consolatory, any good, live person, however ignorant? What shall I say? I have met something of the sort. I've even come across one very fine, splendid, plucky chap, but turn it which way I will, I'm no use to him with my pamphlets, and that's all about it. Pavel, a man in the factory here, he's Vasili's right hand, a very clever, very sharp fellow, a future head. I fancy I wrote to you about him. He has a friend, a peasant, Elizar is his name, a clear brain, too, and a free spirit, untrammelled in every way. But directly we meet it's as though there's a wall between us. His face is nothing but a no. And again another fellow I met with, he was one of the hot-tempered sort, though. Now then, sir, says he, no soft soap, please, but say straight out, are you giving up all your land as it is or not? What do you mean? I answered. I'm not a gentleman. And I even added, I remember, Lord bless you. But if you're a common man, says he, what sort of sense is there in you? Do me the favour to let me alone. And another thing, I've noticed if anyone listens to you very readily, takes pamphlets at once, you may be sure he's one of the wrong sort, a featherhead. Or you'll come on a fine talker, an educated fellow, who can do nothing but keep repeating some favourite expression. One, for instance, simply drove me distracted. Everything with him was product. Whatever you say to him, he keeps on, to be sure, a product. Oh, to the devil with him. One remark more. Do you remember at one time, a long while ago, there used to be a great deal of talk about superfluous people? Hamlets? Fancy, such superfluous people are to be found now among the peasants, with a special tone of their own, of course. Moreover, they're for the most part of consumptive build. Interesting types, and they come to us readily, but for the cause they're no good, just like the Hamlets of former days. Come, what is one to do then? Found a secret printing press? Why, there are books enough as it is, both of the sort, cross yourself and take up the hatchet, and the sort that say, take up the hatchet simply. Write novels of peasant life, filled out with padding? They wouldn't get printed, most likely. Or first take up the hatchet. But against whom, with whom, what for? So that the national soldier may shoot you down with the national rifle? Well, that's a sort of complex suicide. It would be better to make an end of myself. At least I shall know when and how, and shall choose myself what part to aim at. Really, I fancy if there were a war of independence going on now anywhere, I would set off there, not to liberate anybody whatever, the idea of liberating others when one's own people are not free, but to make an end of myself. Our friend Vasily, the man who has taken us in here, is a happy man. He is of our camp, and a quiet fellow in a way. He's not in a hurry. Another man I should abuse for that, but him I can't. And it seems as though the whole basis of it doesn't lie in convictions, but in character. Vasily has a character you can't pick holes in. Well, to be sure, he's right. He sits a great deal with us, with Mariana. And here's a curious fact. I love her and she loves me. I can see you smiling at that phrase, but by God it's so. And we have hardly anything to say to one another. But she argues and discusses with him and listens to him. I'm not jealous of him. He's taking steps for getting her into some place. At least she asks him about it. Only my heart aches when I look at them. And yet imagine, if I were to falter out a word about marriage, she'd agree at once, and the priest Zosim would put in an appearance. Esaias be exalted, and all the rest in due order. Only it would make it no better for me, and nothing would be changed. There's no way out of it. Life's cut me on the cross, dear Vladimir, and you remember our friend the drunken tailor used to complain of his wife. I feel, though, that it won't last long. I feel that something is preparing. Haven't I demanded and proved that we ought to act? Well, now we are going to act. I don't remember whether I wrote to you of another friend of mine, a dark fellow, a relation of the Sipiagins. He may very likely cook a kettle of fish that won't be swallowed too easily. I quite meant to finish this letter before, but there. Though I do nothing at all, I scribble verses. I don't read them to Mariana, she doesn't much care for them, but you sometimes even praise them. And what's of most importance, you won't talk about them to anyone. I have been struck by one universal phenomenon in Russia. Anyway, here they are, the verses. Sleep. A long while I had not been in my own land, but I found in it no change to notice. Everywhere the same death-like, senseless stagnation, houses without roofs, walls tumbling down, and the same filth and stench and poverty and boredom, and the same slavish glance, now insolent, now abject. Our people were made free, and the free arm hangs as before like a whip unused. All is as before, and in one thing alone, Europe, Asia, the whole world we have outstripped. No, never yet have my dear countrymen sunk into a sleep so terrible. Everything is asleep, everywhere, in village and in town, in cart, in sledge, by day, by night, sitting and standing. The merchant, the official sleeps. The sentinel at his post stands asleep in the cold of the snow and in the burning heat. And the prisoner sleeps, and the judge snores. Dead asleep are the peasants, asleep they reap and plough. They thresh asleep. The father sleeps, the mother and children, all are asleep. He that flogs is asleep, and he too that is flogged. Only the Tsar's gin shop never closes an eye, and grasping tight her pot of gin, her brow on the pole and her heels on the Caucasus, lies in interminable sleep our country, holy Russia. Please forgive me. I didn't want to send you such a melancholy letter without giving you a little amusement at the end. You'll certainly notice some halting lines, but what of it? When shall I write to you again? Shall I write again? Whatever becomes of me, I am sure you will not forget your faithful friend, A.N. P.S. Yes, our people is asleep, but I fancy if anything ever does wake it, it won't be what we are thinking of. After writing the last line, Neshdana flung down the pen, and saying to himself, "Well, now try to sleep and forget all this rot, rhymester," he lay down on the bed, but it was long before sleep visited his eyes. Next morning Mariana waked him, passing through his room to Tatiana, but he had only just had time to dress when she came back again. Her face expressed delight and agitation. She seemed excited. "Do you know, Alyosha, they say that in the T district, not far from here, it has begun already." "Eh? What has begun? Who says so?" "Pavel. They say the peasants are rising, refusing to pay taxes, collecting in mobs." "You heard that yourself?" "Tatiana told me. But here's Pavel himself. Ask him." Pavel came in and confirmed Mariana's tale. "There's disturbance in T district. That's true," he said, shaking his beard and screwing up his flashing black eyes. "It's Sergei Mialovitch's work, one must suppose. It's 5 days now he's not been at home." Nezhdanov snatched up his cap. "Where are you going?" asked Mariana. "Where?" "There," he answered, scowling and not raising his eyes. "To T district." "Then I'll go with you. You'll take me, won't you? Only let me put a big kerchief over my head." "It's not a woman's work," said Nezhdanov sullenly, as before looking down as though irritated. "No, no. You do right to go, or Markelov would think you a coward. And I will go with you." "I'm not a coward," said Nezhdanov in the same sullen voice. "I meant to say he would take us both for cowards. I'm coming with you." Mariana went into her room for the kerchief, while Pavel uttered in a sort of stealthy inward whistle, "Aha! Aha!" and promptly vanished. He ran to warn Solomin. Mariana had not reappeared when Solomin came into Nezhdanov's room. He was standing with his face to the window, his forehead resting on his arm, and his arm on the window pane. Solomin touched him on the shoulder. He turned quickly round. Dishevelled and unwashed, Nezhdanov had a wild and strange look. Though indeed Solomin too had changed of late. He had grown yellow, his face looked drawn, his upper teeth were slightly visible. He too seemed unhinged, so far as his well-balanced nature could be. "So Markelov could not control himself," he began. "This may turn out badly, for him chiefly, and for others too." "I want to go and see what's going on," observed Nezhdanov. "And I too," added Mariana, making her appearance in the doorway. Solomin turned slowly to her. "I would not advise you to, Mariana. You might betray yourself and us, without meaning to and utterly needlessly. Let Nezhdanov go and see what's in the air a little, if he likes. And the less of that the better. But why should you?" "I don't like to stay behind when he goes." "You will hamper him." Mariana glanced at Nezhdanov. He stood immovable, with an immovable, sullen face. "But if there's danger," she said. Solomin smiled. "Don't be afraid. When there's danger, I'll let you go." Mariana silently took the kerchief off her head and sat down. Then Solomin turned to Nezhdanov. "And do you, brother, really look about a little? Perhaps it's all exaggerated. Only please, be careful. Someone shall go with you, though. And come back as quick as possible. You promise? Nezhdanov, do you promise?" "Yes." "Yes, for certain? Since everyone obeys you here, Mariana and all?" Nezhdanov went out into the passage without saying goodbye. Pavel popped up out of the darkness and ran down the staircase before him, his iron-shod boots ringing as he went. Was he then to accompany Nezhdanov? Solomin sat down by Mariana. "You heard Nezhdanov's last words?" "Yes, he's vexed that I listen to you more than to him. And indeed it's the truth. I love him, but I obey you. He's dearer to me, but you're nearer." Solomin cautiously stroked her hand with his. "This is a most unpleasant affair," he observed at last. "If Markelov's mixed up in it, he's lost." Mariana shuddered. "Lost?" "Yes, he does nothing by halves, and he won't hide behind others." "Lost," murmured Mariana again, and the tears ran down her face. "Oh, Vasily Fedotich, I am very sorry for him, but why can't he be victorious? Why must he inevitably be lost?" "Because in such undertakings, Mariana, the first always perish, even if they succeed. And in the work he's plotting for, not only the first and the second, but even the 10th, and the 20th. "Then we shall never live to see it?" "What are you dreaming of? Never. With our eyes we shall never look upon it, with these living eyes. In the spirit, to be sure, that's a different matter. We may gratify ourselves by the sight of it that way now, at once. There's no restriction there." "Then how is it you, Solomin—" "What?" "How is it you are going along the same way?" "Because there's no other. That is, speaking more correctly, my aim is the same as Markelov's, but our paths are different." "Poor Sergei Mialovich," said Mariana mournfully. Solomin again gave her a discreet caress. "Come, come, there's nothing certain yet. We shall see what news Pavel brings. In our work one must be of good courage. The English say, 'Never say die,' a good proverb, better than the Russian, 'When trouble comes, open the gates wide.' It's useless lamenting beforehand." Solomin got up from his seat. "And the place you meant to get me? asked Mariana suddenly. The tears were still glistening on her cheeks, but there was no sadness in her eyes. Solomon sat down again. "Do you want so much to get away from here as soon as possible?" "Oh, no, but I should like to be of use." "Mariani, you are of great use even here. Don't forsake us, wait a little." "What is it?" Solomon asked of Tatiana, who came in. "Well, there's some sort of a female article asking for Alexei Dmitrich," answered Tatiana, laughing and gesticulating. "I was for saying that he wasn't here, not here at all. We don't know any such person, says I. But then it... Who's... it... Why, this same female article took and wrote her name on this slip of paper here, and says I'm to show it, and that'll admit her. And that if Alexei Dmitrich really isn't at home, then she can wait." On the paper stood in large letters, "Mashurina." "Show her in," said Solomon. "You won't mind Mariana if she comes in here? She too is one of ours." "Oh, no, indeed." A few seconds later Mashurina appeared in the doorway in the same dress in which we saw her at the beginning of the first chapter. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Is Neshdanov not at home?" she asked. Then, seeing Solomon, she went up to him and gave him her hand. "How are you, Solomon?" At Mariana she simply cast a sidelong glance. "He will soon be back," answered Solomon. "But let me ask, from whom did you find out?" "From Markelov, though indeed it's known in the town, to 2 or 3 people already." "Really?" "Yes, someone has blabbed. Besides, they say Neshdanov himself has been recognized." "So much for this dressing-up business," muttered Solomon. "Let me introduce you," he added aloud. "Miss Sinetsky, Miss Mashurin. Pray sit down." Mashurina gave a slight nod and sat down. "I have a letter for Neshdanov, and for you, Solomon, a verbal message." "What sort of message? From whom?" "From a person you know. How are things with you? Is everything ready?" "Nothing is ready." Mashurina opened her tiny little eyes as wide as she could. "Nothing?" "Nothing." "You mean absolutely nothing?" "Absolutely nothing." "Is that what I'm to say?"
"That's what you must say."
Mashurina pondered a minute, then she took a cigarette out of her pocket. "A light, can you give me?"
"Here's a match."
Mashurina lighted her cigarette. "They expected something quite different," she began. "And all around, it's not as it is with you. However, that's your affair. I'm not here for long, only to see Neshdanov and to give him the letter."
"Where are you going?"
"Oh, a long way from here." She was in fact going to Geneva, but she did not care to tell Solomon so. She did not regard him as altogether trustworthy. Besides, there was an outsider sitting there. Mashurina, who hardly knew a word of German, was being sent to Geneva in order to hand to a person there utterly unknown to her a torn scrap of cardboard with a vine branch sketched on it, and 279 roubles.
"Where's Ostrodumov? Is he with you?"
"No, he's near here. He got stuck on the way. But he'll come when he's wanted. Bimen's all right. No need to worry about him."
"How did you come here?"
"In a cart. How else should I? Give me another match." Solomon gave her a lighted match.
"Vasily Fedotich," a voice whispered all at once at the door. "Please, sir." "Who's there? What do you want?"
"Please come," the voice repeated with persuasive insistency. "There's some strange workmen come here. They keep jawing away, and Pavel Yegoritch isn't here." Solomon excused himself, got up and went out. Mashurina fell to staring at Mariana, and stared at her so long that the latter was quite out of countenance. "Forgive me," she said suddenly in her gruff, abrupt voice. "I'm a rough sort. I don't know how to put things. Don't be angry. You needn't answer if you don't want to. Are you the girl that ran away from the Sipiagins?" Mariana was somewhat disconcerted. However, she said, "Yes." "With Neshdanov?" "Well, yes." "If you please, give me your hand. Forgive me, please. You must be good, since he loves you." Mariana pressed her hand. "Do you know Neshdanov well?" "Yes, I know him. I used to see him in Petersburg. That's what makes me say so. Sergei Mialitch, too, told me—" "Ah, Markelov! You have seen him lately?" "Yes, now he's gone away." "Where?" "Where he was ordered." Mariana sighed. "Ah, Miss Mashurine, I fear for him." "To begin with, I'm not Miss. You ought to cast off all such manners. And secondly, you say, 'I fear.' That won't do either. You will come not to fear for yourself, and to give up fearing for others. Though indeed I'll tell you what strikes me. It's easy for me, Fekla Mashurina, to talk like that. I'm ugly. But of course, you're a beauty. That must make it all the harder for you." Mariana looked down and turned away. "Sergei Mialovich told me. He knew I had a letter for Neshdanov. 'Don't go to the factory,' he said to me. 'Don't take the letter. It will be the breaking up of everything there. Stay away. They're both happy there. So let them be. Don't meddle.' I should be glad not to meddle. But what was I to do about the letter?" "You must give it without fail," Mariana assented. "But oh, how kind he is, Sergei Mialitch. Can it be that he will be killed, Mashurina, or be sent to Siberia?" "Well, what then? Don't people come back from Siberia? And as for losing one's life, life's sweet to some it's bitter. His life is not made of refined sugar either." Mashurina again turned an intent and inquisitive gaze on Mariana. "Yes, you are certainly beautiful," she cried at last. "A perfect little bird. I'm beginning to think Alexei's not coming. Shouldn't I give you the letter? Why wait?" "I will give it him, you may rest assured." Mashurina rested her cheek in her hand, and for a long, long time she did not speak. "Tell me," she began, "excuse me, do you love him very much?" "Yes." Mashurina shook her heavy head. "Well, there's no need to inquire whether he loves you. I'm going, though, or perhaps I shall be too late. You tell him that I have been here. Send my greetings to him. Tell him Mashurina has been. You won't forget my name? No? Mashurina. And the letter. Wait a bit, where have I put it to?" Mashurina stood up, turned away, making a pretence of rummaging in her pockets, but meanwhile she rapidly put into her mouth a little folded scrap of paper and swallowed it. "Ah, my goodness, what a piece of idiocy! Can I have lost it? Lost it really is. What a misfortune, if anyone were to find it. No, it's nowhere. So it has turned out as Sergei Mialitch wished after all." "Look again," whispered Mariana. Mashurina waved her hand. "No. What's the use? It's lost." Mariana went up to her. "Well, kiss me then." Mashurina suddenly took Mariana in her arms and pressed her to her bosom with more than a woman's force. "I wouldn't have done that for anybody," she said thickly. "It's against my conscience. It's the first time. Tell him to be more careful. And you too. Mind, it'll soon be a bad place for you here, very bad. Get away, both of you, while... Goodbye," she added, in a loud, sharp voice. "But there's something else. Tell him... No, there's no need. It's no use." Mashurina went out, slamming the door, and Mariana was left pondering in the middle of the room. "What does it all mean?" she said at last. "Why, that woman loves him more than I love him. And what was the meaning of her hints? And why did Solomon go out so suddenly and not come back?" She began walking up and down. A strange sensation, a mixture of dismay and annoyance and bewilderment, took possession of her. Why had she not gone with Neshdanov? Solomon had dissuaded her. And where was he himself? And what was going on all around her? Mashurina, of course, had not given her that fatal letter out of sympathy for Neshdanov. But how could she bring herself to such an act of insubordination? Did she want to show her magnanimity? What right had she? And why had she, Mariana, been so much touched by that action? And was she really touched by it? An ugly woman was attracted by a young man. After all, what was there out of the way in that? And why did Mashurina assume that Mariana's devotion to Neshdanov was stronger than her sense of duty? Perhaps Mariana had not at all desired such a sacrifice. And what could have been contained in the letter? A call to immediate action? What then? And Markelov, he is in danger. And are we doing anything? She asked herself. Markelov spares us both, gives us the chance of being happy, won't separate us. What is that? Magnanimity too, or contempt? And did we run away from that detestable house only to be together, billing and cooing like doves? Such were Mariana's meditations, and stronger was the part played in her feelings by the same exasperated annoyance. Moreover, her vanity had been wounded. Why had everyone left her alone? Everyone! This fat woman had called her a beauty, a little bird. Why not a doll at once? And why was it Neshdanov had gone not alone but with Pavel? As though he needed someone to look after him. And after all, what were Solomon's convictions really? He wasn't a revolutionist at all. And was it possible anyone imagined that her attitude to it all was not a serious one? Such were the thoughts that whirled, chasing one another in confusion through Mariana's heated brain. Compressing her lips and folding her arms like a man, she sat down at last by the window, and again stayed immovable, not leaning back in her chair, all alertness and intensity, ready to spring up any minute. Go to Tatiana, work, she would not. She wanted to do one thing only, to wait. And she waited obstinately, almost spitefully. From time to time her own mood struck her as strange and incomprehensible. But it made no difference. Once it even occurred to her to wonder whether jealousy was not at the root of all her feeling. But recalling the figure of poor Mashurina, she merely shrugged her shoulders and dismissed the idea with a mental wave of her hand. Mariana had long to wait. At last she caught the sound of two persons' steps mounting the stairs. She turned her eyes on the door. The steps drew nearer. The door opened and Neshdanov, supported under Pavel's arm, appeared in the doorway. He was deadly pale and without his cap. His dishevelled hair fell in moist tufts over his brow. His eyes were staring straight before him, seeing nothing. Pavel led him across the room. Neshdanov's legs moved with an uncertain, feeble totter, and seated him on the sofa. Mariana jumped up. "What is it? What's wrong with him? Is he ill?" But as he settled Neshdanov, Pavel answered her with a smile, looking round over his shoulder. "Don't worry yourself, miss, it'll soon pass off. It's just from not being used to it." "But what is it?" Mariana queried insistently. "He's a little tipsy. Been drinking on an empty stomach, that's all." Mariana bent over Neshdanov. He was half lying across the sofa. His head had sunk onto his breast, his eyes were glassy. He smelt of spirits. He was drunk. "Alexei!" broke from her lips. He raised his heavy eyelids with an effort and tried to smile. "Ah, Mariana," he stammered. "You always talked of simplification. See, now I'm really simplified. For the people's always drunk, so—" He broke off, then muttered something indistinct, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Pavel laid him carefully on the sofa. "Don't be worried, Mariana Vikentyevna," he repeated. "He'll sleep a couple of hours and wake up as good as new." Mariana was on the point of asking how it had happened, but her questions would have detained Pavel, and she wanted to be alone. That is, she did not want Pavel to see him in such a disgraceful state before her longer than could be avoided. She turned away to the window, while Pavel, who had taken in the situation at a glance, carefully covered Neshdanov's legs with the skirts of his long coat, put a pillow under his head, once more murmured, "It's nothing," and went out on tiptoe. Mariana looked round. Neshdanov's head sank heavily into the pillow. On his white face could be seen a tense immobility, as on the face of a man mortally sick. "How did it happen?" she thought. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This was how it had happened. On taking his seat in the cart with Pavel, Neshdanov suddenly fell into a state of intense excitement, and directly they drove out of the factory yard and began rolling along the high road towards T district, He began shouting, stopping the peasants that passed, and addressing them in brief, disconnected sentences. "Eh, are you asleep?" he would say. "Rise, the time has come. Down with the taxes, down with the landowners." Some peasants stared at him in amazement. Others went on paying no attention to his shouts. They took him for a drunken man. One even said when he had got home that he had met a Frenchman shouting some stammering, incomprehensible stuff. Neshtanov had enough sense to know how unutterably stupid and even meaningless what he was doing was, but he gradually worked himself up to such a point that he did not realize what was sense and what was nonsense. Pavel tried to quiet him, told him he couldn't really go on like that soon they would reach a large village, the first on the borders of T district, Lasses Springs, that there they could reconnoitre, but Neshtanov did not listen, and at the same time his face was strangely sad, almost despairing. Their horse was a very plucky, round little beast with a clipped mane on his scraggy neck. He plied his sturdy little legs very actively, and kept pulling at the reins, as though he were hastening to the scene of action and taking persons of importance there. Before they reached Lasses Springs, Neshtanov noticed, just off the road, before an open corn barn, 8 peasants. He sprang at once out of the cart, ran up to them with sudden shouts and backhanded gestures. The words "freedom," "forward," "shoulder to shoulder" could be distinguished, hoarse and noisy, above a multitude of other words less comprehensible. The peasants, who had met before the granary to deliberate how it could be filled, if only in appearance (it was the commune granary, and consequently empty), stared at Neshtanov and seemed to be listening to his address with great attention, but can hardly have understood much, as when at last he rushed away from them, shouting for the last time, "Freedom!" One of them, the most acute, shook his head with an air of deep reflection and commented, "Wasn't he severe?" while another observed, "Some captain, seemingly," to which the acute peasant rejoined, "To be sure, he wouldn't strain his throat for nothing. That's what they give us nowadays for our money." Neshtanov himself, as he clambered into the cart and sat beside Pavel, thought to himself, "Lord, what idiocy! But there, not one of us knows just how one ought to stir up the people. Isn't that it, perhaps? There's no time to analyse now. Tear along. Does your heart ache? Let it." They drove into the village street. In the very middle of it a good many peasants were crowding round a tavern. Pavel tried to restrain Neshtanov, but he flew head over heels out of the cart, and with a wailing shout of "Brothers!" he was in the crowd. It parted a little, and Neshtanov again fell to preaching, looking at no one, in a violent passion as it seemed, and almost weeping. But here the result that followed was quite different. A gigantic fellow with a beardless but ferocious face, in a short greasy coat, high boots, and a sheepskin cap, went up to Neshtanov, and clapping him on the shoulder with all his might, "Bravo, you're a fine chap," he bellowed in a voice of thunder. "But stop a bit. Don't you know dry words scorch the mouth? Come this way. It's much handier talking here." He dragged Neshtanov into the tavern. The rest of the crowd trooped in after them. "Mihaich," bawled the young giant, "look sharp. 2 penn'orth. My favourite tap. I'm treating a friend. Who he is, what's his family, and where he's from, old Nick knows, but he's laying into the gentry pretty hot. Drink," he said, turning to Neshtanov, and handing him a full heavy glass, moist all over the outside as though perspiring. "Drink, if you've really any feeling for the likes of us." "Drink," rose a noisy chorus around. Neshtanov grasped the pot, he was in a sort of nightmare, shouted, "To your health, lads," and emptied it at a gulp. "Oh!" He drank it off with the same desperate heroism with which he would have flung himself on a storm of battery or a row of bayonets. But what was happening in him? Something seemed to dart along his spine and down his legs, to set his throat, his chest, and his stomach on fire, to drive the tears into his eyes. A shudder of nausea passed all over him, and with difficulty he kept it down. He shouted at the top of his voice, if only to drown the throbbing in his head. The dark tavern room seemed suddenly hot, sticky, stifling, full of crowds of people. Neshtanov began talking endlessly, shouting wrathfully, malignantly, shaking broad, horny hands, kissing slobbery beards. The young giant in the coat kissed him too, he almost crushed his ribs in. And he showed himself a perfect demon. "I'll split his gullet for him," he roared. "I'll split his gullet for him, if anyone's rude to our brother. Or else I'll pound his skull into a jelly. I'll make him squeak. I'm up to it, I am. I've been a butcher. I'm a good hand at that sort of job." And he shook his huge freckled fist. And then, good God, someone bellowed again, "Drink!" and again Neshdanov gulped down that loathsome poison. But this second time it was terrible. He seemed to be full of blunt hooks tearing him to pieces inside. His head was on fire, green circles were going round before his eyes. There was a loud roar, a ringing in his ears. Oh, horror! A third pot! Was it possible he had emptied it? Purple noses seemed to creep up close and hem him in, and dusty heads of hair, and tanned necks and throats ploughed over with networks of wrinkles. Rough hands caught hold of him. "Hold on," raging voices were bawling. "Talk away. The day before yesterday, another, a stranger, talked like that. Go on." The earth seemed reeling under Neshdanov's feet. His own voice sounded strange to him, as if it came from a long way off. Was it death or what? And all of a sudden, a sense of the fresh air on his face, and no more hubbub, no red faces, no stench of spirits, sheepskins, pitch and leather. And again he was sitting in the cart with Pavel, at first struggling and shouting, "Stop! Where are you off to? I had not time to tell them anything. I must explain." Then adding, "And you yourself, you sly devil, what are your views?" To which Pavel replied, "It would be nice if there were no gentry and the land was all ours. What could be better? But there's been no order to that effect so far." While he stealthily turned his horse's head, and suddenly lashing him on the back with the reins, set off at full trot away from the din and clamour, to the factory. Neshdanov dozed and was jolted about, but the wind blew sweetly in his face and kept back gloomy thoughts. Only he was vexed that he had not been allowed to explain himself fully, and again the wind soothed his heated face. And then the momentary vision of Mariana, a momentary burning sense of disgrace, and sleep, heavy, death-like sleep. All this Pavel told afterwards to Solomin. He made no secret of the fact that he had not hindered Neshdanov's getting drunk. He could not have got him away else. The others wouldn't have let him go. But there, when he was getting quite feeble, I begged them with many bows. 'Honest gentlemen,' says I, 'let the poor boy go. See, he's quite young.' And so they let him go. 'Only give us half a rouble for ransom,' says they. And so I gave it them." "Quite right," said Solomin approvingly. Neshdanov slept, and Mariana sat at the window and looked into the little enclosure. And, strange to say, the angry, almost wicked thoughts and feelings that had been astir within her before Neshdanov's arrival with Pavel left her all at once. Neshdanov himself was far from being repulsive or disgusting to her. She pitied him. She knew very well that he was neither a rake nor a drunkard, and was already pondering what to say to him when he should wake up. Something affectionate, that he might not be too much distressed and ashamed. "I must manage so that he should tell me of his own accord how this mishap befell him." She was not excited, but she felt sad, desperately sad. It was as if a breath had blown upon her from that real world which she had been struggling to reach, and she shuddered at its coarseness and darkness. What Moloch was this to which she was going to sacrifice herself? But no, it could not be. This was nothing. It was a chance event, and would be over directly. It was the impression of an instant, which had impressed her only because it was unexpected. She got up, went to the sofa on which Neshdanov was lying, passed a handkerchief over his pale brow, which was contracted with suffering even in his sleep, and pushed back his hair. Again she felt sorry for him, as a mother pities her sick child, but it made her heart ache a little to look at him, and she softly went away into her room, leaving the door ajar. She did not take up any work, and sat down again, and again a mood of musing came upon her. She felt the time melting away, minute after minute flying past, and it was positively sweet to her to feel it, and her heart beat, and again she fell to waiting for something. Where had Solomin got to? The door creaked softly, and Tatiana came into the room. "What do you want?" asked Mariana, almost with annoyance. "Mariana Vikentyevna," began Tatiana in an undertone, "look here. Don't you upset yourself, for it's a thing that will happen in life, and thank God too." "I'm not in the least upset, Tatiana Osipovna," Mariana cut her short. "Alexei Dmitrich isn't quite well. It's of no great consequence." "Well, now, that's first rate. But here have I been thinking, my Mariana Vikentyevna doesn't come, what's wrong with her, thinks I. But for all that I wouldn't have come in to you, for in such cases the first rule is mind your own business. Only here's someone, I don't know who, come to the factory. A little man like this, and a bit lame, and nothing'll content him but to get at Alexei Dmitrich. It seems so queer. This morning that female came asking for him, and now here's this lame man. And if, says he, Alexei Dmitrich is not here, we're to let him see Vasily Fedotich. I won't go without, says he, for, says he, it's very important business. We try to pack him off like that female, tell him Vasily Fedotich isn't here, has gone away, but this lame man keeps on. I'm not going, says he, if I have to wait till midnight. So he's walking in the yard. Here, come this way into the passage. You can see him from the window. Can you tell me what sort of a fine gentleman he is? Mariana followed Tatiana. She had to pass close by Neshdanov, and again she noticed his brow contracted painfully, and again she passed her handkerchief over it. Through the dusty window pane she caught sight of the visitor of whom Tatiana had been speaking. He was a stranger to her, but at that very instant Solomon came into sight round the corner of the house. The little lame man went rapidly to him and held out his hand. Solomon took it. He obviously knew the man. Both of them vanished. But now their steps could be heard on the stairs. They were coming up. Mariana went back hurriedly into her room and stood still in the middle, hardly able to breathe. She felt dread. Of what? She did not know. Solomon's head appeared in the doorway. Mariana Vikentyevna, allow us to come in to you. I have brought a person whom it's absolutely necessary for you to see. Mariana merely nodded in reply, and behind Solomon in walked Parklin. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I'm a friend of your husband's, he said, bowing low to Mariana and trying, as it seemed, to conceal his scared and excited face. I'm a friend, too, of Vasily Fedotich's. Alexei Dmitrich is asleep. He is, I hear, unwell, and I have unfortunately brought bad news, which I have already communicated in part to Vasily Fedotich, and in consequence of which decisive measures must be taken. Parklin's voice broke continually, like that of a man who is parched and tortured by thirst. The news he brought was really very bad. Markelov had been seized by the peasants and carried off to the town. The stupid clerk had betrayed Golushkin. He had been arrested. He, in his turn, was betraying everything and everyone, was eager to go over to orthodoxy, was offering to present the high school with the portrait of Bishop Filaret, and had already forwarded 5,000 roubles for distribution among crippled soldiers. There was not a shadow of doubt that he had betrayed Neshdanov. The police might make a raid upon the factory any minute. Vasily Fedotich, too, was in some danger. As far as I'm concerned, added Parklin, I'm surprised really that I'm still walking about at liberty, though to be sure I have never taken any part precisely in politics and had no hand in any plans. I have taken advantage of this forgetfulness or oversight on the part of the police to warn you and consult you as to what means may be employed, to avert all unpleasantness. Mariana heard Parklin to the end. She was not frightened. She even remained perfectly serene. But to be sure, some steps would have to be taken. Her first action was to look to Solomon. He too seemed composed, only the muscles were faintly twitching about his lips, with something unlike his habitual smile. He understood what her look meant. She was waiting for him to say what steps were to be taken. "It's rather a ticklish business, certainly," he began. "It would be as well, I imagine, for Neshdanov to keep in hiding for a time. By the way, how did you learn that he was here, Mr. Parklin?" Parklin waved his hand. "An individual told me. He'd seen him wandering about the neighbourhood making propaganda. Well, he kept an eye on him, though with no evil intent. He is a sympathizer. Pardon me," he added, turning to Mariana, "but really our friend Neshdanov has been very indiscreet." "It's no use blaming him now," Solomon began again. "It's a pity we can't talk things over with him. But his indisposition will be over by tomorrow, and the police are not so rapid in their movements as you imagine.
You too, Mariana Vikentyevna, ought to go away with him, I suppose." "Undoubtedly," Mariana replied, thickly but resolutely.
"Yes," said Solomin, "we shall have to think things over. We shall have to find ways and means."
"Allow me to lay one idea before you," began Paquelin. "The idea entered my head as I came in here. I hasten to observe that I dismissed the cabman from the town a mile away."
"What is your idea?" asked Solomin.
"I'll tell you. Let me have horses at once, and I will gallop off to the Sipiagins." "To the Sipiagins?" repeated Mariana. "What for?" "You shall hear."
"But do you know them?" "Not in the least. But listen. Consider my proposition thoroughly. It seems to me simply a stroke of genius. You see, Markellov's Sipiagin's brother-in-law, his wife's brother. Isn't that so? Is it possible that gentleman will do nothing to save him? And moreover, Neshdanov himself. Granting that Mr. Sipiagin is angry with him, still, you see, for all that, Neshdanov has become a relation of his by marrying you. And the danger hanging over our friend's head—" "I'm not married," observed Mariana.
Parklin positively started. "What? Not managed that all this time? Well, never mind," he went on, "one can fib a little. It's just the same thing. You're going to be married directly. Indeed, one can't devise any other plan. Take into consideration the fact that Sipiagin up till now has not gone so far as to persecute you. Consequently, he has a certain magnanimity. I see that expression's not to your taste. Let's say a certain affectation of generosity. Why shouldn't we utilize it in the present case? Think of it."
Mariana raised her head and passed her hand over her hair.
"You may utilize what you please for Markellov's benefit, Mr. Parklin, or for your own. But Alexei and I desire neither the protection nor the patronage of Mr. Sipiagin. We did not leave his house to go knocking at his door as beggars. We will owe nothing either to the magnanimity nor the affectation of generosity of Mr. Sipiagin or his wife."
"Those are most praiseworthy sentiments," responded Parklin. "But my, that's a nice wet blanket," was his inward comment. "Though, on the other hand, if you come to reflect... However, I am ready to obey you. I will exert myself on Markellov's account, our dear good Markellov only. I venture only to observe that he is not his blood relation, but only related to him through his wife, while you...
Mr. Parklin, I beg you."
"Oh yes, yes, but I can't refrain from expressing my regret, for Sipiagin is a man of great influence." "So you've no fears for yourself?" queried Solomin. Parklin straightened his chest. "At such moments one must not think of oneself," he said proudly. And all the while it was just of himself he was thinking. He wanted, poor feeble little creature, to be the first in the field, as the saying is. On the strength of the service rendered him, Sipiagin might, if need arose, speak a word for him. For as a fact he too, say what he would, was implicated. He had listened, and even gone chattering about himself. "I think your idea is not a bad one," observed Solomin at last, "though I put little confidence in its success. Anyway, you can try. You will do no harm."
"Of course not. Come, supposing the very worst, suppose they kick me out. What harm will that do?"
"There'll certainly be no harm in that."
"Merci," thought Parklin.
While Solomin went on, "What o'clock is it?"
5 o'clock. No time to waste. You shall have the horses directly. Pavel!"
But instead of Pavel, on the threshold they saw Neshdanov. He staggered, steadying himself on the doorpost, and opening his mouth feebly, stared with bewildered eyes, comprehending nothing. Parklin was the first to approach him.
"Alyosha," he cried, "you know me, don't you?"
Neshdanov gazed at him, blinking slowly.
"Parklin," he said at last. "Yes, yes, it's I. You are not well?"
"Yes, I'm not well. But why are you here?"
"I'm here."
But at that instant Mariana stealthily touched Parklin on the elbow. He looked round and saw she was making signs to him.
"Ah, yes," he muttered. "Yes, to be sure. Well, do you see, Alyosha," he added aloud, "I've come on important business and must go on further at once. Solomin will tell you all about it. And Mariana Vikentyevna. They both fully approve of my plan. It's a matter that concerns us all. That is... No, he interpolated hurriedly in response to a gesture and a glance from Mariana. "It's a matter concerning Markellov, our common friend Markellov. Him alone. But now, goodbye. Every minute's precious. Goodbye, friend. We shall meet again. Vasily Fedotich, will you come with me to give orders about the horses?" "Certainly. Mariana, I had meant to say to you, keep up your spirits. But there's no need. You're the real thing." Oh yes, chimed in Parklin. "You're a Roman woman of the time of Cato of Utica. But come along, Vasily Fedotich, let us go." "You've plenty of time," observed Solomin with a lazy smile. Neshdanov moved a little aside to let them both pass. But there was still the same uncomprehending look in his eyes. Then he took 2 steps and slowly sat down on a chair facing Mariana. "Alexei," she said to him, "everything is discovered. Markelov has been seized by the peasants he was trying to incite. He's under arrest in the town, and so is that merchant you dined with. Most likely the police will soon be here after us. Parklin has gone to Sipiagin." "What for?" muttered Neshdanov, hardly audibly. But his eyes grew clearer, his face regained its ordinary expression. The stupor had left him instantly. "To try whether he will intercede." Neshdanov drew himself up. "For us?" "No, for Markelov. He wanted to beg for us too, but I would not let him. Did I do right, Alexei?" "Right," said Neshdanov, and without getting up from his chair, he held out his hands to her. "Right," he repeated, and drawing her close to him and hiding his face against her, he suddenly burst into tears. "What is it, dear? What is it?" cried Mariana. Now too, as on that day when he had fallen on his knees before her, faint and breathless with a sudden torrent of passion, she laid her 2 hands on his trembling head. But what she felt now was not at all what she had felt then. Then she had given herself up to him. She had submitted and simply waited for what he would say to her. Now she pitied him and thought of nothing but how to comfort him. "What is it, dear?" she said. "What are you crying for? Surely not because you came home in rather a strange state. That can't be. Or are you sorry for Markelov and afraid for me and you? Or are you grieving for our shattered hopes? You didn't expect everything to run smoothly, you know." Neshdanov suddenly raised his head. "No, Mariana," he said, gulping down his sobs. "I'm not afraid for you nor for myself. But yes, I am sorry." "For whom?" "For you, Mariana. I'm sorry you have bound up your life with a man unworthy of it." "Why so?" "Well, if only because he can be shedding tears at such a moment." "It's not you weeping, it's your nerves." "My nerves and I are all one. Come, Mariana, look me in the face. Can you really say now that you don't regret—" "What?" "That you ran away with me?" "No." "And will you go further with me? Everywhere?" "Yes." "Yes? Mariana, yes." "Yes. I have given you my word, and so long as you are the man I loved, I will not take it back." Neshdanov went on sitting in his chair. Mariana stood before him. His arms lay about her waist. Her hands rested on his shoulders. "Yes, no," thought Neshdanov. "But yet, before, when it was my lot to hold her in my arms, just as at this moment, her body was at least motionless. But now I feel it gently and perhaps against her will shrink away from me." He loosened his arms. Mariana did, in fact, scarcely perceptibly draw back. "I tell you what," he said aloud, "if we must run away, before the police discover us, I suppose it would be as well for us to be married first. Most likely we shouldn't meet with such an accommodating priest as Zosim anywhere else." "I'm ready," said Mariana. Neshdanov looked intently at her. "Roman maiden," he said with an evil half-smile. "What a sense of duty." Mariana shrugged her shoulders. "We must speak to Solomin." "Yes, Solomin," Neshdanov drawled. "But he too, I suppose, is in some danger. The police will seize him too. It strikes me he has done more and known more about it than I." "I know nothing about that," said Mariana. "He never talks about himself." "Unlike me in that," thought Neshdanov. That was what she meant. "Solomin, Solomin," he repeated after a long silence. "Do you know, Mariana, I should not pity you if the man with whom you had linked your life forever had been like Solomin, or had been Solomin himself." Mariana, in her turn, looked intently at Neshdanov. "You had no right to say that," she said finally. "I'd no right. How am I to understand those words? Do they mean that you love me, or that I ought not any way to touch on that question?" You had no right to say it, repeated Marianna. Neshtanov's head drooped. Marianna, he articulated in a somewhat changed voice. Well? If I put you that question, you know. No, I ask nothing of you. Goodbye. He got up and went out. Marianna did not try to keep him. Neshtanov sat down on the sofa and hid his face in his hands. He was frightened by his own thoughts and tried not to think. He had one feeling only, that a sort of dark, underground hand seemed to have clutched at the very root of his being and would not let him go. He knew that that sweet, precious woman he had left in the next room would not come out to him, and he dared not go into her. And what would be the use? What could he say? Rapid, resolute footsteps made him open his eyes. Solomon walked across his room and, knocking at Marianna's door, went in. "Make way for your betters," muttered Neshtanov in a bitter whisper. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2 by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was 10 o'clock in the evening in the drawing-room of the mansion of Arjano. Sipiagin, his wife, and Kalomietsev were playing cards, when a footman came in and announced the arrival of a stranger, Mr. Paklin, who wanted to see Boris Andreevich on the most urgent and important business. So late, wondered Valentina Mihalovna. "Eh?" queried Boris Andreevich, wrinkling up his handsome nose. "What did you say was the gentleman's name?" "He said Paklin, sir." "Paklin," cried Kalomietsev, "a truly rural name. Paklin, that is stuffing. Solomin, that is strawing. De vrais noms ruraux, hein?" "And you say," pursued Boris Andreevich, turning to the footman with the same expression of displeasure, "that his business is important? Urgent?" "So the gentleman says, sir." Some beggar or swindler, or both together," put in Kalomietsev. "Quite likely. Ask him into my study." Boris Andreevich got up. "Pardon, ma bonne. Have a game of écarté while I'm gone, or wait for me. I'll be back directly." "Nous causerons. Allez," said Kalomietsev. When Sipiagin came into his study and saw Paklin's pitiful, feeble little figure meekly huddled against the wall between the fireplace and the door, he was seized with that truly ministerial sensation of lofty compassion and fastidious condescension so characteristic of the Petersburg higher official. "Mercy on us, what a poor little plucked bird," he thought, "and I do believe he's lame too." "Be seated," he said aloud, giving vent to the benevolent baritone notes of his voice, and affably throwing back his little head, and he took a seat before his visitor. "You are tired from your journey, I presume. Take a seat, and let me hear what is the important business that has brought you to me so late." "Your Excellency," began Paklin, dropping discreetly into a chair, "I have made bold to come to you—" wait a bit, Sipiagin interrupted him. "I've seen you before. I never forget a face I have once met. I always recollect it. Precisely where have I met you?" "You are right, Your Excellency. I had the honour of meeting you in Petersburg at a person's who, since then, has, unfortunately, incurred your displeasure." Sipiagin got up quickly from his chair. "At Mr. Neshtanov's. I remember now. Surely you haven't come from him?" "Oh no, Your Excellency, quite the contrary. Sipiagin sat down again. "That's as well, for in that case I would promptly have asked you to leave the house. I can give no admittance to any mediator between me and Mr. Neshtanov. Mr. Neshtanov has shown me one of those affronts which are not forgotten. I am above revenge, but I wish to know nothing of him, nor of the girl, more depraved in mind than in heart." This phrase Sipiagin must have repeated 30 times since Marianna's flight. "Who could bring herself to leave the home where she had been cared for to become the mistress of a base-born adventurer. It's enough for them that I consent to forget them." At this last word Sipiagin made a downward motion of his wrist away from him. "I forget them, sir." "Your Excellency, I have already submitted to you that I have not come here from them, though I may nevertheless inform Your Excellency, among other things, that they are already joined in the bonds of lawful matrimony. There, it's all one, thought Paquelin. I said I'd lie a bit here, and I'm lying. Here goes. Zipiagin moved his head restlessly to right and left against the back of his easy-chair. That is a matter of no interest to me, sir. One foolish marriage the more in the world, that's all. But what is this most urgent business to which I am indebted for the pleasure of your visit? Oh, the damned director of a department, Paquelin thought again. That's enough of your airs and graces, you ugly English monkey-face. Your wife's brother, he said aloud, Mr. Markelov, has been seized by the peasants he had meant to incite to insurrection, and is now in custody in the governor's house. Zipiagin jumped up a second time. What did you say? He stammered, not at all in his ministerial baritone, but in a sort of piteous guttural. I said your brother-in-law has been seized and is in chains. Directly I learned this fact, I took horses and came to warn you. I imagined that I might be rendering a service both to you and to that unfortunate man whom you may be able to save. I am much obliged to you, said Zipiagin in the same feeble voice, and with a violent blow on a bell shaped like a mushroom, he filled the whole house with its clear metallic ring. I am much obliged to you, he repeated more sharply, though let me tell you, a man who has trampled underfoot every law, human and divine, were he 100 times my kinsman, is in my eyes not to be pitied. He is a criminal. A footman darted into the room. Your orders, sir? The coach. This minute the coach and 4. I am driving to the town. Philip and Stepan to come with me. The footman darted out. Yes, sir, my brother-in-law is a criminal, and I am driving to the town, not to save him. Oh, no. But, Your Excellency, such are my principles, sir, and I beg you not to trouble me with objections. Zipiagin fell to walking up and down the room, while Parklin's eyes grew round as saucers. Oh, you devil, he was thinking, and you call yourself a liberal. Why, you're a roaring lion. The door opened, and with quick steps there entered first Valentina Mihalovna, and behind her Kalomietsev. What is the meaning of this, Boris? You have ordered the coach out? You are going to the town? What has happened? Zipiagin went up to his wife and took her by her arm, between the wrist and the elbow. Il faut vous armer de courage, ma chère. Your brother is arrested. My brother? Sergei? What for? He has been preaching socialistic theories to the peasants. Kalomietsev gave vent to a faint whistle. Yes, he has been preaching revolution. He has been making propaganda. They seized him and gave him up. Now he's in the town. The madman! But who has told you this? Mr. What's his name? Mr. Konopatin brought this news. Valentina Mihalovna glanced at Paquelin. He gave a forlorn bow. My, what an elegant female, was his thought. Even at such painful moments. Alas, how susceptible was poor Paquelin to feminine charms. And you mean to go to the town, so late? I shall find the governor still up. I always predicted that it must end so, put in Kalomietsev. It could not be otherwise. But what splendid chaps our Russian peasants are. Delightful. Pardon, madame, c'est votre frère. Mais la vérité avant tout. Can you really mean to go, Boris? Asked Valentina Mihalovna. I'm convinced too, continued Kalomietsev, that fellow too, that tutor, Mr. Neshtanov, has had a hand in it. J'en mettrai ma main au feu. They're all in one boat. Has he been caught? You don't know. Again Zipiagin made a downward gesture from his wrist. I don't know, and I don't want to know. By the way, he added, turning to his wife, il paraît qu'ils sont mariés. Who said so? The same gentleman? Valentina Mihalovna again looked at Paquelin, but this time she screwed up her eyes as she did so. Yes. In that case, put in Kalomietsev, he knows where they are for a certainty. Do you know where they are? Do you know where they are? Eh? 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 Do you know? Kalomietsev began pacing up and down before Paquelin, as though to bar the way to him, though the latter showed not the faintest inclination to escape. Speak! Answer! Eh? Eh? Do you know? Do you know? If I did know, Paquelin said with annoyance. His wrath was stirred at last and his little eyes flashed. If I did know, I should not tell you. Oh, oh, "Oh," muttered Kolomietsev. "You hear? You hear? Why, this fellow too must be one of their gang." "The coach is ready," a footman announced. Sipiagin seized his hat with a graceful, resolute gesture, but Valentina Mialovna begged him with such insistence to put off going till next morning. She laid before him such cogent reasons, the darkness on the road, and everyone would be asleep in the town, and he would merely be upsetting his nerves and might catch cold, that Sipiagin at last was persuaded by her, and exclaiming, "I obey," with a gesture as graceful, but no longer resolute, he laid his hat on the table. "Take out the horses," he commanded the footman, "but tomorrow at 6 in the morning precisely let them be ready. Do you hear? You can go. Stop! The visitor. The gentleman's conveyance can be dismissed. Pay the man. Eh? I fancy you spoke, Mr. Konopatin. I'll take you with me tomorrow, Mr. Konopatin. What do you say? I don't hear. You will take some vodka, I dare say. Some vodka for Mr. Konopatin. No. You don't drink it? In that case, Fyodor, show the gentleman to the green room. Good night, Mr. Kono. Parklin lost all patience at last. Parklin, he roared. My name is Parklin. Yes, yes, well, that's much the same. It's not unlike, you know. But what a powerful voice you have for one of your build. Good night, Mr. Parklin. I've got it right now, eh? Simeon, vous viendrez avec nous? Je crois bien. And Parklin was led off to the green room, and he was even locked in there. As he got into bed, he heard the key turn in the ringing English lock. Violently he swore at himself for his stroke of genius, and he slept very badly. Early next morning, at 5:30, he was called. Coffee was handed him. While he drank it, a footman with embroidered shoulder knots waited with the tray in his hands, and shifted from one leg to the other, as though he would say, "Hurry up, you're keeping the gentlemen waiting." Then he was conducted downstairs. The coach was already standing before the house. There too was Kolomietsev's open carriage. Sipiagin made his appearance on the steps in a camel's hair cloak with a round collar. Such cloaks had not been worn for many years except by a certain very important dignitary whom Sipiagin was trying to please and to imitate. On important official occasions, therefore, he wore such a cloak. Sipiagin greeted Parklin fairly affably, and with an energetic gesture motioned him to the coach and asked him to take his seat. "Mr. Parklin, you will come with me, Mr. Parklin." Put Mr. Parklin's bag on the box. "I am taking Mr. Parklin," he said, with an emphasis on the word Parklin, and an accent on the letter A, as though he would say, "You've a name like that and presume to feel insulted when people change it for you. There you are, then. Take plenty of it. I'll give you as much as you want. Mr. Parklin. Parklin." The unlucky name kept resounding in the keen morning air. It was so keen as to set Kolomietsev, who came out after Sipiagin, muttering several times in French, "Brr, brr, brr." And wrapping himself more closely in his cloak, he seated himself in his elegant open carriage. His poor friend the Servian prince, Mihailo Brenovitch, on seeing it had bought one exactly like it at Binder's. Vous savez Binder, le grand carrossier des Champs-Élysées? From the half-open shutters of a bedroom, Valentina Mialovna peeped out in the trailing garments of the night, as the poet has it. Sipiagin took his seat and kissed his hand to her. "Are you comfortable, Mr. Parklin? Drive on." "Je vous recommande mon frère. Épargnez-le," Valentina Mialovna was heard to say. "Soyez tranquille," cried Kolomietsev, glancing smartly up at her from under the edge of a travelling cap that he had designed himself with a cockade in it. "C'est surtout l'autre qu'il faut pincer." "Drive on," repeated Sipiagin. "Mr. Parklin, you're not cold? Drive on." The two carriages rolled away. For the first 10 minutes both Sipiagin and Parklin were silent. The luckless sealer, in his shabby little suit and greasy cap, seemed a still more pitiful figure against the dark blue background of the rich silky material with which the inside of the coach was upholstered. In silence he looked round at the delicate pale blue blinds that ran up rapidly at a mere finger's touch on a button, and at the rug of soft white sheepskin at their feet, and the box of red wood fitted in front, with a movable tray desk for letters, and even a shelf for books. Boris Andreitch did not much care to work in his coach, but he wished to make people believe he liked to work on his journeys like Thiers. Parklin felt intimidated.
Zipiagin glanced at him twice over his glossily shaven cheek, and with majestic deliberation pulled out of his side pocket a silver cigar case with a curly monogram on it in old Slavonic type, and positively offered him a cigar, balancing it between the second and third fingers of a hand in an English glove of yellow dogskin. "I don't smoke," muttered Parklin. "Ah," responded Zipiagin, and he himself lighted the cigar, which appeared to be a most choice regalia. "I ought to tell you, dear Mr. Parklin," he began, puffing affably at his cigar, and emitting delicate rings of fragrant smoke, "that I am in reality very grateful to you. I may have seemed somewhat short to you yesterday, though that is not a characteristic of mine at all." Zipiagin intentionally cut his sentence up meaningly. "I venture to assure you of that. But, Mr. Parklin, put yourself in my place." Zipiagin rolled the cigar from one corner of his mouth to the other. "The position I occupy makes me, so to say, conspicuous, and all of a sudden, my wife's brother compromises himself, and me, in this incredible manner. Mr. Parklin? You perhaps think that's of no great matter." "I don't think that, Your Excellency." "You don't know for what precisely, and where exactly he was arrested?" "I heard it was in T district." "From whom did you hear that?" From a man." "Well, it would hardly be from a bird." "But what man?" From an assistant of the director of the business of the governor's office." "What's his name?" "The director? No, the assistant." His name is Uliashevich. He's a very good public servant, Your Excellency. When I heard of that occurrence, I hurried at once to you." To be sure, and I repeat that I am very grateful to you. But what madness! Isn't it madness? Mr. Parklin? "Perfect madness," cried Parklin, and the perspiration zigzagged in a hot rivulet down his back. "It comes," he went on, "of not in the least understanding the Russian peasant. Mr. Markelov, so far as I know him, has a very kind and generous heart, but he has never understood the Russian peasant." Parklin glanced at Zipiagin, who, turning slightly towards him, was scanning him with a chilly but not hostile expression. "The Russian peasant cannot ever be induced to revolt except by taking advantage of his devotion to a higher authority, some sort of Tsar. Some sort of legend must be invented. You remember the false Demetrius, some sort of regal insignia, branded in burnt patches on the breast." Yes, like Pugachev," interrupted Zipiagin in a tone that seemed to say, "I've not forgotten my history, you needn't enlarge," and adding, "It's madness, madness." He turned to the contemplation of the swift coil of smoke rising from the end of his cigar. "Your Excellency," observed Parklin, gathering courage, "I told you just now I didn't smoke. But that's not quite accurate. I do smoke at times. And your cigar smells so delicious." "What? What's that?" said Zipiagin, as though waking up, and without letting Parklin repeat what he had said, he proved in the most unmistakable manner that he had heard him, and had uttered his reiterated questions solely for the sake of his dignity, by offering him his open cigar-case. Parklin discreetly and gratefully lighted a cigar. "Now I fancy is a good moment," he thought, but Zipiagin anticipated him. "You spoke to me too, do you remember?" he said carelessly, interrupting himself to look at his cigar and to jog his hat forwards onto his forehead. "You spoke, You spoke of that friend of yours who has married my relation. Do you see them? They are settled not far from here?" "Aha," thought Parklin, "Sila, look out." "I have seen them only once, Your Excellency. They are living, as a fact, at no great distance from here." "You understand, of course," Zipiagin went on in the same manner, "that I have no further serious interest, as I explained to you, either in that frivolous girl or in your friend. Good heavens, I've no prejudices, but you will agree with me this is beyond everything. It's folly, you know. Though I imagine they have been more drawn together by political sympathies. Politics," he repeated with a shrug of his shoulders, "than by any other feeling." "Indeed, I imagine so, Your Excellency." "Yes, Mr. Neshtanov was a red-hot Republican, I must do him the justice to admit that he made no secret of his opinions. Neshdanov, Parklin hazarded, has been led away, perhaps, but his heart... Is good, put in Zipiagin, to be sure. To be sure, like Markelov's. They all have good hearts. Probably he too has taken part, and will be too. We shall have to protect him too. Parklin clasped his hands before his breast. Ah, yes, yes, Your Excellency. Extend your protection to him. Indeed, he deserves your sympathy. Said Zipiagin, you think so? If not for his own sake, at least for your niece's, for his wife's. Oh Lord, Parklin was thinking, what lies I'm telling. Zipiagin puckered up his eyes. You are, I see, a very devoted friend. That's excellent, that's very praiseworthy, young man. And so you say they're living near here? Yes, Your Excellency, at a large establishment. Parklin bit his tongue. Tut, at Solomon's. So they're there. I was aware of that. Indeed, I'd been told so, I'd been informed. Yes. Mr. Zipiagin was not in the least aware of it, and no one had told him so, but recollecting Solomon's visit and their midnight interview, he dropped this bait, and Parklin rose to it at once. Since you know that, he began, and a second time he bit his tongue, but it was too late. From the mere glance flung at him by Zipiagin, he realized that he had been playing with him all the while, as a cat plays with a mouse. I must tell Your Excellency, though, the luckless wretch faltered, that I really know nothing. And I ask you no questions, upon my word. What do you mean? What do you take me and yourself for? Said Zipiagin haughtily, and he promptly withdrew into his ministerial heights. And again Parklin felt himself a wretched little entrapped creature. Till that instant he kept his cigar in the corner of his mouth, remote from Zipiagin, and had stealthily puffed the smoke on one side. Now he took it out of his mouth altogether, and ceased smoking. Good Lord, he groaned inwardly, and the sweat trickled over his shoulders more plentifully than before. What have I done? I have betrayed everything and everyone. I've been fooled, bought with a good cigar. I'm an informer, and what can be done to undo the harm now? Lord! There was nothing to be done. Zipiagin began to doze with the same dignified, solemn ministerial air, wrapped up in his camel's hair cloak. And before another quarter of an hour had passed, both the carriages stopped in front of the governor's house. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The governor of the town of S was one of those good-natured, careless, worldly generals, those generals endowed with an exquisitely well-washed white body and an almost equally pure soul, those well-born, well-bred generals, needed, so to speak, of the most finely sifted flour, who, though they never lay themselves out to be shepherds of the people, do nevertheless give proof of very tolerable administrative abilities. And doing very little work, forever sighing for Petersburg and dangling after pretty provincial ladies, are of the most unmistakable service to their province and leave pleasant memories behind them. He had only just got out of bed, and sitting in a silk dressing-gown and a loose nightshirt before his looking-glass, he was dabbing his face and neck with eau de cologne, after taking off a perfect collection of little amulets and relics as a preliminary, when he was informed of the arrival of Zipiagin and Kolomietsev on important and urgent business. With Zipiagin he was very intimate, called him by his Christian name, and had known him from his youth up, was continually meeting him in Petersburg drawing-rooms, and of late he had begun, every time his name occurred to him, to ejaculate mentally a respectful "Ah!" as on hearing the name of a future statesman. Kolomietsev he knew rather less and respected much less, seeing that for some time past unpleasant complaints had begun to be made against him. He regarded him, however, as a man, qui fera chemin, one way or another. He gave orders that the visitors should be asked into his study, and promptly came into it in the same silk dressing-gown, and without even an apology for receiving them in such an unofficial attire, and he shook hands cordially with them. Only Zipiagin and Kolomietsev had, however, been conducted to the governor's study. Parklin had been left in the drawing-room.
As he crawled out of the coach, he had tried to sneak off, muttering that he had business at home. But Zipiagin with courteous firmness had detained him. Kolomietsev had skipped up and whispered in Zipiagin's ear, "Ne le lâchez pas, tonnerre de tonnerre," and taken him in along with him. To the study, however, he had not led him, but had requested him, still with the same courteous firmness, to wait in the drawing-room till he should be sent for. Parklin even here hoped to slink off, but at a hint from Kolomietsev, a stalwart gendarme showed himself at the door. Parklin remained. "You guess, no doubt, what has brought me to you, Voldemar?" began Zipiagin. "No, dear boy, I can't guess," answered the amiable Epicurean, while a smile of welcome curved his rosy cheeks and showed a glimpse of his shining teeth, half hidden by silky moustaches. "What, you don't know about Markelov?" "What do you mean, Markelov?" the governor repeated with the same expression. He had, to begin with, no clear recollection that the man arrested the day before was called Markelov, and he had besides utterly forgotten that Zipiagin's wife had a brother of that surname. "But why are you standing, Boris? Sit down. Won't you have some tea?" But Zipiagin was in no mood for tea. When he explained at last what was the matter and for what reason he and Kolomietsev had made their appearance, the governor uttered a pained exclamation and slapped himself on the forehead, while his face assumed an expression of grief. "Yes, yes, yes," he repeated. "What a misfortune! And he's here now, today, for a while. You know we never keep that sort with us longer than one night. But the commander of police is out of the town, so your brother-in-law's been detained. But tomorrow they will forward him. Dear me, how very unfortunate. How distressed your wife must be. What is it you wish?" "I should have liked to have an interview with him here, if it's not contrary to law." "My dear fellow, laws are not made for men like you. I do feel for you. C'est affreux, tu sais." He gave a peculiar ring. An adjutant appeared. "My dear Baron, if you please, some arrangements here." He told him what he wanted. The Baron vanished. "Only fancy, mon cher ami, you know they all but murdered him. They tied his hands behind him, clapped him in a cart, and off they went with him. And he, fancy, isn't in the least angry with them, not a bit indignant. Dear, dear, he's so composed altogether. I was astonished. But there, you will see for yourself. C'est un fanatique tranquille." "Ce sont les pires," Kolomietsev pronounced sententiously. The governor gave him a dubious look. "By the way, I must have a word with you, Semyon Petrovitch." "Why, what is it?" "Oh, something's amiss." "And what?" "Well, I must tell you. Your debtor, that peasant who came to me with a complaint." "Well?" "He's hanged himself, you know." "When?" "It's of no consequence when, but it's a bad business." Kolomietsev shrugged his shoulders, and with a dandified swing of his elegant person moved away to the window. At that instant the adjutant brought in Markelov. The governor had spoken truly about him. He was unnaturally calm. Even his habitual moroseness had vanished from his face and was replaced by an expression of a sort of indifferent weariness. It did not change when he saw his brother-in-law, and only in the glance he flung at the German adjutant escorting him there was a momentary flash of his old hatred for that class of persons. His coat had been torn in 2 places and hurriedly sewn up with coarse thread. On his forehead, over one eyebrow, and on the bridge of his nose, could be seen small scars covered with clotted blood. He had not washed, but had combed his hair. Stuffing both hands up to the wrists into his sleeves, he stood not far from the door. His breathing was quite even. "Sergei Mihalovich," Zipiagin began in an agitated voice, going 2 steps towards him, and stretching out his right hand so that it might touch him or stop him if he were to make a forward movement. "Sergei Mihalovich, I am not here to express to you our amazement, our deep distress. That you cannot doubt. You have yourself willed your own ruin, and you have ruined yourself. But I desired to see you so as to say to you, to render, to give you the chance of hearing the voice of common sense, honour, and friendship. You may still mitigate your lot, and believe me, I will, for my part, do all that lies in my power, and the honoured head of this province will support me in this." Here Zipiagin raised his voice. "Unfeigned penitence for your errors, and a full confession without reserve, which shall be duly represented in the proper quarters." "Your Excellency," Markelov began all at once, addressing the governor,
and the very sound of his voice was quiet, though a little hoarse. "I imagined it was your pleasure to see me to make a further examination of me or something. But if you have summoned me only at the desire of Mr. Sipiagin, give orders, please, for me to be taken back. We can't understand one another. All he says is so much Greek to me." "Greek? Indeed," Kolomietsev intervened in a haughty treble. "But it's not Greek to you to set peasants rioting. That's not Greek, is it? Eh?" "What have you here, Your Excellency? Some sub in the secret police, eh? So zealous in his work?" queried Markelov, and a faint smile of pleasure quivered on his pale lips. Kolomietsev, with a hiss of anger, was stamping, but the governor stopped him. "It's your own fault, Semyon Petrovitch. Why do you interfere in what's not your business?" "Not my business? I should say it's the public business, of all us noblemen." Markelov scanned Kolomietsev with a cold, prolonged gaze, as though it were for the last time, and turned a little towards Sipiagin. "And since you, brother-in-law, want me to explain my views to you, here you are. I recognized that the peasants had the right to arrest me and give me up if they didn't like what I said to them. They were free to do that. I had come to them, not they to me. And the government, if it sends me to Siberia, I'm not going to grumble, though I don't regard myself as guilty. It's doing its own work, for it's guarding itself. Is that enough for you?" Sipiagin flung up his hands. "Enough! What a thing to say! That's not the question, and it's not for us to criticize the action of the government. What I want to know is, do you, dear Sergei, feel," Sipiagin resolved to try and appeal to the feelings, "the senselessness, the madness of your attempt? Are you prepared to prove your repentance in act? And can I answer, to a certain extent answer, for you, Sergei?" Markelov knitted his bushy brows. "I have said my say, and I don't want to repeat it. But repentance, what of your repentance?" Suddenly Markelov grew restive. "Ah, let me alone with your repentance. Do you want to crawl inside my soul? Leave that at least to me." Sipiagin shrugged his shoulders. "There, you are always like that. You will never listen to the voice of reason. You have still a possibility of extricating yourself without scandal or dishonour." "Without scandal or dishonour," Markelov repeated grimly. "We know those phrases. They are always used to suggest a man's doing something scoundrelly. That's what they mean." "We sympathize with you," Sipiagin continued to exhort Markelov, "and you hate us." "A nice sort of sympathy. You pack us off to Siberia to hard labour. That's how you show your sympathy for us. Ah, let me alone for mercy's sake." And Markelov's head sank on his breast. There was great confusion in his soul, quiet as he was outwardly. More than all, he was fretted and tortured by the thought that he had been betrayed by none other than Ereme of Golopliok. Ereme, in whom he had believed so blindly. That Mendeley, the sulker, had not followed him had not really surprised him. Mendeley had been drunk and was frightened. But Ereme... To Markelov, Ereme was a sort of personification of the Russian peasantry. And he had deceived him. Then, was all Markelov had been toiling for, was it all wrong, a mistake? And was Kislyakov a liar? And were Vasily Nikolaevitch's orders folly? And were all the articles and books, works of socialists and thinkers, every letter of which had seemed to him something beyond doubt, beyond attack, was all that too rubbish? Could it be? And that splendid simile of the swollen abscess, ready for the stroke of the lancet, was that too a mere phrase? No, no, he murmured to himself, and over his bronzed cheeks flitted a faint tinge of brick-dust colour. No, it's all true, all. It is I am to blame. I didn't understand, I didn't say the right thing, I didn't go the right way to work. I ought simply to have given orders, and if anyone had tried to hinder or resist, put a bullet through his head. What's the use of explanations here? Anyone not with us has no right to live. Spies are killed like dogs, worse than dogs. And all the details of his capture passed before Markelov's mind. First the silence, the leers, the shouts at the back of the crowd. Then one fellow comes up sideways as if to salute him. Then that sudden rush, and how they had flung him down. Lads, lads, what are you about?
And they, "Give us a belt here, tie him," the shaking of his bones, and helpless wrath, and the stinking dust in his mouth, in his nostrils. Toss him into the cart," someone guffawing thickly. "Ugh." I didn't go the right way to work. That was just what fretted and tormented him. That he himself had fallen under the wheel was his personal misfortune. It had no bearing on the cause in general. That he could bear. But Ereme. While Markelov stood, his head sunk on his breast, Sipiagin drew the governor aside and began talking to him in undertones, with slight gesticulations and a shake of 2 fingers on his forehead, as though he would suggest that the poor fellow was not quite right in that region, and would try altogether to arouse, if not sympathy, at least indulgence for the crazy creature. And the governor shrugged his shoulders, turned up and then half closed his eyes, regretted his own helplessness in the matter, but gave some vague promises. "Tous les égards, certainement, tous les égards." The delicately lisped words were heard softly uttered through his scented moustaches. "But you know, dear boy, the law." "Of course, the law," Sipiagin assented with a sort of stoical submissiveness. While they were conversing in this way in the corner, Kalomietsev simply could not stand still. He moved up and down, cleared his throat, hummed and hawed, exhibiting every sign of impatience. At last he went up to Sipiagin and hurriedly remarked, "Vous oubliez l'autre." "Ah, yes," said Sipiagin aloud. "Merci de me l'avoir rappelé. I must lay the following fact before your Excellency," he said, turning to the governor. He used this formal address to his dear Voldemar intentionally, not to compromise the prestige of authority before a revolutionist. "I have good grounds for supposing that my beau-frère's mad attempt has certain ramifications, and that one of those branches, that is, one of the suspected persons, is at no great distance from this town. Send," he added in an undertone, "for the man, there in your drawing-room. I brought him with me." The governor glanced at Sipiagin, thought with reverence, "What a fellow!" and gave the necessary order. A minute later the servant of God, Sila Parklin, stood before him. Sila Parklin was beginning to make a low bow to the governor, but catching sight of Markelov he did not complete his salutation. He remained as he was, bent in half, twisting his cap about in his hands. Markelov cast a heedless glance in his direction, but can hardly have recognized him, for he sank again into thought. "Is this the branch?" queried the governor, pointing at Parklin with a large white finger adorned with a turquoise. "Oh, no," responded Sipiagin with a half-smile. "However," he added, after a moment's thought, "here, your Excellency," he began again aloud, "before you is one Mr. Parklin. He is, to the best of my belief, a resident in Petersburg, and an intimate friend of a certain person who filled the position of tutor in my family, and left my house, taking with him, I blush to add, a young girl, a relative of my own." "Ah, oui," muttered the governor, and he flung up his head. "I had heard something. The countess was telling me." Sipiagin raised his voice. "That person is a certain Mr. Neshdanov, strongly suspected by me of perverted ideas and theories." "Un rouge à tout crin," put in Kalomietsev. "Of perverted ideas and theories," repeated Sipiagin still more distinctly, "and is certainly not without a share in all this propaganda. He is in hiding, as I have been informed by Mr. Parklin, in the factory of the merchant Faleev." At the words "I have been informed," Markelov glanced a second time at Parklin, but only smiled, slowly and indifferently. Excuse me, your Excellency," cried Parklin. "And you, Mr. Sipiagin. I never... You say the merchant Faleev?" said the governor, addressing Sipiagin, and merely twirling his fingers in Parklin's direction, as much as to say, "Silence there, my good man. What's coming to them, our respectable bearded shopkeepers? Yesterday they caught another one about the same business. You may have heard his name, Golushkin, a rich man. But there, he'll never make a revolution. He's grovelling on his knees now." "The merchant Faleev does not come into the affair," Sipiagin struck off. "I know nothing of his views. I am speaking only of his factory, in which, according to Mr. Parklin's story, Mr. Neshdanov may be found at this moment." "I didn't say so," Parklin wailed again. "It was you said so." "Excuse me, Mr. Parklin," Sipiagin went on, uttering every word with the same relentless distinctness. "I respect the sentiment of friendship which inspires your denial. Why, he's a regular Guizot," the governor was thinking to himself. "But I will venture to put myself before you as an example. Do you suppose the sentiment of kinship is less strong in me than your feeling of friendship? But there is another feeling, sir, which is stronger still, and which ought to be our guide in all our deeds and actions. The feeling of duty. Le sentiment de devoir, Kalomietsev explained. Markelov scanned both the speakers. Mr. Governor, he observed, I repeat my request. Order me, if you please, to be removed from these chatterers. But here the governor lost patience a little. Mr. Markelov, he exclaimed, I should advise you in your position to show more restraint in your language and more respect for your superiors, especially when they are expressing patriotic sentiments such as you have just heard from the lips of your beau-frère. I shall be very happy, my dear Boris, added the governor, turning to Sipiagin, to bring your noble action before the notice of the minister. But where precisely is this Mr. Neshtanov to be found? In this factory? Sipiagin knit his brows. He is with a certain Mr. Solomin, the overseer of the machinery there, so this Mr. Parklin has informed me. It seemed to afford Sipiagin a peculiar satisfaction to torment poor Sila. He was making him pay now for the cigar he had given him in the carriage, and the familiarity of his behaviour, and even some little flattery wasted on him. And this Solomin, put in Kalomietsev, is an unmistakable radical and republican, and it would be quite as well for your Excellency to turn your attention to him too. Do you know these people, Solomin, and what's his name, Neshtanov? The governor questioned Markelov in a rather authoritative nasal. Markelov's nostrils dilated vindictively. And do you, your Excellency, know Confucius and Livy? The governor turned away. Il n'y a pas de moyen de causer avec cet homme, he observed, shrugging his shoulders. Baron, here, please. The adjutant darted up to him, and Parklin, seizing the opportunity, limped hobbling up to Sipiagin. What are you doing? He whispered. Do you want to ruin your own niece? Why, she's with him, with Neshtanov. I am ruining no one, sir, Sipiagin responded aloud. I am obeying the dictates of my conscience, and your wife, my sister, who keeps you under her thumb, Markelov put in quite as loudly. Sipiagin, at the phrase, did not turn a hair. It was too much beneath him. Listen, Parklin continued, whispering. His whole body was shaking with excitement and possibly with fear, and his eyes glittered with hate, and the tears made a lump in his throat, tears of pity for the others and anger with himself. Listen, I told you she was married. That's not true, I told you a lie. But this marriage must take place now, and if you prevent this, if the police make a raid on them, there will be a stain on your conscience which nothing can wipe off, and you... The fact that you have communicated, Sipiagin interrupted still louder, if only it is true, which I have good reason to doubt, can only hasten the measure I should think it necessary to take. And as to the purity of my conscience, sir, I will ask you not to concern yourself about it. It's polished, brother, Markelov put in again. There's a coat of Petersburg varnish laid on it. Nothing will touch it. Ah, Mr. Parklin, you may whisper as you will. You'll never whisper your way out of this business, no fear. The governor thought it needful to cut short these recriminations. I presume, he began, that you have said all you need to, gentlemen. And so, my dear Baron, you may remove Mr. Markelov. N'est-ce pas, Boris, you have no further need? Sipiagin made a deprecating gesture. I have said all I could. Very well. My dear Baron. The adjutant approached Markelov, clinked his spurs, made a horizontal motion with his arm. If you please. Markelov turned and went out. Parklin, only in imagination it must be owned, but with bitter sympathy and pity, shook his hand. And we'll send our fellows to the factory, pursued the governor. Only there's one thing, Boris. I fancy, this gentleman, he indicated Parklin with a turn of his chin, gave you some information about your young relation. Possibly she is there, in the factory. If so... She could not be arrested in any case, observed Sipiagin profoundly. Possibly she will come to her senses and return. If you will permit it, I will write her a little note. I shall be obliged if you will. And of course you may rest assured. Nous coffrerons le quidam. Mais nous sommes galants avec les dames. Et avec celle-là donc. But you are taking no measures with regard to that Solomin, Kalomietsev exclaimed plaintively. He had been all the while on the alert, trying to catch the governor's remarks a little aside to Sipiagin. I assure you, he's the ringleader. I have an instinct in these things, a perfect instinct. Pas trop de zèle, dear Semyon Petrovitch, observed the governor with a smirk. Remember Talleyrand. If there's anything amiss, he won't escape us either.
You'd much better devote your thoughts to your—" The governor made a gesture suggesting a noose round the neck. "And by the way," he turned again to Zipiagin, "is ce gaillard-là," he again indicated Parklin by a turn of his chin. "Qu'en ferons-nous? He doesn't look formidable." "Let him go," said Zipiagin softly, and he added in German, "Lass den Lumpen laufen." He imagined for some unknown reason that he was making a quotation from Goethe, from Goetz von Berlichingen. "You can go, sir," observed the governor aloud. "We have no further need of you. Goodbye till we meet again." Parklin made a general bow and went out into the street, utterly crushed and humiliated. Good God! This contempt annihilated him. "What am I?" he thought in unutterable despair. "Both coward and informer? Oh no, no, I am an honest man, gentlemen, and I'm not quite devoid of all manliness." But what was this familiar figure standing on the steps of the governor's house, gazing at him with dejected eyes, full of reproach? Why, it was Markelov's old servant. He had seemingly come to the town after his master, and would not move away from his prison. But why did he look like that at Parklin? It was not he who had betrayed Markelov. "And what induced me to go poking my nose where I was no manner of use?" he thought again in desperation. "Why couldn't I have kept quiet and minded my own business? And now they'll talk, and most likely write. A certain Mr. Parklin has told of everything. He has betrayed them. His friends, betrayed them to the enemy." He recalled at this point the glance Markelov had flung at him. He recalled his last words, "You'll never whisper your way out, no fear." And then those aged, dejected, despairing eyes. And as it is written in the scriptures, he wept bitterly, and made his way to the oasis, to Fomushka and Fimushka, to Snandulia. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Mariana, the same morning, came out of her room, she saw Neshtanov dressed and sitting on the sofa. In one hand he held his head, the other lay weak and motionless on his knees. She went up to him. "Good morning, Alexei. You've not undressed? You've not slept? How pale you are!" His heavy eyelids rose slowly. "No, I didn't undress. I've not been asleep." "Are you ill, or is it the result of yesterday?" Neshtanov shook his head. "I couldn't sleep after Solomin went into your room." "When?" "Yesterday evening." "Alexei, are you jealous? Well, that's something new. And what a time you've chosen to be jealous. He only stayed with me a quarter of an hour, and we were talking about his cousin, the priest, and how to arrange our marriage." "I know he only stayed a quarter of an hour. I saw when he came out. And I'm not jealous, oh no. But still, I couldn't get to sleep after that." "Why?" Neshtanov did not speak. "I kept thinking. What about?" "You, and him, and myself." "And what conclusion did you come to?" "Must I tell you, Mariana?" "Yes, tell me." "I thought that I'm in your way, and his, and my own." "Mine? His? I can fancy what you mean by that, though you do declare you're not jealous. But your own?" "Mariana, there are two men in me, and one won't let the other live. So that I suppose in fact it would be better for both to cease to live." "Come, hush, Alexei, please. What makes you want to torture yourself and me? We ought to be considering now what steps we must take. They won't leave us in peace, you know." Neshtanov took her hand affectionately. "Sit beside me, Mariana, and let us talk a little like friends, while there is still time. Give me your hand. I think it would be as well for us to explain ourselves, though they do say explanations of all sorts only lead to greater confusion. But you are kind and wise. You will understand it all, and what I don't say out, you will think for yourself. Sit down." Neshtanov's voice was very soft, and a peculiar affectionate tenderness was apparent in his eyes, which were fixed intently on Mariana. She sat down readily at once beside him and took his hand. "Thank you, dear one. Now listen, I won't keep you long. I've gone over all I want to say, in my head, during the night. Well, don't think that what happened yesterday has upset me unduly. I was certainly very ridiculous and even a little disgusting. But you thought nothing base or low of me, I know. You know me. I said that what happened hasn't upset me. That's not true, it's nonsense. It has upset me, not because I was brought home drunk, but because it has been the final proof to me of my failure. And not only because I can't drink as Russians drink, but in everything, everything. Mariana, I am bound to tell you that I have no faith now in the cause which brought us together, for which we left that house together. To tell the truth, I had grown lukewarm when your enthusiasm warmed me and set me on fire again. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. He laid the hand that was free over his eyes and was silent for an instant. Mariana, too, uttered not a word and looked down. She felt that he had told her nothing new. I used to think, Neshtanov went on, taking his hand away from his eyes, but not looking again at Mariana, that I did believe in the cause itself, and only doubted of myself, my own power, my own fitness. My abilities, I thought, do not correspond with my convictions. But it seems these two things can't be separated, and what's the object of deceiving oneself? No, I don't believe in the cause itself. And you do believe in it, Mariana? Mariana sat up and raised her head. Yes, Alexei, I do believe in it. I believe in it with all the strength of my soul, and I will devote all my life to this cause, to my last breath. Neshtanov turned towards her and scanned her from head to foot in a touched and envious glance. Yes, yes, I expected that answer. So you see there is nothing for us to do in common. You have severed our tie yourself at one blow. Mariana did not speak. Now Solomin, began Neshtanov again, though he does not believe... What? No, he does not believe, but he does not need to. He moves calmly forward. A man going along a road to a town doesn't ask himself whether the town has a real existence. He goes on and on. That's like Solomin. And nothing more's needed. But I can't go forward. I don't want to go back. Standing still I'm sick of. Whom could I presume to ask to be my companion? You know the proverb, one at each end of the pole and the burden is borne easily. But if one cannot hold up his end, what becomes of the other? Alexei, Mariana ventured uncertainly, I think you are exaggerating. We love one another, don't we? Neshtanov gave a heavy sigh. Mariana, I revere you, and you pity me, and each of us trusts implicitly in the other's honesty. That's the real truth. But there's no love between us. Stop, Alexei, what are you saying? Why, this very day, directly, there will be a search for us. We must set off together, you know, and not part. Yes, and go to the priest Zosim to get him to marry us as Solomin proposes. I know very well that in your eyes this marriage is nothing but a passport, a means of avoiding annoyance from the police. But nevertheless it does in a way pledge us to life in common, side by side. Or if it does not pledge us, at least it presupposes a desire to live together. What do you mean, Alexei? Are you going to stay here? Yes, all but broke from Neshtanov's lips, but he recollected himself and said, No. Then you are going away from here, but not where I go? Neshtanov warmly pressed the hand which still lay in his. To leave you without a protector, without a champion, would be a crime, and I won't do that, mean as I may be. You shall have a champion. Do not doubt it. Mariana bent down towards Neshtanov, and putting her face close to his, tried anxiously to look into his eyes, into his soul, into his very soul. What is the matter with you, Alexei? What is in your heart? Tell me. You frighten me. Your words are so enigmatical, so strange. And your face, I have never seen you with such a face. Neshtanov gently turned her away, and gently kissed her hand. This time she did not resist, and did not laugh, and still looked at him with anxiety and alarm. Don't alarm yourself, please. There's nothing strange in it. The whole trouble is this. Markelov, they say, was beaten by the peasants. He felt their fists, they bruised his ribs. I have not been beaten by the peasants. They even drank with me, drank my health, but they have bruised my soul worse than Markelov's ribs. I was born all out of joint. I tried to set myself right, but only put myself more out of joint than ever. That's just what you see in my face."
"Alexei," said Mariana slowly, "it would be very wrong of you not to be open with me." He clasped her hands.
"Mariana, my whole being is before you, as it were in your hand. And whatever I do, I tell you beforehand, you will be surprised at nothing, nothing in reality."
Mariana wanted to ask for an explanation of those words, but she did not ask for it. Besides, at that instant Solomon came into the room. His movements were sharper and more rapid than usual. His eyes were screwed up, his wide lips were drawn tight, his whole face looked as it were sharper, and wore a dry, hard, almost surly expression.
"My friends," he began, "I've come to tell you that delay's out of the question. Get ready. It's time for you to go. You must be ready within an hour. You must go to your wedding. There's no news whatever from Paklin. His horses were first kept at Arzano and then sent back. He remained there. Probably they took him to the town. He wouldn't tell tales, of course, but there's no knowing, he might let something out, perhaps. Besides, they might find out from the horses. My cousin has been told to expect you. Pavel will go with you. He will be the witness." "And you, Solomon? Vasily?" asked Neshdanov. "Aren't you coming? I see you're dressed for a journey," he added, glancing at the high boots Solomon was wearing. "Oh, I put them on. It's muddy out of doors."
"But aren't you going to answer for us, Vasily?"
"I don't suppose... Anyway, that's my affair. So in an hour's time. Mariana, Tatiana wants to see you. She has been preparing something out there."
"Oh yes, and I was meaning to go to her." Mariana was moving to the door. Something strange, something akin to terror, misery, came out on Neshdanov's face.
"Mariana, are you going away, dear?" he said suddenly in a failing voice.
She stopped. "I'll be back in half an hour. It won't take me long to pack."
"Yes, but come to me."
"Certainly. What for?"
"I wanted to have one more look at you."
He took a long, slow look at her.
"Goodbye. Goodbye, Mariana."
She was bewildered.
"Why, what on earth am I talking about? I'm talking rubbish. Why, you'll be back in half an hour, won't you, eh?"
"Of course."
"To be sure. Forgive me. My head's reeling from want of sleep. I too will pack up directly."
Mariana went out of the room. Solomon was about to follow her. Neshdanov stopped him.
"Vasily." "Well?"
"Give me your hand. I have to thank you, dear friend, for your hospitality." Solomon laughed.
"What an idea!"
However, he gave him his hand.
"And something more," Neshdanov went on. "If anything happens to me, may I rely on you, Vasily, not to leave Mariana?"
"Your wife that is to be?"
"Yes, Mariana."
"To begin with, I'm sure nothing will happen to you. But you can set your mind at rest. Mariana is as precious to me as she is to you."
"Oh, I know that. I know that. That's right, then.
Thanks.
In an hour, then?"
"Yes."
"I will be ready. Goodbye."
Solomon went out and overtook Mariana on the stairs. He had it in his mind to say something to her about Neshdanov, but he was silent. And Mariana, on her side, was aware that Solomon had it in his mind to speak to her, and about Neshdanov too, and that he was silent. And she was silent too. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2 by Ivan Turgenev. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Directly Solomon went out, Neshdanov jumped up from the sofa, walked twice from one corner to the other, then stood still for a minute in a sort of petrified stupefaction in the middle of the room. Suddenly he shook himself, hurriedly flung off his masquerading get-up, kicked it into a corner, took out and put on his own former attire. Then he went up to the three-legged table, took out of the drawer 2 sealed envelopes and another small article, which he thrust into his pocket. The envelopes he left on the table. Then he crouched down before the stove and opened the little door. In the stove lay a whole heap of ashes. This was all that was left of Neshdanov's manuscripts, of his book of verse. He had burned it all during the night. But there in the stove, on one side, sticking close against one wall, was Mariana's portrait given him by Markelov.
It seemed he had not had the heart to burn the portrait too. Neshdanov took it carefully out and laid it on the table beside the sealed envelopes. Then, with a resolute gesture, he clutched his cap and was making for the door. But he stopped short, turned back, and went into Mariana's room. There he stood a minute, looked round him, and approaching her little narrow bed, bent down, and with one stifled sob pressed his lips, not to the pillow, but to the foot of the bed. Then he got up at once, and pulling his cap over his eyes, rushed out. Meeting no one, either in the corridor, on the stairs, or below, Neshdanov slipped out into the little enclosure. It was a grey day with a low-hanging sky, and a damp breeze that stirred the tops of the grasses and set the leaves on the trees shaking. The factory made less rattle and roar than at the same time on other days. From its yard came a smell of coal, tar, and tallow. Neshdanov took a sharp, searching look round, and went straight up to the old apple tree which had attracted his attention on the very day of his arrival, when he had first looked out of the window of his little room. The stem of this apple tree was overgrown with dry moss. Its rugged, bare branches, with reddish-green leaves hanging here and there upon them, rose crooked into the air, like old bent arms raised in supplication. Neshdanov stood with firm tread on the dark earth about its roots, and took out of his pocket the small object that he had found in the table drawer. Then he looked attentively at the windows of the little lodge. If anyone catches sight of me this minute, he thought, then perhaps I will put it off. But nowhere was there a sign of one human face. Everything seemed dead, everything had turned away from him, gone forever, left him to the mercy of fate. Only the factory thickly roared and hummed, and overhead fine keen drops of chilly rain began falling. Then Neshdanov, glancing through the crooked branches of the tree under which he was standing, at the low, grey, callously blind, damp sky, yawned, shrugged, thought, "There's nothing else left. I'm not going back to Petersburg, to prison," flung away his cap, and feeling already all over a sort of mawkish, heavy, overpowering languor, he put the revolver to his breast, pulled the trigger. Something seemed to strike him at once, not very violently even, but he was lying on his back, trying to understand what had happened to him, and how he had just seen Tatiana. He even tried to call her, to say, I don't want..." But now he was numb all over, and there was a whirl of muddy green turning round and round over his face, in his eyes, on his head, in the marrow of his bones, and a sort of terrible flat weight seemed crushing him forever to the earth. Neshdanov had really caught a glimpse of Tatiana at the very minute when he pulled the trigger of the revolver. She had gone up to one of the windows and had caught sight of him under the apple tree. She had hardly time to think, "Whatever is he doing in this rain under the apple tree without a hat on?" when he rolled over on his back like a sheaf of corn. She did not hear the shot, the report was very faint, but she at once saw something was wrong, and rushed in hot haste down into the garden. She ran up to Neshdanov. "Alexei Dmitrich, what's the matter?" But already darkness had overtaken him. Tatiana bent over him, saw blood. "Pavel!" she cried in a voice not her own. "Pavel!" In a few instants, Mariana, Solomin, Pavel, and two of the factory hands were in the enclosure. They lifted Neshdanov up at once, carried him into the lodge, and laid him on the very sofa on which he had spent his last night. He lay on his back with half-closed, fixed eyes, and face fast turning grey. He gave slow, heavy gasps, sometimes with a sob, as though he were choking. Life had not yet left him. Mariana and Solomin were standing one on each side of the sofa, both almost as pale as Neshdanov himself. Shaken, agitated, stunned, they were both, especially Mariana, but not astounded. "How was it we did not foresee this?" they were thinking, and at the same time it seemed to them that they had. Yes, they had foreseen it. When he had said to Mariana, "Whatever I do, I tell you beforehand, nothing will come as a surprise to you." And again, when he had talked of the two men within him who could not live together, had not something stirred within her akin to a vague presentiment? Why had she not stopped at once and pondered on those words, on that presentiment? Why was it she did not dare now to look at Solomin, as though he were her accomplice, as though he too were feeling a sting of conscience? Why was it she was feeling not only boundless, despairing pity for Neshdanov, but a sort of horror and dread and shame? Could it be it had rested with her to save him? Why was it they had neither dared utter a word?
scarcely dared breathe, and waited. For what? Merciful God! Solomine sent for a doctor, though of course there was no hope. On the small wound, now black and bloodless, Tatiana laid a large sponge of cold water. She moistened his hair too with cold water and vinegar. All at once Neshdanov ceased gasping and stirred a little. "He is coming to himself," whispered Solomine. Mariana was on her knees near the sofa. Neshdanov glanced at her. Up till then his eyes had had the fixed look of the dying. "Oh, I'm still alive," he articulated, scarcely audibly. "Failed again. I'm keeping you." "Alyosha," moaned Mariana. "Oh yes, directly. You remember, Mariana, in my poem, 'With flowers then deck me.' Where are the flowers? But you're here instead. There in my letter." He suddenly shivered all over. "Ah, here she is. Give each other, both, your hands, before me. Quick, take." Solomine grasped Mariana's hand. Her head lay on the sofa, face downwards, close to the wound. Solomine stood stern and upright, looking dark as night. "Yes, good. Yes." Neshdanov began to sob again, but in a strange, unusual way. His breast rose, his sides heaved. He obviously was trying to lay his hand on their clasped hands, but his hands were dead already. "He is passing," murmured Tatiana, who stood in the doorway, and she began crossing herself. The sobbing gasps grew briefer, fewer. He still sought Mariana with his eyes, but a sort of menacing, glassy whiteness was overspreading them. "Good," was his last word. He was no more, and the linked hands of Solomine and Mariana still lay on his breast. This was what he had written in the 2 short letters he left. One was addressed to Céline and consisted only of a few lines. "Goodbye, brother, friend, goodbye. By the time you get this scrap of paper I shall be dead. Don't ask how and why, and don't grieve. Believe that I'm better off now. Take our immortal Pushkin and read the description of the death of Lenski in Yevgeny Onegin. Do you remember? The windows are whitewashed, the mistress has gone. That's all. It's no good my talking to you, because I should have too much to say, and there's no time to say it. But I could not go away without telling you, or you would have thought of me as living still, and I should be wronging our friendship. Goodbye. Live. Your friend, A.N." The other letter was somewhat longer. It was addressed to Solomine and Mariana. This was what it contained. "My children." Immediately after these words there was a break. Something had been erased, or rather smudged over as though tears had fallen on it. "You will think it strange, perhaps, that I address you in this way. I am almost a child myself, and you, Solomine, are older, of course, than I am. But I am dying, and standing at the end of life I regard myself as an old man. I am much to blame to both of you, especially you, Mariana, for causing you such grief. I know, Mariana, you will grieve, and having given you so much anxiety. But what could I do? I could find no other way out of it. I could not simplify myself. The only thing left was to blot myself out altogether. Mariana, I should have been a burden to myself and to you. You are great-hearted, you would have rejoiced in the burden, as another sacrifice. But I had no right to take such a sacrifice from you. You have better and greater work to do. My children, let me unite you, as it were, from the grave. You will be happy together. Mariana, you will infallibly come to love Solomine. As for him, he has loved you ever since he first set eyes on you at the Sipiagins. That was no secret to me, though we did run away together a few days after. Ah, that morning! How glorious it was, how sweet and young! It comes to me now as a token, as a symbol of your life together, yours and his, and I was merely by accident in his place that day. But it's time to make an end. I don't want to work on your feelings. I only want to justify myself. Tomorrow you will have some very sorrowful moments, but there's no help for it. There's no other way, is there? Goodbye, Mariana, my good, true girl. Goodbye, Solomine. I leave her in your care. Live happily. Live to the good of others. And you, Mariana, think of me only when you are happy. Think of me as a man who was true and good too, but one for whom it was somehow more fitting to die than to live. Whether I really loved you I don't know, my dear, but I know that I have never felt a feeling stronger, and that it would have been more terrible for me to die without that feeling to carry with me to the grave. Mariana, if you ever meet a girl called Mashurina, Solomon knows her, I fancy. By the way, you have seen her too. Tell her I thought of her with gratitude not long before my death. She will understand. But I must tear myself away. I looked out of the window just now. Among the rapidly moving clouds there was one lovely star. However rapidly they moved, they had not been able to hide it. That star made me think of you, Mariana. At this instant you are sleeping in the next room and suspecting nothing. I went to your door, listened, and I fancied I caught your pure, calm breathing. Goodbye. Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye, my children, my friends. Your A. Fie! Fie! How came I, in a last letter before death, to say nothing of our great cause? I suppose because one can't tell lies on the point of death. Mariana, forgive me this postscript. The falsehood's in me, not in what you have faith in. Oh, something more. You will think, perhaps, Mariana, he was afraid of the prison where they would certainly have put him, and he thought of this expedient to escape it. No, imprisonment's nothing of any consequence. But to be in prison for a cause you don't believe in, that's really senseless. And I am putting an end to myself, not from dread of being in prison. Goodbye, Mariana. Goodbye, my pure, spotless girl. Mariana and Solomon read this letter in turn. After that she put her portrait and the 2 letters in her pocket and stood motionless. Then Solomon said to her, "Everything is ready, Mariana. Let us go. We must carry out his wishes." Mariana approached Neshdanov, touched his chill brow with her lips, and turning to Solomon said, "Let us go." He took her by the hand, and together they went out of the room. When a few hours later the police made a descent on the factory, they found, of course, Neshdanov, but a corpse. Tatiana had laid the body out decorously, put a white pillow under his head, crossed his arms, and even put a nosegay of flowers on the little table beside him. Pavel, who was primed with all needful instructions, received the police officers with the profoundest obsequiousness and a sort of derision, so that the latter hardly knew whether to thank him or to arrest him too. He described circumstantially how the suicide had taken place, and regaled them with Gruyere cheese and Madeira, but professed perfect ignorance of the whereabouts at the moment of Vasily Fedotich and the lady who had been staying there, and confined himself to assuring them that Vasily Fedotich was never away long on account of his work, that he'd be back today or else tomorrow, and he would then, without losing a minute, give notice of the fact. He was the man for that. Accurate. So the worthy police officers went away with nothing, leaving a guard in charge of the body and promising to send the coroner. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days after all these events, there drove into the courtyard of the accommodating priest Zosim a little cart in which sat a man and a woman, already well known to the reader, and the day after their arrival they were legally married. Soon afterwards they disappeared, and the worthy Zosim never regretted what he had done. At the factory, Solomon had left a letter addressed to the owner and delivered to him by Pavel. In it was given a full and exact account of the state of the business, it was doing splendidly, and a request was made for 3 months' leave of absence. This letter had been written 2 days before Neshdanov's death, from which it may be concluded that Solomon even then thought it necessary to go away with him and Mariana to keep out of sight for a time. Nothing was revealed by the inquiry held over the suicide. The body was buried. Sipiagin cut short all further search for his niece. 9 months later Markelov was tried. At the trial he behaved himself just as he had done before the governor, with composure, a certain dignity, and some weariness. His habitual sharpness was softened, but not by cowardice. There was another, nobler feeling at work. He made no defence, expressed no regret, blamed no one and mentioned no names.
His emaciated face with its lustreless eyes preserved one expression: submission to his fate and firmness. His mild but direct and truthful answers awakened in his very judges a sentiment akin to sympathy. Even the peasants who had seized him and gave witness against him, even they shared this feeling, and spoke of him as a simple, good-hearted gentleman. But his guilt was too apparent. He could not possibly escape punishment, and it seemed as though he himself accepted this punishment as his due. Of his fellow conspirators, few enough, Mashurina kept out of sight. Ostrodumov was killed by a shopkeeper whom he was inciting to revolt, and who gave him an awkward blow. Kolushkin, in consideration of his heartfelt penitence, he almost went out of his senses with alarm and agitation, received a light sentence. Kisliakov was kept a month under arrest, and then set free, and even allowed to gallop about the provinces unchecked. Neshdanov was set free by death. Solomin, through lack of evidence, was left undisturbed though under suspicion. He did not, however, avoid trial, and made his appearance when wanted. Of Mariana nothing ever was said, and Parklin completely evaded all difficulties. Indeed, no notice was taken of him at all. A year and a half had gone by. The winter of 1870 had come. In Petersburg, where the Privy Councillor and Chamberlain Sipiagin was beginning to take an important position, where his wife patronized the arts, gave musical evenings, and founded soup kitchens, and where Mr. Kolomietsev was regarded as one of the most promising secretaries of his department. Along one of the streets of Vasily Ostrov walked, hobbling and limping, a little man in a shabby overcoat with a catskin collar. It was Parklin. He had changed a good deal of late. A few silver threads could be seen among the long tufts of hair that stuck out below his fur cap. There chanced to be coming towards him, along the pavement, a rather stout, tall lady, closely muffled in a thick cloth cloak. Parklin cast an indifferent glance in her direction, passed her by, then suddenly stood still, thought a minute, flung up his arms, and quickly turning and overtaking her, he looked up under her hat at her face. "Mashurina?" he said in a low voice. The lady scanned him majestically, and without uttering a word walked on. "Dear Mashurina, I recognize you," Parklin went on, hobbling along beside her. "Only don't you, please, be afraid. I wouldn't betray you. I am too delighted to have met you. I'm Parklin, Sila Parklin, you know, Neshdanov's friend. Come and see me. I live only a step or two away. Please do." "Io sono Contessa Rocca di Santo Fiume," the lady answered in a low voice, but in a wonderfully pure Russian accent. "Come, nonsense. A fine Contessa. Come and see me. Let us have a chat." "But where do you live?" the Italian countess asked suddenly in Russian. "I've no time to lose." "I live here in this street. That's my house, the grey one there with 3 stories. How kind it is of you not to persist in trying to mystify me. Give me your hand. Come along. Have you been here long? And how are you a countess? Have you married some Italian count?" Mashurina had not married an Italian count. She had been provided with a passport made out in the name of a certain Countess Rocca di Santo Fiume, who had died not long before, and with this she had with the utmost composure returned to Russia, though she did not know a word of Italian, and had the most Russian of faces. Parklin conducted her to his humble lodgings. The hunchbacked sister with whom he was living came to meet the visitor from behind the screen that separated the tiny kitchen from the equally tiny passage. "Here, Snapochka," he said, "I commend to you a great friend of mine. Give us some tea as quick as you can." Mashurina, who would not have gone to Parklin's if he had not mentioned Neshdanov's name, took off her hat, and passing her masculine hand over her still-cropped hair, bowed and sat down in silence. She was altogether unchanged, she was even wearing the very same dress that she had worn 2 years before, but in her eyes there was a sort of immovable grief, which added something touching to the habitually stern expression of her face. Snandulia went for the samovar, while Parklin placed himself opposite Mashurina, lightly patted her on the knee, and hung down his head. But when he tried to speak, he was obliged to clear his throat. His voice broke, and tears glistened in his eyes. Mashurina sat stiff and motionless, without leaning back, in her chair, and looked morosely away. "Yes, yes," began Parklin, "those were times. Looking at you, I remember. Many things and many people, dead and living. My poll parrots too are dead, but you didn't know them, I fancy, and both on the same day as I foretold. Neshtanov, poor Neshtanov. You know, of course."
"Yes, I know," said Masurina, still looking away.
"And do you know about Ostrodumov too?" Masurina merely nodded. She wanted him to go on talking of Neshtanov, but she could not bring herself to ask about him. He understood her without that. "I was told that in the letter he left he mentioned you. Was that true?" Masurina could not answer at once. "It is true," she brought out at last. "He was a marvellous fellow. Only he got out of his right track. He was about as good a revolutionist as I was. Do you know what he really was? The idealist of realism. Do you understand me?" Masurina flung a rapid glance at Parklin. She did not understand, and indeed she did not care to take the trouble to understand him. It struck her as strange and unsuitable that he should dare to compare himself with Neshtanov. But she thought, let him brag now, though he was not bragging at all, but rather, to his own ideas, humbling himself. "A fellow called Silin found me out here," Parklin continued. "Neshtanov had written to him too just before his death. And he, this Silin, was inquiring whether one couldn't get hold of any of his papers. But Alyosha's things had been put under seal. And besides, there were no papers among them. He burnt everything. He burnt his poems too. You didn't know, perhaps, that he wrote poetry. I am so sorry about them. I am sure some of them must have been very good. All that has vanished with him, all lost in the common vortex, and dead forever. Nothing's left but the memories of his friends till they pass away in their turn." Parklin paused. "The Sipiagins," he went on again. "Do you remember those condescending, dignified, loathsome swells? They're at the tip-top of power and glory by now." Masurina did not remember the Sipiagins in the least. But Parklin hated them both, especially Mr. Sipiagin, to such a degree that he could not deny himself the pleasure of pulling them to pieces. "They say there's such a high tone in their house. They're always talking about virtue. But I've observed, whenever there's too much talk about virtue, it's for all the world like too much smell of scent in a sick room. You may be sure there's some hidden nastiness to conceal. It's a suspicious sign. Poor Alexei. They were the ruin of him, those Sipiagins." "How's Solomon doing?" asked Masurina. She had suddenly ceased to feel any inclination to hear anything about him from this man. "Solomon," cried Parklin. "That's a first-rate fellow. He has got on splendidly. He threw up his old factory and carried off the best workmen with him. There was one chap there, a regular firebrand, they say. Pavel was his name. He took him along with him. Now they say he has a factory of his own, a small one, somewhere out Perm way, on cooperative principles. He's a man that'll stick to what he's about. He'll carry anything through. He's a sharp fellow, aye, and a strong one too. He's first-rate. And the great thing is, he's not trying to cure all the social diseases all in a minute. For we Russians are a queer lot, you know, we expect everything. Someone or something is to come along one day and cure us all at once, heal all our wounds, extract all our diseases like an aching tooth. Who or what this panacea is to be? Why, Darwinism, the village commune, Arhip Peripentiev, a foreign war, anything you please. Only we must have our teeth pulled out for us. It's all sluggishness, apathy, shallow thinking. But Solomon's not like that. No, he's not a quack doctor, he's first-rate." Masurina waved her hand as though she would say, "He may be dismissed then." "Well, and that girl," she inquired, "I've forgotten her name, who ran away with him, with Neshtanov." "Mariana? Oh, she's that same Solomon's wife now. It's more than a year since she was married to him. At first it was only formal, but now they say she really is his wife. Yes, yes." Mariana waved her hand again. Once she had been jealous of Mariana for Neshtanov's sake. Now she felt indignant with her for being capable of infidelity to his memory. "I dare say there's a baby by now," she commented contemptuously. "Very likely, I don't know. But where are you off to?" Parklin added, seeing that she was taking up her hat. "Stay a little. Snapochka will give us some tea directly." It was not so much that he wanted to keep Masurina particularly, as that he could not let slip an opportunity of giving utterance to all that had accumulated and was seething in his breast. Since Parklin had returned to Petersburg, he had seen very few people, especially of the younger generation. The Neshdanov affair had scared him. He had grown very cautious and avoided society, and the younger men on their side looked very suspiciously upon him. One young man had even abused him to his face as an informer. With the elder generation he did not much care himself to consort, so that it had sometimes been his lot to be silent for weeks together. He did not speak out freely before his sister, not that he supposed her to be incapable of understanding him, oh no. He had the highest opinion of her intellect, but with her he would have had to talk seriously and perfectly truthfully. Directly he fell into playing trumps, as they say, she would begin gazing at him with a peculiar intent and compassionate look, and he was ashamed. And how is a man to get on without a little trumping, just a low trump occasionally? And so life in Petersburg had begun to be a weariness of the flesh to Parklin, and he even thought about moving elsewhere, to Moscow perhaps. Reflections of all sorts, speculations, fancies, epigrams, and sarcasms were stored up within him like water in a closed mill. The floodgates could not be raised. The water had grown stagnant and stale. Mashurina had turned up, so he lifted the floodgates and talked and talked. He fell upon Petersburg, Petersburg life, and all Russia. No one and nothing was spared. Mashurina took a very limited interest in all this, but she did not contradict or interrupt him, and that was all he wanted. "Yes, indeed," he said, "these are nice little times, I can assure you. In society the stagnation's absolute, everyone bored to perdition. In literature a vacuum clean swept. In criticism, if an advanced young reviewer has to say that it's characteristic of the hen to lay eggs, it takes him 20 whole pages to expound this mighty truth, and even then he doesn't quite manage it. They're as soft, these fellows, let me tell you, as feather beds, as greasy as cold stew, and foaming at the mouth they utter commonplaces. In science, ha ha ha! We've a renowned Kant of our own indeed, if it's only the Kant, that is braiding, on our engineers' collars. In art it's just the same. If you care to go to the concert today, you will hear the national singer Agremansky. He is having an immense success. And if a stuffed brim, I tell you, were possessed of a voice, it would sing precisely like that worthy. And Skoropien even, you know our time-honoured Aristarchus, praises him. It's something, he declares, quite unlike Western art. He praises our miserable painters too. He used once to rave, he says, over Europe, over the Italians. But he has heard Rossini and thought, pooh, pooh. He has seen Raphael, pooh, pooh. And that pooh is quite enough for our young men. They repeat pooh after Skoropien, and they're contented, if you please. And meanwhile the people's poverty is fearful, they are utterly crushed by taxes, and the only reform that's been accomplished is that all peasants have taken to caps while their wives have given up coifs. And the famine, the drunkenness, the usurers. But at this point Mashurina yawned, and Parklin saw he must change the subject. "You have not yet told me," he said to her, "where you have been these 2 years, and whether you have been here long, and what you have been doing, and how you came to be transformed into an Italian, and why—" "There's no need for you to know all that," Mashurina interrupted. "What's the use? That's not in your line now." Parklin felt a pang, and to hide his confusion he laughed a short, forced little laugh. "Well, that's as you please," he rejoined. "I know I'm regarded as out of date by the present generation, and to be sure I can't reckon myself among the ranks of those who—" He did not complete his sentence. "Here is Snapochka bringing us some tea. You must take a cup and listen to me. Perhaps in my words you may find something of interest to you." Mashurina took a cup and a small lump of sugar and began to sip the tea and nibble at the sugar. Parklin's laugh was genuine this time. "It's as well there are no police here, or the Italian countess— What is it?" "Rocca di Santo Fiume," said Mashurina, with imperturbable gravity, as she imbibed the scalding liquid. "Rocca di Santo Fiume," repeated Parklin, "and she sips her tea through the sugar. That's too unlikely. The police would be on the alert in a minute." "Yes," observed Mashurina, "a fellow in uniform bothered me abroad. He kept asking me questions. I couldn't stand it at last. 'Let me alone, do, for mercy's sake,' I said." "Did you say that in Italian?" "No, in Russian." "And what did he do?" "He?
Why, walked off, to be sure. Bravo, cried Paquin. Hurrah for the Contessa. Another cup, do. Well, what I wanted to say to you was, you spoke rather coolly of Solomon. But do you know what I can assure you? Fellows like him, they are the real men. One doesn't understand them at first, but they're the real men, take my word for it, and the future's in their hands. They're not heroes, not even the heroes of labour about whom some queer fish, an American or an Englishman, wrote a book for the edification of us poor wretches. They're sturdy, rough, dull men of the people. But they're what's wanted now. Just look at Solomon. His brain's clear as daylight, and he's as healthy as a fish. Isn't that a wonder? Why, hitherto, with us in Russia, it's always been the way that if you're a live man with feelings and a conscience, you're bound to be an invalid. But Solomon's heart, I dare say, aches at what makes ours ache, and he hates what we hate. But his nerves are calm, and his whole body responds as it ought, so that he's a splendid fellow. Yes, indeed, a man with an ideal and no nonsense about him, educated, and from the people, simple and a little shrewd. What more do you want? And never you mind, pursued Paquin, working himself up more and more, and not noticing that Mascherina had long ceased to attend, and was once more gazing away into the distance. Never mind if there are swarms of all sorts in Russia, Slavophils and officials and generals, plain and decorated, and Epicureans and imitators and queer fish of all sorts. I used to know a lady called Havronya Pristeov, who suddenly without rhyme or reason turned legitimist, and assured everyone that when she died they need only open her body and they would find the name of Henri V engraved in her heart, on the heart of Havronya Pristeov. Never mind all that, my dear madam, but let me tell you our only true way lies with the Solomons, coarse, plain, shrewd Solomons. Recollect when I am saying this to you, in the winter of 1870, when Germany is making ready to crush France, when... Zilushka, Snandulya's soft little voice was heard saying behind Paquin's back. I think in your speculations on the future you forget our religion and its influence. And besides, she added hurriedly, Madame Mashurina is not listening to you. You had better offer her another cup of tea. Paquin pulled himself together. Ah, yes, dear lady. Won't you really? But Mashurina slowly turned her gloomy eyes upon him and said absently, I wanted to ask you, Paquin, haven't you any notes of Neshdanov's or his photograph? I have a photograph, yes, and I fancy rather a good one, in the table. I'll find it for you directly. He began rummaging in the drawer, while Snandulya went up to Mashurina, and with a long, intent look of sympathy she clasped her hand like a comrade. Here it is, I have found it, cried Paquin, and he gave her the photograph. Mashurina, with hardly a glance at it and without a word of thanks, crimsoning all over, thrust it quickly into her pocket, put on her hat, and was making for the door. Are you going? Said Paquin. Tell us at least where you live. As it happens. I understand. You don't wish me to know, then. Well, tell me, please, one thing anyway. Are you still working under the orders of Vasily Nikolaevich? What is that to you? Or perhaps of some other? Sidor Sidorich. Mashurina made no answer. Or does someone anonymous direct you? Mashurina was already across the threshold. Perhaps it is someone anonymous. She slammed the door behind her. A long while Paquin remained standing before this closed door. Anonymous Russia, he said at last. End of chapter 38. End of Virgin Soil, Volume 2, by Ivan Turgenev, translated by Constance Garnett.